Okay, now it works. Okay. What the fuck was that about? Like you press the go live button inside of your live streaming program, the thing that makes you go live, you click the button that says go live. And then YouTube's like, yeah, we're just not gonna do that. Cool idea though, but we're not gonna do it. Bunch of fucking commies. Alright. Let me make sure I don't leak anything. Last. Why is my shit so slow? Alejandro Lopez. I was supposed to be like a Latin accent, but that totally went Russian going into the last name. Ajuel 67, Svu Gaming, Christian Roja, Pedro Pereira. I think that was a pretty good accent. I definitely can't do that again, but tell me if that was decent. You're shitty slow because you're constipated. No, of course not. Lambo or food stamps squadron here. I like it. Fuckface. Funkface. Uncle Johnny's Garage. Long time no see, man. What's good? Oh, the usual. The usual. We got some cool stuff cooking. Let me double check that I'm not leaking. Okay, I think we're good. Looks like we're good. How do I want to do that? I'll just fucking. I guess what are we? Okay, so GME's trying. She's trying. I'm so fucking tired. I'm trying. Oh, we'll keep things simple here. Just old Jimbo and this cunt spy. Let's get this money. Yeah, Fridays are weird. Well, they're not weird. They're just fucking boring and piss me off. As you get vol pinning, which means that market makers don't have much incentive to enforce price discovery. So a lot of stuff gets internalized, and you end up just fucking sitting all day inside of a fixed range, and then range algos just have a fucking heyday. Meanwhile, I'm getting raped on theta for my 0 days. Classic. Well, you know, it's just how it do be. So it is sometimes. Yo, Cheeto, what up, man? Haven't seen that name in forever. Oh, I've not seen that name in forever. Good to see you, man. Hope all is well. I really want to play some music, but I haven't streamed in, a long time. And I don't know if YouTube has changed the way that they handle copywritten material. Because I don't want to get DMCA'd for playing my favorite music. Because that would be quite the fucking catastrophe, wouldn't it? Daniel, what up, man? Thank you. Salute to my no sell squadrons. Yeah, well, I think we're a little past that, unfortunately, but we are getting some squeeze action. I've actually been calling this thing out all day. It's been real fun. I made this new thing on OnlyFlows, and I can't delve too deep into it, otherwise I'll just be shooting myself and my own company in the foot by revealing some trade secrets, but it's pretty sick. Let me make sure I don't leak. I'll show you real quick. So Jimbo has been doing some pretty predictable stuff, to put it lightly. Let's go all the way back here. Oh yeah, this fucking dweeb. God, I'm fucking tired. What is this live stream link? How we doing, chat? How we doing? I guess I'm technically back, but I still miss you fuckers. Let's see. So 3 hours ago, this was at 11:30 EST. Buyers at this level, you need to see this impulsive upward, or this becomes a bull trap fast. And this was when it was trading at like 22, and then it broke out of that, and made this follow-up tweet saying that we nailed it. Looks like the engines are reigniting. And then this was for SPY. I've also been calling out SPY all day. Dipper rip zone, I'm guessing the latter. And then GME here saying she's about to do the dirty. Yo, Benny Mac, what up? Fuck your sister, Benny May. Or, no, Freddie May. Nope, that was a terrible joke. That was a terrible joke, and it didn't even fucking sound right. She's about to do the dirty. This was at 1:30. And then I called out some zones here. I said we're either going to gap to 22.56 if we don't break out. Otherwise, next stop is 23.40, and then break out of that equals Friday gamma hedging mania, right? So the actual target for downside, I misread this axis over here. I was supposed to look down one more. Was 22.44, which if you go and look, happened to be where VWAP was at. You know, off by 4 cents. Yo, trader, what up, man? Welcome to the church. Dare I say it? Dare I say it? Chat, do I say it? Do I say it? I think I might have to sneeze. Hallelujah! We're gonna have to do that one again at some point, but not right now. But yeah, and then it feels good to be back. I'm here for the grumpy cat. I'll get him. We got some more grumpy cats actually. And lo and behold, holy fuck. How's it going? It did touch 22.48, which is VWAP, and I called out 22.44. I should have just cut the middle and called it 22.48, but nonetheless, we did get that gap down, and you could see it was a gap. Like this is the 5-minute chart. I'll go to the 1 minute. I'm using gap loosely. Let me append that. But this movement was a liquidity gap, so it very easily fell through, and that was called out. That was excellent. And then 23.40 was the next stop, which where we're at right now. So if we can break out at 23.40, which we have 47 minutes left in the day to do so, you know, this could get real interesting. Very, very interesting. But so far we're up 3.5% on the day. Oh, this is NVIDIA, my bad. SPY about to turn green actually, so we called that to the T as well. Yeah, this was at 146. I was saying SPY has support here. This is when it was testing VWAP. So that would have been back here. Yeah, right here. So that was also an excellent call. Yeah, and then just like that, back up we go. And QQQ, NVIDIA, both were ready to move. And then as of recent, 34 minutes ago, I was saying there was lots of what seemed to be small iceberg orders, buy orders showing up at, what price was this? Like 23.30, just under that 23.40 zone. And massive dark pool orders coming in, which was 15 minutes ago, and now here we are, you know, pushed all the way back up. So you can see that this 23.40 level is a huge area of contention currently. Strips next week, or I have AIDS. Maybe both. Why not? Fucking dweds, my man. Oh, this clown has no clue what the fuck is going on, LOL. Sure. Careful you don't shart. Yeah. Yo, Magic, what up? When sweet tea, holy fuck. You remember That's like the new. Okay, so you have like three generations of astro viewing degeneracy. I think the most recent was there's one, I can't think of it, so I'm going to skip to the second. The one after that is the clock, right? The one after that is the sweet tea. Where's Lou versus Wall Street? He fucking died, which is really sad, actually. I never liked the guy professionally, but like, if I were to run into him at a bar, dude, he probably was a really sweet guy. Like, I think he was probably an absolute sweetheart. He, I just hated the way that he peddled certain narratives. Yeah, he actually passed. Yeah, yeah, he because all of us were a little guilty of this. We were really excited, like as content producers, we were really excited. Not all of us knew everything, so naturally we get stuff wrong. But the excitement was a double-edged sword because you could peddle it and push it, or you could restrain yourself and keep things realistic. Huh? All right, sorry about that. So you had excitement no matter what, and there was a certain like denomination of AMC and GME that got like uber fucking depressed and were like, you can't be excited, you can't have price targets, you can't have anything to do, no sirree, no form of any dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, fucking banned, not allowed. We're calm, cool, and collected, but if you say something that goes against our rules, we're gonna lose our shit. But be calm, cool, and collected while we lose it. Like, just a bunch of fucking idiots, dude. I cannot believe I wasn't more vocal about those fucking retards. Fuck me. Anywho, so there was that group of people, right? And excitement, hope is the way that blood flows inside of the body to support our physical life. Hope and faith is the blood for the soul. And when you lose that, either uh, uh, by like a social contagion or self-inflicting, uh, that's a terrible place to be. And you're even worse of a person if you choose to forward that to others, especially as a means of making money. However that even ever fucking made sense, I don't know. Anywho, my point is that by default, excitement is inevitable. And when you're somebody who gets to lead their own little tribe of all of this excitement and people who are excited for the same thing, not only is it now um, inherent, but it's also like amplified. Let me add the chart real quick. And what happened is certain people, and not this. I say this in absolute terms, but the way that it ebbed and flowed was not absolute. Some people wisened up, some people got smarter, some people regressed, whatever it is. Certain people at certain points in time, kind of embellished that excitement, and they realized that if they act more excited than how they really feel or what they think is warranted, that it would give them more attention. And it became this kind of like self-fulfilling prophecy where now they were getting excited over stuff that had no material value. And then the step after that is you would start to contrive things, and there was no like tether to reality with it. It was just kind of like, here it is, and it got so wishy-washy. And in particular, Lou, and maybe he did have a legitimate source, and if he did, then I can't really say anything critical of that, but I felt some things were a little bit more vague than they had to be, and their connection to how the real world works was null and void. It just didn't exist. And that is my one criticism of Lou in the professional sense. How, as men, we evaluate other men. You have who they are personally and who they are as a hunter-gatherer. And everybody has their reasons, right? So, anywho, he was a great guy, and he made a lot of people smile. No matter how much you either hated him or loved him, or how much you believed what he said or didn't believe what he said, he always made you smile. And that you can't. There's no somebody that makes you smile consistently. You can't. There's no replacing that. And there's a lot, like, people really take that for granted sometimes, and that's something he always did. Even going into the last things that he made, he still made you smile. And he knew. I think he knew his time was starting to run a little short, and he still went out of his way to crack a little joke, or you could hear him really pushing to get that I guess not excitement, but he stayed animated, and you could hear him fighting for it. And that I will always really appreciate and respect him for, and I hope that deed he was able to do for everybody, it passes with him into whatever comes after this. So I didn't mean to go there. Fuck. He made people smile. He made people smile. Anywho, yeah. What happened to him? He passed away. I don't know the details, and I won't speculate on them. But I guess it would have been like a month and a half ago now, maybe 2 months ago. But what I believe it was either a relative or a very close friend that I think he entrusted with his accounts with, and they told everybody. Yeah. He made me cry with his predictions. That's the only thing I can ever knock the man for, is he would say some stuff. I made there's a clip. There's a funny clip that was taken of the stream like 2 years ago, I think. And I likened what he did to that episode of South Park where I think it's Stan who infigures the role of the like fortune teller who can talk to the dead. And the whole trick was to like use a very broad opening statement for people to engage with, and then once they engaged with it, you would use context clues and like really what's the word for that? Really broad, open-ended. There's another word I'm looking for that involves like someone else jumping into it because it's broad. Anywho, just using some raw, ambiguous, open-ended thing, and then letting people like finish the sentence for you, and then you run with it, acting like you already knew. He did that with markets, at least with the whole AMC thing. It was just kind of very like on the spot, like based on the reaction that kind of seemed like what he would push into next. But maybe his audience knew a lot too, or they were listening very closely and they could help fill in the gaps. Who knows? But that's neither here nor there. Your work doesn't follow you into the grave, but the way that you made people feel does, and that's what I regard here. Remember when he pumped his stock, which went crazy? What was that, SNDL? He had a cancer and got an infection after surgery. Oh, man. All right. It sounds to me like you knew him personally. I didn't know him personally. I don't think I ever even, sent a message to him. And I don't think he ever sent a message to me. But, again, he was one of those guys where you couldn't ignore him. And he had he did, the Prince thing. Which it still gets me. It still gets me. And then everybody, you even had some of the gung-ho, die-hard GME tards kick in with the Prince thing you would do. Just, you can't. That is such an underappreciated thing nowadays. Such that. Yo, Ty, what up, man? Stop talking about other people. Talk about yourself. Why did you leave AMC? I think it's been pretty clear why I left AMC. I said at the what was that, Q2 of 2022, that earnings, I said if they don't fix their fundamentals, and I can't remember if that was when Ape was already on the table or not. At some point it had to do with Ape. Ape was the final straw for me. I said if they I was the first person. I was listening to the thing live. I was watching it live. And the moment I heard the words come out of his fucking mouth, I said, this is backdoor dilution. This is not what he's pitching it to be. This has nothing to do with you, the retail investor, other than using you as exit liquidity, giving shorts the out to cover at, what was it, 66 cents a share? Jimbo, what are you doing? It was 66 cents a share, I think. And that it would only damage the company. And the there's a word for this. There's a better word, facetious. It's a synonym of facetious, but he was deliberately using a rhetoric that was entirely fuck. That was entirely contradictive, and it was even it was entirely antithetical. Yeah, antithetical to what the thing claimed to be. So he was playing the sword and shield, where it's this is retail. This is our thank you to retail. This is, you've asked for a dividend, and this is what we're giving you, and we even named it after you, the apes, the AMC preferred equity unit. Jesus, dude. Oh, they should have prepended the letter R to that ticker somehow, retarded. Because we got raped. It was absurd. And I called it out. I was the first one to do it because I was listening to it live, and within seconds, probably less than a second, I realized what the fuck this was. No questions asked. There was no having to think on it. I didn't have to think about what I was going to say. It was almost like I knew. As he was saying shit, my brain just channeled into all the other dimensions of things and just channeled the perfect string of articulation and diction. And it's this is backdoor dilution. What he is claiming is not what it really is, and he's using this to entice you. And then he even made it so the vote wasn't actually a vote, right? You think politics are bad. This is another thing. All of these, there's a lot of politics embedded into this thing that retail is so, engaged with. because everything comes down to money. And if you look at Twitter or Facebook, wherever this ape stuff is talked about, what I found is that AMC, people who are avid and like zealous AMC, are blue collar, probably median income of like 45 to 70 at the high range, right? While GME is 20 to maybe mid 30s, late 30s possibly. Median income probably 90 to 130 a year, right? And then the other weird thing is, by extension, you can assume which way they lean politically. So AMC is more conservative and right wing, whereas GME is much more liberal and left wing. Posh tech, office jobs over here, and then like making the country function and keeping people safe and giving us roadways and like keeping the power lines in check, and like that's where AMC was. And so it was just a weird collection of all these like parallels coming together. And everybody thinks that there's like politics embedded into this, which there is, but both of them agree, for as much as they claim to be different, and how there's only one real play, and you're all fucking stupid, okay? You think the system is corrupt, right? And yet here we are. You have a vote that isn't really a vote, because what this fucking scumbag did is he unilaterally bypassed the retail shareholder base. This eventually caused a lawsuit, by the way, and sold this new equity unit that still encapsulated the entire AMC company as a whole. And what he did is he changed the voting rights of those to outweigh what is the AMC before AMC was distributed, or APE was distributed. So he sold these to Intera Capital. Intera Capital had an incentive. Yeah, GME's going. Intera Capital had an incentive to vote yes on the conversion for obvious reasons. And they even served as I suppose you could call them a custodian. But they served as a proxy, for lack of a better word, a conduit, for facilitating this conversion. They held a lot of that risk of if things didn't go through, because they were primarily short AMC. And I'm just going to say it, so if I do make this into a video, I can come back to it at some point. But this is what led into the true naked short selling of AMC. Because after this APE was approved and was tradable, all of the volume on AMC was naked short sold. And I made a video about it. I made multiple videos. I made multiple tweets. I even made a program that demonstrated this, where of the millions of shares traded a day on AMC after APE was distributed, anywhere from 60 to 90% of the volume would turn out to be failure to deliver. And that's why when the judge on July 23rd, I think it was, July 23rd to July 18th of 23, when the judge basically said no, that APE could not be converted, that the thing jumped 130% in after hours, is because all of those naked shorts were starting to be bought back, and then that fucking idiot scumbag, conniving little fuck Adam Aaron tweets a fucking love letter. A love letter to everybody in suit and ties who have gone short this thing beyond fucking recognition. The full-on fucking foobar, fucked up beyond all recognition, the shorts that got into that thing. And because that had this thing that said, hey, as the presiding judge who's going to tell you if this is possible or not, I'm saying it's probably going to be a no. Which means that everything that billions of dollars has been used to naked short sell and arbitrage is null and void. And if you've gone short, you're fucked, because you're not getting that 66 cents a share to cover at. Right? So, anywho, he tweets the love letter. And then, God, I'm telling you, if he just added the letter R, just add the letter R to that ticker that he made, I'm sure there's another, snazzy, hip kind of, word he could add to that title of the ticker so that people would just love APE even more. Because who doesn't love some rape? Anywho. So you asked me why I'm talking about others and not myself. I've made myself very clear this entire time, buckaroo, and I've said it many a time on many a platform. And if you're still wondering, it sounds like you're just not a good listener. And I would even go as far to say, you may have developed Stockholm syndrome to this thing, so that even factual things that are being said don't quite hit the old noggin, because you're still looking for reasons that it couldn't be that way, because you've begun to sympathize with the thing or person or entity that is causing you harm to you or your wallet. But even more probable is that you don't actually look for the truth. You don't actually look for anything that doesn't support your own internal confirmation bias, and therefore you will get results that do not support your own confirmation bias, because there's a thing called reality. That's the R word that he should have used. Reality does not care about your confirmation bias. It doesn't care how you feel, what you think, what you wish for, or what you fucking dream of. It just does what it does and will do what it does and do for the rest of time, and you ain't got a choice. And you're lucky if you find somebody who's able to tell you that things are probably not going to go the way you think they are, especially if they spent all of their days and hours and weeks and months and years reading into the thing. Like, that's what I did. That's what I still do. And I happen to even document it. It's crazy. Anywho, yeah. Sam, you're so deep. Goddamn right. Keep cooking, preach it so the noobs hear it. Yeah, it's here. It's people have made this thing way too fucking personal, man. Like opinions and ideas and beliefs and theories. Like somehow people have turned it into a reflection of one's character and what they represent and who they are, and just virtue signaling fucking garbage. Just garbage. And I warned everybody of this. I still remember the moment. It was during the September streams back at that dirty ass old apartment that I didn't keep in check. I said what's going to happen is if there are these, bad players that are trying to pull strings behind the curtain, what they would rather do is they're not just going to pull you off of a topic. They know better. They're not just going to convince you of something, and make everybody believe it. There's no way. It just doesn't work that way. But what they can do is create so much dissonance amongst the dialogue and convince so many people of so many different things that no one will agree to a particular authority or idea of what's going on. And they will inevitably exhaust themselves trying to convince one another what has to be true because of what someone else said or what someone else did. And they will make these narratives so conflicting that truly no form of reparation or of amicability will ever be achieved. And it will just perpetually push itself with all this volatility and chaos and, oh my god, he said this and he said that, and look what she did. And it becomes this fucking sensationalized, dramatic bullshit that completely steers itself away from what's actually concerned of. And before you know it, you go from weeks of nothing to months of nothing, to then quarters of nothing, and then years of nothing. And when we all think about when this thing happened, it felt like it was only yesterday. But here we are, it's been years. And would you guess what the fuck we're still on about, what we're still going at each other's throats about? And this is not just about the stock market. This is not just the stock market that you find this in. This is all of life. This is politics. This is, your shadow governments, your banking corruption, or whatever the fuck. It's social media. It's TikTok. I'm telling you, I've had this theory since I saw the fucking generation of mine go down straight the fucking toilet along with anyone. You have iPad babies now. It's all fucked because what I just described is exactly what's going on with social media. And it's almost like a Bond villain level of genius that this shit has happened at. Because what the Soviet Union failed at, I'm all over the fucking place now, somebody got me going. What the Soviet Union failed at is they had it right. If you want a totalitarian state with absolute authority and autonomy and whatever other fancy fucking words you want to come up with that describe a hellhole for its citizens and a serene haven for its rulers, They had it right. You change how information can be accessed. We naturally adapt to what is around us, and we seek new information so we can figure out and try to take a guess at what this crazy cosmic fucking thing that we're floating on in the middle of space is going to do next. They had half of it right. They knew it was the information they had to focus on. It wasn't the punishment, it wasn't the discipline, it wasn't the gulags, it wasn't the malnourishment. They got the information right. They knew they had to do something about the information. What they didn't get right is that they made it inaccessible. What should have been known was made inaccessible. And the reason why they fucked up there was because later down the line, if you knew what you couldn't access, then you knew what it was that you shouldn't know about, which means that you know what to go and find, right? There is a point of absolution of every time someone has wondered about this, they get suicided. Isn't that strange? 2 bullets in the head. Who would have guessed they could do that? What I think is happening now is those who want absolute control over things are doing the opposite. They're still taking the lessons of the Soviet Union. Mess with the information. Make it about the information. Don't weaponize anything but the information. But instead of concealing information and restraining it, flood them with everything. Give them every reason to believe every single thing, and then let them go at each other's necks. Because then no one knows what they shouldn't be looking at. Then no one knows what they shouldn't be looking for. Now it's ambiguous. That's, I think, the evil genius at play here. And you see it with social media algorithms. And it's a giant self-fulfilling prophecy. Because now everybody thinks they know everything about shit because they found some TikTok fucking bullshit page with 500,000 followers. Now they have this, illusion of authority, of information. And then they go and binge all this shit. And now they think they know everything about everything. And then, it's, what's funny? There's never been a TikTok that I've ever seen be shared about the Dunning-Kruger effect. And maybe this is just, a fancy bit of irony. Who knows? But I've never seen something about the Dunning-Kruger effect in any of this stuff. I've never seen anything about people who are truly professional about what they do, typically don't have to make videos about it. They don't make that their full-time gig because they're busy doing that thing full-time. I suppose it's hypocritical of me even to say that. So I'll take that. I'll accept that. I will cast this opinion because I believe it to be true, and I suppose it could be hypocritical of me to say. But isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that there's no... Maybe it's the yellow car phenomenon. Who fucking knows? But you've never seen any form of these fucking bite-sized dopamine pieces for these fucking ridiculous attention spans that people have developed themselves into that covers the Dunning-Kruger effect. If you don't know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is, I'll show you. Because we all went through it and still go through it. Really? You're going to give me this quality? Okay, so this axis is how confident you feel about your knowledge in something, right? This axis is your experience. So your confidence goes up as you learn. This should actually be like how much you know, right? So when you first introduce yourself to a topic, you know nothing about it. So when you do learn something about it, it feels like you learned everything. It feels like you just learned everything overnight because you went from nothing to something, right? Which is, you can't even assign a multiplier to that because you went from 0 to a positive value. If you went from knowing one fact about something, I didn't realize it was TED Talk? Fuck you, you're goddamn right it is. If you only knew one fact and then you took an hour to go scroll through some TikToks and you ended up learning 100, you just 100x'd. But the true level of knowledge is it's not just knowledge, but wisdom involves it. But the illusion when you're starting out with something is that the quantity of things you know, your knowledge somehow is the merit for passage. Of do I know enough to talk about this and feel confident about it? So in actuality, it's not just 100 little Snapple facts. It's actually like 100,000. But because you went from 1 to 100, that's 100x. To get to truly competent, you have to go to 100,000, which from 100 is 1,000 times. So, inherently, you feel like you really fucking learned something. And because now you went from nothing to something, you feel like a genius. And then you realize that you still need to learn another 999,000 things. 999,900 things, right? And now it's put into frame. You're like, oh, I didn't know as much as I thought I did. And it turns out the people who I do know what they're talking about are at this like 100,000 mark. Fuck. So that's what happens here. And then that's called being humbled. And then over time, you keep yourself a little bit more in check so you don't come off like a fucking asshole. So, it's funny that no one in this fucking virus of a state of mind to live in talks about that. I forget where I was going with that. I lost track. I lost the plot. Damn Spy. Damn Spy. All right. They fell on GMC was a bit of banana. Charles Fogg, close short. Yeah. That's an interesting one. Are you familiar with the Moloch effect? Moloch? If not, let me write that down. And actually, let me see if I can show off the new toy. Okay, so this is, thank God. Okay, so this is GME. These are the live lit and dark pool levels. And what's really cool is you can toggle them. So you can just see dark or you can just see lit. And then you can zoom in. So we have this little volume shelf at 2316. I wouldn't be surprised if GME does a little pit stop here at 2316, right? If it hasn't already done it. Looks like it already did it. Never mind. Okay. Not sure why it's like a couple minutes delayed. And then 2340 is the glass ceiling. So I think we'll zip right back up to 2335 and then crush through 2340. Now it is the last like 15 minutes of the day, so this might be a move that materializes on Monday. And then we can look at SPY real quick too. Stay humble and always be learning. That's right. That's right. That's one of the few things I regret about everything that I've learned about the market being documented on YouTube is that I wish I had more awareness of myself in that regard. But we live and we learn. Oops. Why is this not fucking cooperating? Once liquidity dries up for the shorts, what is that being seen? The whole basket of meme stocks will squeeze. It can. It's more likely to. But liquidity is not exclusive, like in terms of if it's good or not. It's not exclusive to going up. In fact, I argue that the lack of liquidity because of DRS is what has pushed this thing down so much, because the spreads have widened ridiculously. Especially, over that period of time before things started to take off, because of how much of the float was locked up, that inherently creates a less liquid environment. And then what actually happens is there's this thing that like Superstonk and everybody have been talking about since the inception of this whole entire saga called market maker exemptions, right? Short sale exemptions for bona fide market making activity. Yeah, this is when there is no locate and you're a market maker, you're actually allowed to literally naked short sell to fulfill an order in the name of liquidity, right? DRS suppresses volatility? Please tell me you're memeing. You're joking. You have to be joking. That's funny. That's real funny. So, because there's less supply in circulation, what ends up happening is your spreads widen. And when spreads widen, volatility goes up. Tighter spreads means less volatility, which means smoother markets. You know, you get the whole thing. Did you find it odd how easily GME sold the 45 million shares to raise the Billy? I mean, it was already a really high volume day, or, you know, we were going into a lot of volume. And if you were a short, that is the best time to start, you know, sizing out of your position, because at least you know there's an equal force acting on your force, right? Like, because there's 45 million shares coming in, like, as a constant, right? And typically at VWAP is where that happens at. That's where prime brokers will do that order fulfilling. You know, it's a pretty safe bet to place, you know, a bulk order for 50,000 shares, you know, just below VWAP or just above VWAP, because, you know, I don't know who it was. Maybe either Goldman or Bank of America is probably handling the services for that. But they have 45 million shares they have to sell at the market, which is typically VWAP plus or minus a certain like range. Typically it's your ATR. So you know that there's a giant series of sell orders that are waiting to be filled. So instead of you pushing the price up because there's normally a lack of buyers, well, now you have a huge amount of selling, which means that you can buy a bunch without having to worry about sending that thing up like crazy. And fuck you, Adam Aaron, for using that. I made a video explaining how why meme stocks ran when dilution happened. It was probably 2 years ago now. I think it was in November that I made it. And I explained that because of how fucked interest rates were on fixed income, right, credit, you saw the stock market substitute that yield. And so that means that there was a lot of securities lending going on. Right? And I think there were a lot of underwritings for tickers that had to do with interest rates. Like things like this isn't when TLT came to be, but like things like TLT, where the actual fixed income market was so lackluster and so malnourished that you ended up having the equities market step in to compensate for that. And so one of the results to that is your equities will soar during inflationary times, right? And then because of that, it's not that the value of the things have intrinsically gone up. It's just that the thing that the denominator of that fraction of, you know, intrinsic value, you have the currency that denominates it on the bottom, right? That is decreasing in value. Therefore, that division problem creates a bigger number. Anywho, meme stocks ran from that because they were a very high demand thing to be sold short. There was a lot of demand to borrow that. So it made sense that, you know, you could drive the thing up as Vanguard or BlackRock, you know, get a whole bunch of stock and then file an end port where you get to lend that out at, you know, 13%. You know, there's like, what was it? The 1 year hit a low of like 2% or something. Something ridiculous. It's almost at 10 nowadays, right? So you're getting something that's like 6x a 1 year T-bond. So that's why those things ran, is because it actually made sense to buy the stock, even if it ran up, because now you're getting a higher yield because it's based on the notional value. So if you buy the stock at 10, it runs to 60, and then you lend it at 30%, you're making a lot. I don't have any new chats. Why do I not? Is this thing fucking broken? Did I fuck something up? Like and sub and share and fondle my balls, please. It really means a lot. And for the channel. Yeah, this is like 5 minutes fucking behind. Yeah, look at that. There goes Spy. I told you. I told you. I've gotten a lot of shit wrong over the years. I'm not denying that, but goddamn if I have not gotten good. And I made the tools. I made it myself, baby. You love to see it. Anywho. Not broken? Slow chat? No, of course it's broken. It's broken. For sure. Tell him, chat. Tell Jack Hugo how broken it is. Now! AMC up 7 cents. Yo! I'm sorry. Here, I'll humor the fucking situation for you. Moas. You see what I mean? Dude, okay. Another fucking rant. Do you have any idea how hard it is to fuck something up like this? Okay, the company in general has failed to produce a profit in like a decade. Okay, now I'm not totally up to date on the numbers. It's been a while since I dug into any balance sheets and fundamentals, so forgive me if I'm not completely accurate on this, but I can say with a certainty that their reliability for being profitable is near zero. And that is because they're over-levered in debt. So by the time they do, you see these numbers of like $1 billion in gross revenue. It's like, fuck, that's a lot. How much of it do you get to keep? Well, thanks for asking. None of it. In fact, we lose on it. we're down. How do you fuck that up, right? And that's not even what I'm talking about here. This is. I should have made the fuck up plural. Okay, so they're over-levered in debt. Okay. I'm going to use the monthly chart here, and I'm going to stay on linear. Maybe I'll switch to log. This thing before COVID was trading at about, call it $33, so just shy of 10x what it's trading at now. They had an $11.2 billion market cap. We're now past COVID, okay? We're way past COVID. And fuck that thing. It wasn't even real. We got rejected. I say we. You got rejected. Okay? From those pre-COVID levels. This is the monthly chart, by the way. You clearly haven't read the balance sheet. I can tell you definitively this company does not produce a profit. Because if they did, they would be worth more than $1.2 billion. I'm not sure what else to tell you. If you pull in $1 billion a quarter, okay, they're currently worth 1.25 of one of their quarters, okay? Now, this is assuming that they keep all of that as profit, and that's not where I'm going with this. Where I am going with this is that the cinema industry, the consumer discretionary, typically has a forward earnings multiplier or a forward valuation multiplier of like 6. Okay? So they should be trading 6x. Okay, that just has a base multiplier. That's not factoring anything else. 6x their revenue. So let's say they kept a quarter of that. Let's say they kept $250 million times 6 is just about 1.29 bill. But they're not. And they pay a lot on their debt. and their leases. They don't have any raw assets. They have leases on all of their properties. They don't own the property. They don't own any of the branding. They own their branding, but they don't own any of the fuck is the word for that? The IP. They don't have any IP. You know, why the fuck did they decide to Adam Aaron is just like jerking off all over retail and is like, hey, like, we got chocolate candy. We're making chocolate candy. It's delicious. It's so good. So good. Okay? You want to see what I'm going to show you something. Ideally, when you run a business, you find something that you can produce or sell as a service cheaper than what you can sell it at. So if I can make lemonade for 25 cents and then sell it for $1, I'm making 4x what it costs. That's profitable, right? But if the cost for me making lemonade goes up, I don't know, 400%, I'm no longer profitable. So let's go see what this analogous lemonade price is. Somebody give me the fucking date when this fucking asshat said that they were producing these delectable milk chocolate fucking jerk off fucking diddly do squat fucking diabetes delights. This is the price of cocoa. This is the futures contract. I'm guessing it was like late 2023, I think. So let's just, I don't know, we'll figure it out. Because it doesn't even matter exactly when. I just know it was literally right as cocoa was squeezing. This is the price of cocoa. This is your lemonade cost. They have gold mines. Oh, really? I bet they asked for shareholder approval on that, right? And I'm sure they picked a really good location too, right? This is the price of fucking cocoa. This is your lemonade cost, okay? Cocoa. One of you please get me the goddamn fucking date that he said they were doing this.
Earthling69 donated $10 through Super Chat. You are out of your mind if you don't think the fuckable popcorn buckets aren't going
Fuck,
to
you're right. You're so right.
AMC.
Fuck. That fucking Dune too. Bunch of fucking... Oh, and there's like the fucking... Hollywood's full of pedophiles, right? Fuck me. Okay. So, anywho. Spy 527? I called it, dude. I'm telling you, I called it. I just tweeted fucking here. I've gotten pretty fucking good, lads. I'm telling you. Look at this. Look at this. This was like 3 or 4 days ago. And this fucking retard right here. Don't get me started. Stand by. Yeah, this is May 23rd. This was over a week ago. Markets are about to take off over the next few weeks. New all-time highs across the board and shorts filling their diapers per usual. I'm telling you, it's just everybody wants to be a fucking doomsday, fucking bear. Closed up a 1%. Yeah. Anyhow. Back to the point. Please, somebody fucking tell me so I can actually push this rhetoric with some confidence, because I hate using fucking assumptions when I'm trying to argue a point. Sometime before this thing started to take off, but shortly after, it was starting to fucking go up. Because what happens in inflationary environments, huh? Assets go up. Real estate goes up. Credit goes down. Excuse me. Yields go down. Commodities are supposed to go down. Nowadays they happen to go up. Anywho, what happens in deflationary? Well, deflation is the opposite of inflation, which is to say that inflation is the recognition of our currency that we use to value things has gone down in value. Therefore, the price of things has to go up because the value of the thing hasn't changed, but the thing denominating it has, and that thing that has been denominating it has lost value. Therefore, the thing's price goes up. Now, what happens on the flip side? Well, we're recognizing that the value of our currency has gone up, which means that the value of our thing has not changed, but the thing valuing it has, and that thing valuing it has gone up. Therefore, the price of the thing has to come down. Okay? This is typically your protective cycles. This is where you start cycling into T-bills. You start getting into your value stuff if you still have the fucking huevos to touch the equities. Okay? Real estate typically will go sideways or down. Commodities go up. They go way up. Okay, whoever their fucking economic advisor is over there at the fucking cinema theater is an absolute fucking buffoon. Because they decided to boost their revenue and try to prop up that balance sheet filled with fucking God knows how much debt. Holy fuck, it's like someone from the government came in and started doing their fucking financing for them. It said, let's take something like cocoa and make that something that we invest our revenue potential into. February 2023, I think he announced the diversity of threats. I love your verbiage. If you can confirm that to me, I will fucking lambast every single fucking thing here. February 23. So he chose the time. This is the daily chart. I'm going to swap to the weekly just to condense things. Oh, Earthling, thank you for the $10, my man. Thank you. I heard the TTS and that got me immediately. Yeah, so Coco was clearly showing some signs upward, and anybody who runs any company worth a fuck that trades for less than 5 symbols on a public exchange, in other words, they're not over the counter, is probably not using technical analysis to decide on their macroeconomic decisions for how they're going to invest their company's capital. But I'm sure they have some counsel that probably factors in what's going on with like the Fed, geographic, economic tensions, where all that's trying to, go to. And yeah, in January of 2023, we were talking about rate cuts. Excuse me, rate hikes. Rate hikes. Right? And it was rumored that May of 24 would be when rate cuts start. Right? TA is like astrology for men? Yes, it is. 110%. Yeah, so at this point in time, to give you some context, when the announcement came out, this is when it was clear that rate hikes were kind of nearing completion, but inflation wasn't coming down just yet, and it appeared to be getting sticky, right? Some people coined this as a stagflation. Everybody has different requirements for it, but that's the concept, is that whatever the Fed, whatever the central bank is trying to do to alter the currency of its value by experimenting with interest rates and the tools that they have disposed to them, it's not working as fast as it needs to be, which means that even if it is working, they're not going to know longer than they would expect to, which is just not fucking good. Even if it's working, it's not fucking good, and everybody assumes the worst. So this was a point in time where it was feared that inflation was actually going to be worse than expected. And because we've already started increasing interest rates, that it's becoming too far gone of a situation, that now everything is mispriced. Bonds are trading like there's, room for additional yields. Equities are trading like there's no such thing as an inversion taking place for the 1 year and the 2 month or whatever that fucking go-to recession indicator is. Real estate's trading like, everything's in a fucking heyday, like post-war. It's like commodities are trading like we are in a war. Just December 20th. Thank you, Ty. Thank you. Thank you. December 20th. December 20th of 2023. Oh god, it's even worse. It's even worse. Oh god, it's so bad. It was really this recent? Holy fuck. They picked like... Ty, can you just confirm to me that was not a typo? Because this is bad. Like, this has to be a typo. TA is a different for someone to break out and cup and handle. Yes, no, I use TA. I think TA is great. But when you're managing all those different types of business decisions and all the moving parts in that, you're not... You may still use TA, but it's a weighted thing. You're not using that as a definitive go-to. Like, you don't... You're not looking at, like, your how much in debt you've levered, right? You have like $600 million in debt, and you're looking at like a chart of TLT or some shit, and you're like, yeah, Mr. CEO, Mr. CFO, it appears to me that TLT is an inverse cock and ball. I think we got a good one here. The RSI just crossed 69. I think it's a little hot. I advise we go all in on making chocolates. See that cocoa chart? Yeah. That one right there, that's... You can check the MACD. Check the MACD. It's oversold on the RSI. It's coming down for sure. Yeah. Did you see the short interest? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Inverse cock and ball formation tends to bust. That is very true. They should have bought cocoa futures as a trade. Yeah, they should have done that and sold their fucking gold mine like a bunch of... Oh god, I can't believe that shit. It's like a meme. This feels like a fucking episode of Black Mirror. Yeah, so this is when they decided to invest into producing something they claimed was for the betterment of their balance sheet and their shareholder base that would increase their revenue and, you know, really make them shorts choke on that and pounce on assholes. And yeah, so if we go back to the lemonade thing, if it cost me 25 cents and I sell it at $1, then great. But if it costs me, $9,000, I can't think of the right like conversion math in my head. Oh god. Okay, we'll just make this simple for you. Okay. And this is such a good looking chart. This is a clear buy. Yeah. This is when it was announced. And I'm guessing this had maybe 1 or 2 quarters of some thought and consideration before allocating any resources. So this was your, like, you know, maybe back here. This is where you're like, hey, I think it would be a good idea if we looked into making some chocolate candies. And then maybe like here, you get the approval, right? When you get to this point, this is where you're evaluating what you think the returns on this would be. What's your cost? Do some sampling, do some focus groups. Figure out what the demand is. Is there even any demand? Who are you selling to? What are your demographics? What's your turnaround time? What's your value at risk? All sorts of metrics, right? So maybe it's gone up a little bit, right? Just a little bit since we pitched the idea. It's only up 21 fucking %, but that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We'll give it a little bit more time, and Mr. Aaron and Mr. fucking British dude who is like dyslexic or some shit, because you as a CFO, you don't know what you're doing. Forgive me. It's okay. It'll either go down or we'll find a different, source for this. December 2020. Thank you, Ray Bud. Thank you. Okay, so December 20th of 2023 is confirmed. Okay. So this was like strike one. Okay. You have another 3 or 4 months pass a quarter, right? And now you have like your proposals. like some rough drafts of marketing, some projections. Maybe you start having some hedges, some plans in case things go wrong, and you start deploying to small A/B tests. At this point, from the previous, it is up 40%. Okay, this was just up 20%. So this is when the idea started. This is when you started proposing, right? 20%. From being up 20% now to 41%. This is going into like your beta testing, okay? You can still pull the plug on this thing. It's not too late. It's not too late. I mean, yeah, you put a couple months into some R&D or some numbers and stats, boring stuff, but you haven't actually committed anything at your bottom line, right? You could easily pull the plug. I mean, it's not like it's going to affect your profitability anyways. But no, this was strike two. Right here. Okay? Since the inception of the idea, cocoa is up 63%. Okay? You spend another 3 or 4 months, and this is where you actually commit to the idea. This is when you start actually purchasing out, the factories or the manufacturing lines to make this thing in mass. You're happy with the rough drafts, you hire a bunch of designers. They design it, then you go and get all the branding and marketing. And then on your earnings call, you tell everybody. Yeah, well, funny thing. Since the last point, right, this was up 20%. This was when the idea started. This is where you started entering into your discovery phase, R&D. This is where you started doing your beta, right, 35%. From being up 35%, it has now gone up an additional 30%. How much of chocolate? Okay, how much? You know what? I'm not even gonna go there, because I'm guessing wheat has gone up too, just as much, if not more. Okay, so even your pretzels are fucked, buddy, and you don't have enough holes in those pretzels to describe how fucked you are. Damn, Spy. Okay, so before I even draw strike three, from the beginning of the idea to where you go all in, cocoa is up 100 fucking percent. Your cost has doubled. Even if the chocolate is only 30% of the actual thing, wheat has probably gone up just as much, if not more. This was strike fucking three. This is either blatant incompetence, deliberate malfeasance, or just outright fucking stupidity. I don't know. None of them are good. There's no other Occam's razor to this other than this is just pure incompetence. This is stupidity. This is negligence. This is just utterly fucking unbelievable. And then they market it and they brag about it on their earnings call. And guess where cocoa goes from there? Do you see this? Companies price gouging general commodities people turn to for comfort. Well, yeah, I mean, that's you buy low, you sell high. So from inception, okay, cocoa futures were trading at just over 2,000. Then, at your this is the shower thought that you propose to management. You're like, hey, maybe we could do this. It's up 18% now. From the shower thought to the R&D and rough draft phase, an additional 17%. From that phase to little focus groups and testing and sending it out to little places maybe just to do some A/B, right? 41%. And then from there to full-fledged we're doing this, it goes up another 43%. This was trading at about 2,000 at the idea. It's trading at about 4,000, okay, after full commitment. Since full commitment, right? They announced it over here. Since full commitment, it shoots up 200 fucking percent. How the fuck do you fuck that up? What the fuck? What? What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, and by the way, the person who runs this company, right, who bankrupted like Norwegian and what was it, the 46ers or something, right? Yeah, he already gifted $40 million worth of shares to his two sons, right? They sold the top of the move in September of 21. And he personally made like $250 million selling into the highs that retail were saving his company with. And then decides, after making this fucking fortune, by the way, it was like 6 or 7 months ago, he makes this announcement to Twitter saying that he rides with us and he cares about us and he only wins if the share value wins. And so he announces that he will decrease his fucking annual compensation by 40% after he just licked, sucked, and fucked every last bit of us as the apes, the saviors of AMC, the out of 49ers, maybe I went dyslexic there, who knows. After he licked, sucked, and fucked every fucking last bit and ounce of fucking dollar stimmy that retail had, and just 76ers, that I'm not really a sports guy. I like pool, I like snooker, I like about it. Cornhole's actually pretty cool. I like playing cornhole. But yeah, so he fucking used and abused old Joey Sixpack, and told everybody all along the way that he rides with us and this and that and that and that. And then he has to tell us again that he rides with us, and then he actually does something about the absurd compensation. You know what? Here's a little stat for you. I can't wait to clip this up. This is hold on. Hold on. I can't believe I've never made a video about this. Okay, somebody was trying to argue to me. He deleted the tweet since, because this was actually a really clever thing that I did. Somebody tweeted that Adam Aaron was I remember it now. There was a photo of the top paid executives across the entire stock market, right? And Adam Aaron was either number 1 or number 2. And I think it was John Hollowatch actually that tweeted it. And I quote tweeted it with something inflammatory, and by inflammatory I mean truthful, to say that it's absurd and that it's an absolute disgrace that he gets paid that much. And then some retail fucking idiot, and I say that lovingly, it's actually an insult to retail for me to call him a retail individual, came in and said that I'm a shill, that how dare I, that he saved a company and he's worth so much more than that, in fact, because they should be worth zero. And I was like, that's real funny. Let me put it to you this way then, you fucking idiot. Fuck, this is the wrong tweet. I think he analogized Adam Aaron to Tim Cook. I think is how that went. Anywho, as a point of reference, Apple is the equivalent of about 1,700 AMCs in terms of market cap. And this was at the time where they were trading for probably double. When was this? This was September 30th, 23. Yeah, they were trading at $12, so about 3 times what they're worth now. Okay, so now they'd be worth about 5,000 AMCs. AMC has a market cap of $1.6 billion. Adam Aaron received $23 million just that year. That $23 million is 1.5% of AMC's market cap. Apple has a market cap of $2.7 trillion. Tim Cook received approximately $98 million. That $98 million is equal to 0.004% of Apple's market cap. If Adam Aaron were paid at the same proportion of AMC's market cap, as Tim Cook was in Apple's market cap, he would be paid $57,778. In other words, Adam Aron is implied to equal about 400 Tim Cooks if they were compensated equally in percentages of their respective market caps of the companies they ran. Jesus, that's right, Isaac. What does the middleman charge? Coco went up how much? Oh, thank you. Thank you for reeling me back in. Goddamn, Spy. So, anywho, Coco went up 200% from already being up 100%. In net, right, from the shower thought of the idea to about a quarter after going into full production marketing and telling about it on your earnings call. Coco is up 459 fucking percent. And the only point that matters is this line forward. They picked the fucking GameStop of commodities to proverbially go short on because they're using this to try to generate a profit. But their profit relies on the cost of this thing either going sideways or going down. Otherwise, their cost to produce goes up, which means their profit, I guess, it all makes sense. They don't know what it means to profit, so they wouldn't know how to use cost to figure. Yeah. Their margins go down, and I would imagine they've turned negative at this point, and they've tried to copium themselves out of it to say that this is for new customer discovery and loyal customer retention. Because our dedicated stub holders really like their chocolate and pretzel. They love their chocolate and pretzel so much, so we're gonna go bankrupt for them. This many 100%. That's how much we love our retail shareholders base. Fucking, I'm telling you, this is just. How did I fall for this? Do you think they're smart enough to buy futures to hedge their risk? You know, it's funny because that was what I contemplated that. Why wouldn't they have just done that with gold futures? Oh, you're worried about economic uncertainty and how that affects your bottom line and how you go about earning your revenue? Why don't you buy some gold or silver? That's a really stable thing. You know? Oh, wait. You don't have any fucking assets. They are so fucking cash poor, it doesn't even make sense. They lever themselves to the fucking eyeballs in debt, and then they go and buy a fucking gold mine. That is like the fucking Jeff Bezos version of a scratch-off. You are so fucking asinine for doing that. You took the billionaire's scratch-off ticket and paid for it with the people keeping you afloat. That's what that is. You bought a multi-billion-dollar fucking scratch-off. Because the safe thing, the right thing, and the honest thing would have been to take a couple $100 million, right? Maybe secure it at 7.5%, whatever it may be. You know you're going into a time of economic uncertainty and coming out of an inflationary period, so therefore commodities should go up, and it wouldn't be a surprise if gold were to see a little bull run during the interim. So, odds are a little dicey, but a lot better than buying a fucking gold mine. And they're probably so far in the red on this shit that it's not even worth buying the futures. It's too much bleeding. You're trying to fucking do a transfusion on somebody with an open fucking leg wound. Just blew the thing off like that scene from fucking Saving Private Ryan. Just fucking blood and gore and popcorn. Actually, satire aside, yes, I do think they're smart enough. I think they're deliberately choosing not to. And so you fell for it like everyone else. Yeah, no, that is. I told you, one of the few regrets I had about this whole entire thing so far is I got a little too confident in my abilities and understandings, and that was in lieu of the Dunning-Kruger effect. I wish I had learned about that sooner. And the other thing is just trusting this company and ever saying anything positive about them before I understood how this stuff worked. Maybe their candy isn't made from real chocolate? Wasn't their whole pitch on the earnings call that it's like an authentic, delectable dessert made from the finest cocoa? Like, wasn't that their whole fucking shtick? Is that it was real cocoa, real chocolate? In fact, I don't even know if does synthetic chocolate exist? I thought that was like a huge like chemistry like $1 million question. Can somebody tell me? I mean, it has to be synthesized from cocoa at the very least. Um, we can go and look up the ingredients on the internet. AMC Theaters, Nutrition, and Allergen Information. Let's see. Concessions. New nutrition info. I'm gonna look up pretzel. Fuck, that's not how you spell pretzel. Nope. Oh, motherfucker. Huh? What the fuck? Big chocolate is only for dogs? True. Fuck. Does this exist? AMC Dine-In? No. Theaters, AMC Classic. Um, don't think it's on here. No, it's not on there. Fuck. Chocolate covered raisins and dark chocolate drizzle. I forgot they went in on like a whole fucking product line centered around chocolate. So it's not just the fucking pretzels. Fuck. AMC Cinema Sweets. Yeah, premium chocolate covered. AMC Cinema Sweets. Nutrition, facts, ingredients. Let's see if I can tag word this thing correctly. Okay, sweets. Fuck. Where are the ingredients? Exterior milk chocolate shells is super thick and with added ingredients, tapioca, starch, sugar, and confectioner's glaze have a mild, good taste. Too much chocolate surrounding the almond. These candies have a faint smell of chocolate with an even lighter hint of the nut hiding inside. Oh, I'll tell you what that AMC nut inside is like. Oh my god. Is it real? Just tell me if it's real. Please, just give me the fucking ingredients. Ingredients are missing. Sick. Vape holders know all about the nut inside. Yep. fuck it. I don't even care at this point. This is just one of many disastrous fucking financial decisions that this stupid, incompetent, conniving, subjugative, predatory fucking piece of shit company has done. Yeah, no more nuts, please, Adam. God, the wheat ETF is about flat, traveling 12 months. Let's check the futures because the ETF is an aggregate. Because wheat went up like crazy when the war in Russia and Ukraine started. Is it monthly? Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, it's squeezed going into the war, but now it's kind of flat. Okay, I'll give you that. I mean, let's see, December of 23. It's a little bit higher. It's like 10% higher. But yeah, okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. When they started producing packaged popcorn, they made sure to stockpile corn. Maybe they did the same for cocoa. I think cocoa beans expire. Don't cocoa beans expire? Let's see. What is the shelf life of cacao beans? Under excellent storage conditions, cacao beans can be stored up to 3 years. But even then, I don't know. I don't think they're smart enough to hedge, and I don't think they're smart enough to source inventory before production, because this came off as a very ill-prepared, like, knee-jerk reaction kind of thought to like bullshit people into some expanding product line, because this is just so fucking poorly done. I'd bet you that between the popcorn that they're selling like on retail shelves, the candies, I bet you it's maybe gross is like 30 million a year. Can somebody look into that for me? It still sounds kind of low. Maybe 50 million a year. But even that, like their debt is just enormous. Like it just doesn't work. You have every business is a bucket, right? And these businesses are taken to rivers, and you pick up some water, and then you try to get back to deposit the water, and what you're able to deposit is what we would call like a dividend, or it's just profit. Then maybe the dividend is bottling it. Every business has holes in their bucket. No, did they pay down a ton of debt? That's the thing. They have so much of it, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't. They're so levered in debt. AMC is setting up for a takeover. It's literally they're just like picking the most fashionable and most inconspicuous way to drive down shareholder value, so someone like Amazon or Apple can come in and swoop them up at a huge discount. I said it. I think I tweeted it at some point, but this has always been my thought: is they're just working this as an under the table, nonchalant merger and acquisition kind of thing, and it's just going to be turned into a fucking staple item by some giant corporation. And then the 100-year legacy of AMC, and you saved us. Shareholder chocolate pretzel 400 this many 100%. Yeah. Do you want to see Lesbian Hulk at this Apple theater? Give me a fucking break, dude. That's what this is. Who cares, guys? I meant we're just gambling. Oh yeah, no, I totally get that. Totally get that. Like I've never done like if you're playing on odds, you're gambling. I like the stock market more because I can discover my odds better than a scratch off. And I also write a lot of software for it. Oh yeah, and the Apple Theater, guess what? Anakin Skywalker's fucking gay. Yeah. Yeah, he only went after Obi-Wan because he took his right hand when he, did the hula move, the high ground and all that. Yeah, yeah. He wrestled hog every night with that hand, and that really, really disappointed him. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. Just fucking ridiculous. Oh my god. Thank you, bro. Finally, a real one. It took me a little bit to develop a backbone, but that was the backbone came with learning more and more, and when you learn stuff and you doubt yourself and what you've learned and convinced yourself is right is actually what happens to be right, then there's no better form of confidence. Then shorts on the bonds and debts by AMC, similar to Bed Bath Beyond, and bondholders take over for pennies and 9 cents, slam the door, close the naked. Yes and not. Here, you're right, and I'm saying this with love. You're right, but you have it wrong. The money is not made on shorting the stock and having it go bankrupt. The money, like a stock doesn't go bankrupt because of its share price. A stock will never go bankrupt because of its share price. It'll get delisted, but it'll never go bankrupt. Bankruptcy has nothing to do with the share price. Bankruptcy has to do with solvency. And solvency has to do with how much capital do you have. How much capital do you have has to do with fundamentals. Right? So, if the share price goes all the way down, whatever the number is, it does not equal bankruptcy. In the case of AMC, yes, because the only form of fresh capital they can get their fucking hands on is by bending over retail backwards and shoving it in raw. No pillow to bite on, not even a little bit of spit. Just gonna tease you with it. Throw it away. Down the backwards hatch. In their case, yes, but jokes aside, even that wouldn't make them go bankrupt. Bankruptcy is when you have more debt than you have assets available, and you don't have any more capital to post for your debt. In which case, the order of debt holders get to seize your assets and liquidate in attempts to recoup their losses on what you are no longer solvent and paying for. But the share price will never determine that. Right? So what everybody's had wrong, including myself, I think it was maybe like a year ago that I realized that like I knew but I didn't know. Like if somebody told me like, yeah, they went bankrupt because the share price went to zero, I'd be like, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. But it became so normal that people, even myself, got unconsciously pulled into it. Like there was never a challenging moment. There was never a moment of thought into it. Stock market brain, yeah. Be given the debt, self-inflicted damage, claim innocent failure. Yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing too. I'm on fucking fire today. This is like technically years of me just thinking and going back and forth in my head without ever making a video about it. If these stocks were so catastrophic to the economic system, it would cause Armageddon, right? You would have trillion-dollar, hundreds of $1 trillion in market caps, because these share prices, because so many shares have been sold short that don't exist, and fucking Citadel and Goldman Sachs and Credit Suisse and fucking Stephen Graham. Was that his name? Who was the old guy with the cats? Fuck. Right on, bro. That's why we're here. Appreciate you, man. I love you guys. No, Graham Stephan's the like billionaire, right? Somebody tell me, who was the guy with the cats, the old guy? Anywho, if these companies were such systemic risks that just only they anointed the christening of the end. J. Ingram, thank you. Dr. Evil. No, I'm entering into my Dr. Evil arc as we speak. J. Ingram. Yeah. This whole meme stock thing has been a multi-decade, campaign to seller box these companies, and if they were to go up in share price, then the dark pools would overflow, and the reverse repo combobulator would T+2 itself into a unsustainable state and destabilize, and then eject massive amounts of credit risk, and all over the face of Wall Street, they'd have to look around at each other, seeing what's going on. And then a video game retailer and a fucking over-levered, debt-fueled fucking movie theater company destabilize the world superpower's economy, right? Just put this into perspective. NATO, about a year ago, year and a quarter, I think, publicly called on the United States to reduce the rate hikes because it was affecting their abilities to fight in the fucking Ukraine-Russia theater. Okay? Would you guess when the rate hike stopped? Right there, they stopped. Okay? When the world superpowers call on the world superpower and request that they stop doing a certain thing because it's affecting their ability to pew-pew and spread democracy, okay? When that certain thing has to do with dollar bill, what in the fucking goddamn mind are you in to think that? This is just one point, by the way. I got more. What in the fucking mind are you in to think that's UN, full pun intended? Are you in, up yours, because you're an idiot, to think that these companies would ever be allowed to destabilize what is the proverbial fucking, what is that thing called? Oh, I'd always know this. The German fucking, the Autobahn? Yeah, the Autobahn. This is the Autobahn of the fucking war machine, okay? Is the US dollar. And you know how we get our leverage in the world? Right? I'll tell you how. We did something really great about 250 years ago. By the way, the average lifespan of a civilized, like modern civilization, is about 240 years on average. Like the Romans, the Greeks, what was the other big one? The Ottoman Empire. Average about 240 years. Carry trade Japanese yen. Don't start. Somehow the Bank of Japan really fucked up their currency beyond all recognition as well. Holy fuck. Okay, 240 years on average. All right. And if you do just some napkin math in your head, 1776, 2024 minus 1776, you do the math. Yeah, we had this great idea. We were tired of being taxed in unfair ways, unfair amounts. We were tired of soldiers of the state allowing to take quarter inside of our homes arbitrarily. People who were speaking up against this type of corruption and exploitation of one's citizens were being slaughtered and massacred publicly. Oh, Charles, what up, man? What was it? The Boston Massacre, I think is what it was. I think 10 people were gunned down because I think they were protesting taxes, and maybe it was a kid that was shot. I can't remember. Just look it up, okay? And we were kind of tired of it. Just wasn't cool. So a bunch of guys got together, some really smart guys, and said, you know what? This was a good start. You know, running water, outhouses, commerce. We're like the number one navy in the world and have been for multiple generations now. I think they had taken the idea of the stock market from the Dutch at this point, because the Dutch came up with the idea of a stock market in the early 1600s. That regime of things had fallen apart at this point. So I think that the British had taken over the idea of a stock market, and they had employed this idea. Like Thomas Locke and Benjamin Franklin and who was the other? Oh fuck me. Oh fuck, I used to know these all. Don't fucking say it, Chad. I gotta think of these. Thomas Locke, Benjamin Franklin, something fucking. I think he had like Die Hard or something. No, it's a fucking movie. Fuck it, T-Pain. I don't know. It'll come back to me. Like, gentlemen, this was a great starting point, but I believe our state has been taking advantage of the liberties that we were supposed to have been granted, but instead are being delivered less. Let's organize once a week in this pub that technically doesn't exist at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. This is the code word. You have to flicker your lamp, your whatever the fuck these things were called too. I'm running on fumes now. 6 different times and 4 different ways over 3 different minutes, and we'll let you in. And they came up with a lot of really great ideas, right? And then they pitched it to the fucking queen or the king and said, hey, this is, consider this an expansion of the British Empire. Lantern, thank you. Dutch and East Indian Trading Company, that, yes, thank you. Right? And, they were a little skeptical about it because there were already a lot of tensions forming. And at some point they said, fuck it. Fuck it. Go do it. Well, what they ended up doing is kind of like a mini Australia. But instead of taking all of the mentally handicapped and, criminals, what did Spy close at? That's insane. They just took kind of like the rebels and some undesirables. They sent them over. If only it went that smooth. No, there was a whole fucking revolution, right? There was the fucking tea thing, the Tea Party, because they were constantly taxing everything they were doing and taxing over way too much. And they made their way over here, right? I'm kind of bullshitting my way out of this. I actually genuinely thought that there was no revolution, and the king or queen or whoever the fuck was like, yeah, that's a great idea. Definitely go over there, and here's a bunch of supplies and ships. Okay. A little foggy on that one, but that's okay. We're going to skip about 200 years to World War I. Actually, no. Just before that, we had the Louisiana Purchase, which we 2% tax on tea, and we went buck. Yes. Yeah, now here we are with like 7.5% on income and 5% on federal and 6% for Medicare or something. I can't. Okay, so we had the Louisiana Purchase, which had to do with France. And then we bought Alaska for like the equivalent of $6 million nowadays from Russia. This was the great. Fuck your GameStop. Fuck your AMC. Fuck your Nvidia. Alaska? Do you have any idea how much oil exists over there? Like natural gas, gold. That was like 10 Californias of raw resources. We bought it from Russia for $6 million. That was like covering at 66 cents a share. That's how much value. John Adams, fuck you, but thank you. Okay, so we're going to skip to World War I. And we're going to skip to World War I because at this point, No, we hadn't adopted isolationism at this point, but the Archduke was assassinated inside of like fucking Bulgaria or something. The French Archduke, and now whatever country that was loses their shit, and then Germany loses its shit because they're like, yeah, we did this or whatever, and uh, Egyptian civilization lost. Yeah, that was just a short squeeze on civilization lifetimes. It's that's tail risk. Austrian, thank you. Yes, that. What the fuck? So now Austria's up in arms. Austria's up in arms, and Germany decides to get in with them because Germany's been just getting gang raped by every first class country in Europe, and they were already like through two different empires or something, so they didn't have anything of stability to go by. So they join the war, and they go balls deep, and then Britain, the United States, fucking Norway, all those guys. Now it's a big fucking war. Well, the United States did a great fucking job in this war, and did they introduce aviation in that one? I'm running a little low on sleep, so I'm gonna be a little bit more conservative with my guesses here. Chemical warfare took place. Trench foot. Battle shock, also known as PTSD. The Red Baron, yes, thank you. Okay, I'm not as crazy as I think I am. So, America does a pretty damn good job. We have tons of supplies, okay? We are single-handedly supplying like 6 different nations in Europe with food, supplies, ammo, weaponry, armaments, munitions, vehicles. And Britain, it wasn't like they were just completely, desolate. The UK was coming up with some pretty interesting tank designs, like ones that would had this giant. It looked like a snowblower almost that would tap the ground to try to detonate landmines. There was another one that was designed to traverse, marine environments, all sorts of stuff. And but we were the ones that were feeding them, resupplying them, playing fucking God up here with these flying things, thanks to the Wright brothers from Dayton, Ohio. Yeah, and then after that, Germany was completely fucked. They were just utterly destroyed because this is like the 3rd time they've tried to have a civilization last longer than 50 years because everything's just been empires up until this point with assassinations every other 20 years. It hasn't really been going too well, right? And it turns out that there was an Austrian... Man, YouTube's going to hate me. There was a particular Austrian who wanted to be an artist who almost drowned in a river as a kid but was saved by a priest. Who ended up being a World War I veteran who got like the equivalent of the Purple Heart for Germany. And he has a mustache. That's all I'm going to say. I have an old computer to find this from years ago. Static option replication, 1994. Goldman sucks. Could you DM me on Twitter? I would love to have access to that if you'd be willing to share. Will be plenty of speed bumps, absolutely. AJ Jitler, yeah. Dude, why are you giving a history lesson? Shut the fuck up. This is how alpha is obtained. So, in the process of all of this, there's a particular man with a mustache who turns radicalized and wants to come up with this idea of National Socialism. Okay? Well, the reason why National Socialism even became like a considerable thing was because during the recovery time of World War I, and after the why am I forgetting all these critical fucking things? The Treaty of Versailles, right, which limited Germany to 100,000, military personnel. We had invested as America into Germany. We were issuing them money, debt. We were buying up their property. We were giving them like capital infusions. We were taking some of our businesses over there. Like we were really trying to help the place redevelop. And then in like 1929, there's this little. It was just a dip, Everybody was buying it. It was no biggie. Yeah, well, like 80% of all of the public value in America just eviscerated, right? And what happened was this caused a fire sale across many things, one of them being Germany's market. So, like 8 or 9 years of the United States investing into Germany after World War I, trying to help them redevelop, and we have the Great Depression, we have Black Monday, the Great Rugging, yes, or Black Friday, right? That was a Black Friday. Anywho, Germany was once again left just fucking astray, and Mr. Mustache Man saw that as a potential call to arms, and Germany's government at that point was already Germany in the 1930s is the equivalent of the board of AMC, where it's like nobody's doing anything and everything that you are doing sucks and it's only damaging what we all care about. That's it, yeah. I'm not going to say it, but I am making that comparison. I am. I don't care at this point. I really am. This is absurd. Anywho, right? So we got a lot of cred. We got a lot of street cred after we bailed everybody out in World War I because we had some, damn good biscuits and pot pies and, what were those machine guns? Those are the starts with an E. Fuck. I think it's EL. Oh, it's at the tip of my tongue. What were those rifles? The E somethings. Fuck, I can't remember it. Anywho, and the Red Baron, aviation, the infield. Yes, thank you. That's what it is. Those were I think the first semi-automatic. The Lee Enfield, yeah. I think those were the first semi-automatic rifles ever deployed to an international theater. So why am I saying all of this? Why the history lesson? Okay, World War II happens. We were tired of all this shit from World War I. This thing called battle shock became a thing, and now, veterans are losing their shit and killing their wives and blowing up fucking bars and stuff, and they're really in need of help. And it was a really sad time, still is. Think of nowadays too. The AstroTard is back. Goddamn right. So World War II happens in the first couple of years. We're like, fuck all that. We got our own problems to worry about. We're still in the middle of a depression. Maybe it was a recession at that point. Enfield first to have a semi-auto. Damn, I'm pretty good at this. I love history, in case you couldn't tell. Yep. Cover your tits. This isn't OnlyFans? Nope, but it is OnlyFlows, baby. OnlyFlows.app/register. Get your membership today. Prices are going up. I don't even know if you can get a subscription anymore. But it's worth a shot. Yeah, World War II. We built a lot of street cred here, right? We kind of bailed some people out because that was a quickly devolving situation. And we got to draw some new lines on the world map. We were like the Picasso of European borders. Mustache Man is unhappy, right? And he decides he wants to conquer all of Europe. So he storms into Poland and says, fuck all of you. He's souped up his soldiers with meth. And these guys would stay up for like 8 days at a time. And I'll be damned if they didn't have the best machinery. The engineering of the Germans is insane. If you ever look at an MP40, all right, the submachine gun they used. If you ever look at the MP40, I hope to shoot one day. If you look at the simplicity, yeah, not only meth. If you look at the simplicity of the design, how interchangeable it was, forget all that. Look at how it performs in handles. You can shoot it with one hand. I think it was like 9mm. What caliber was that? 40 caliber. Fuck. Holy shit. A 40 caliber fully automatic submachine gun. Okay? That's insane. I didn't realize it was a 40. It has like no recoil. They came up with this unique gas compression system with another unique way of handling a spring for the fuck, what is that called? The bolt. And there's like 12 parts. We aren't allowed to have many weapons in Germany. Unfortunately, yeah, you guys played a certain card too many times, and now the entire world is always a little worried about you. Come for the dark pool analysis, stay for the machine gun facts. Like and subscribe, share the stream, fondle my balls. Okay, so and Porsche is such beautiful cars. Fuck BMW. I hate BMW and your proprietary fucking brake system. Audi, Volkswagen. You know, if it wasn't for the Third Reich, short squeezes wouldn't exist. I'll save my stand-up for another fucking platform. Sorry, one more little side quest of a tangent here. Like Pride Month is coming up, and now every company is going to be gay for the next 30 days. Everybody loves when companies change their identity, but they always forget that at one point Volkswagen was making fucking engines for the Tiger tank, the thing that was trying to decimate an entire race. And Audi, I'm pretty sure, was manufacturing plane engines for the Luftwaffe. Anywho, neither here nor there. Oh, and fuck Italy, by the way. Oh, God, we're going way too deep. Okay, World War II happens. We narrowly win the world stage because we had a really bunch of smart guys led by a manic depressant who was probably a little schizo who was given $1 billion to create a fucking research facility out in the middle of a fucking desert, claiming that he knows how to make these literally intangible, like imperceivable things that are so tiny that they actually don't even touch because the mass of them is at the center of it, and everything else is just this empty space because of this thing called, like, fuck, what is that? Not chemistry. That's fucking, for lack of a better word, nuclear physics, right? He convinced the military. Well, they came to him, but he saved the fucking the modern world off of that. And then we're firebombing some places in Asia. You know, we time these firebombings so, like, you know, we'd look at the weather patterns. Fission and fusion, yeah. We'd time the weather patterns so that there'd be like a low pressure system up north, which meant that the high pressure system in the south would be pushing air, right? We would deploy sticky fire, like, relentlessly. We even studied, like, we'd make these mock versions of Japanese homes to see, like, what variant of, like, napalm was the most effective. Yeah, napalm, yeah. I like calling it sticky fire. It makes it more jarring to the layman. Yeah, so we did that. We time it with the weather patterns so we would cause the most carnage. There's some books actually written about how, like, the rivers and the lakes would boil. Like, people would go to try to, like, get into the water to save themselves from being roasted alive, and it turned out they were being turned into to boil. A lot of really fucked up stuff has happened, and for some reason this country got the street cred, right? Where is this all going? We were able to replace currency temporarily. It was like an infinite money glitch. We got to invest in our own economy because we were purchasing things from United States companies. Ford, General Motors, I mean, you name it. Like, every place, like, dropped what they were traditionally doing as a business model and started building stuff for the U.S. military. because of how much carnage had happened over such a short period of time, everybody else's economy was worth nothing. And anybody that did have an economy worth something, we were allies with. We were buddy-buddy with. Like, we literally put the clothes on their backs at one point, or twice, depending on, which part of the UK you come from. I'm working in a little bit of satire, by the way, in case you couldn't tell. Okay, so that's World War II. After that, we're big dick. Geronimo, we are the only world superpower to have the power of 1,000 suns. We eviscerated an ungodly amount of acreage with something no one had ever seen, except for the fact that Stalin already knew about the whole thing, and that was discussed with that wasn't Roosevelt, that was Hoover? No, he was a carpenter. Was it Hoover? I don't think it was Hoover. It was Roosevelt, and then can't remember who did it. Forgive me. Anywho, Stalin already knew about it, and at the meeting of the minds, I can't remember what that event was called either, but that's where Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt, right? Yeah, Chris isn't Chris German? Better than my fucked country. We can't say anything against the government anymore here. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if the NFA. What's the NFA? Truman. Thank you. Truman. That's who it was. So Stalin knew about the nuke. After all that, every economy except for the United States, the UK, and any of the allies from World War I and II were worth anything. Okay? Every other country in the world became a small cap. Okay? The United States was Nvidia. And then the UK was like SMCI. I don't know. National Firearms Act. Oh. Can you remind me of that in like 10 minutes? AMD, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, AMD. UK was AMD, and then like, I don't know, Germany was like over the counter at this point. Germany was lucky to even have a ticker associated with it because it didn't even know what its own ticker was. And this was after, like, remember how like Citadel bailed out Melvin Capital during the GameStop thing? Like that was World War One. That was after World War One. That's what we did. We were Citadel. We gave them a capital infusion, and then like halfway through it, like we stopped, and GameStop squoze even more, and then they went bankrupt. Like that's the equivalent of what was going on here. So World War II, after the fact, the United States is Nvidia, and then the UK is AMD. Everything else is a penny stock. Everything else is an AMC. Okay? We had all the money. We had all the resources. And then anybody that was rich in resources, we didn't go in with tanks and bombers and BARs and M1 Garands. We just said, hey, like, I'm sorry. Is your country blown to shit by chance? Italy, Germany, Norway, Poland, the Philippines over here, Well, we're the United States. We are the only developed nation in the world to have 2 oceans on each side with absolutely no zero, okay, vulnerable points of entry north and south of our border. We have an entire set of 2 coasts that span 10 times as long as what the UK is in length. And we have mountains. And we don't have any natural fault lines that will fuck up our entire geography. Oh, and we have this bomb that can literally make you disappear and evaporate. And people literally won't know you existed. You'll be lucky if you get like a shadow. We don't even have border control. I know. It's bad. This was just 100 years ago, my guy. This was just 100 years ago. Anywho, right? We see that you've been bombed to shit. And this like totalitarian dictator at one point tried to like purify your race. Shucks. Do you want some US dollar? And an itchy military industrial complex, yes sir. Tell you what. How about we invest in your country and we will give you a very affordable interest rate. All that we ask is that you never, ever, ever, ever go to war with us. You will sign an agreement that ensures this, and if you do, we have 14 other nations that will jump into each other's hands, and we will bomb the fuck out of you. And you will default on your debt. So we did this for the entire world that we had just torn into an absolute slaughterfest. And we got to invest at the lowest prices into all of these nations. And we've had this debt that we've been able to hold over everybody's head since. And then Vietnam happened. Let's not get into that. And then you had the 38th, it's the 38th parallel, right? That was the North and South Korea coordinate. Vietnam was a fucking mistake. No doubt about that. And then you had Korea. So we were able to liberate more parts of the world. Turns out Russia knew about the nuke, and they came out with theirs, like 4 years later. And then we got into this pissing contest where we literally took this little small civilization out in the Pacific called the Bikini Reef or something. And it was maybe like a native population of 300 people. We took this like new version of the nuke where it does fission and fusion at the same time. Turns out we can make the yield of it go up like 200x. Yep, we bombed the fuck out of them and didn't tell anybody about it until, like the early 80s. Oh, and we dropped a nuke in Vietnam. I forget what that operation was called, but we had a nuke inside of Vietnam ready in case things went sour and Russia started to show some teeth. Hydrogen bomb, yeah, that. I forget what that operation was called, but we had a nuke and it was potentially compromised at one point. Yeah, Edward Teller, that was the one. Yep. So, I love history. I really do. The point I'm making in all of this is that we have secured our financial proverbial hand in cookie jar just by being really good at shooting and bombing shit. And now, everybody has been indebted to us. If NATO can call on the United States and tell us to please, for the love of fucking God, and everything that is holy and democratic, stop, please. Our balls are blue, swollen, and just like there's nothing left to squeeze. We get it. You want us to listen to you. Yeah, but now who is the U.S. indebted to now behind the Fed? The neutron bomb? Yeah. Wait until EMPs have the line crossed and somebody decides to detonate a nuke above the atmosphere. I bet all those semiconductor companies are really gonna do well then. Talking about the Fallout show? Oh, Trevor, what up, dude? I know that name. So, up until the Gulf War, things were pretty smooth. I can't say it. Couple T attacks, over the years from people who were not going to go there. But for the most part, things were kind of the same geographically, geopolitically as they were 40, 50 years prior. Then the Middle East, okay? And now technology has advanced so far that like we can just build $20 million missiles. And I'm saying missiles plural. I really mean singular. Like firing a Tomahawk missile costs like $25 million. To produce a Tomahawk ballistic missile is like $25 million. And we have like 40,000 of these fucking things on standby. Okay? Like, we can just do this now. Like, we found the infinite money glitch. Be the biggest bully in the room, right? And as Roosevelt said, speak softly but carry a big stick, right? Well, now the big stick is like fucking cruise missiles, okay? And F-35s. Like, an F-35 is like $250 million to build, okay? Yeah, missile printer, go burr. And everybody asks, well, what backs our fiat currency? Hmm? Do you understand the fear that goes through one man's soul when there is a flying fucking 50 fucking ton flying piece of metal that has somehow achieved to be invisible on radar because of somehow the cross section that they have been able to engineer with this thing. Okay, it can fly up behind you and you won't even notice. Yeah, when we sell the F-35s now, okay, this is like the aimbot of modern warfare. Okay, this thing can pilot itself, albeit we've had a couple bugs. One of them just fucking crashed and injured the pilot, and then there was another one that went missing. Do you guys remember this? There was an F-35 that went missing like 6 months ago. It's just a fucking $250 million lottery ticket just floating around in the sky somewhere, right? Okay. This thing can operate on its own. It can use its own guidance system and coordinate with other aircraft, not just other F-35s. It can use any data from anything that has a radio transmitter on it and use that as part of its attack vector. This thing can do everything without being seen, and I bet you without being heard, because by the time you hear shit, it's supersonic and it's moving faster than sound can get to you, just like the fucking bullet of a fucking M24 sniper rifle. You're going to be dead before you even get to hear those fucking air particles being compressed by this little tiny fucking bullet. You're dead, right? Then the crack as the ricochet of your blood, flesh, and skull, cranium start to, hit against the rock. That's what this thing is. And it doesn't even need a pilot. Actually, I want Halo theme song? Yes. I should have the Halo theme song playing right now. Okay, we'll call it Barrett 50 cal. I don't know. So anywho, right? We sell these things now. We sell them, and it costs us nothing up front because the people that produce them, that we're buying them from, are companies in our own country. And don't forget the A10 Warthog. That thing is I love that thing to death. The terror. Like when you hear that Gatling gun with the Doppler effect, dude. Like some countries are lucky if they have like a really talented like ballet dancer. Some countries are really lucky if they get like an Einstein. And nowadays it's like, oh, you can publicly criticize your government without being charged and imprisoned. Wow. Yeah, we produce these flying death machines that can find you anywhere and blow you up and not the house next to you. we can level wherever you're at. Oh, you want to go underground? Yeah, well, turns out we already thought of that. We have these bunker busting missiles. Yeah, you could be like 10 or 20 meters underground and you're still going to meet your maker. You're just 10 to 20 meters closer to him by the time you get there. Okay? Like, think of the war on drugs. We're like, wow, how can they do this? How can they can just sell this stuff in our country? It's just terrible. Yeah, we get to do that all over the fucking world with death. And now here we are, okay? God, this has been really fun. Okay. So the United States has had this financial economic like dom position for over a century now. Okay? Some people still ask, what backs the US dollar? Okay? Where this originally started is all of this power goes two ways. It started 100 years ago with our technological and militaristic prowess. And instead of continually just fucking destroying the earth, which we still do, we decided to switch from instead of hurting people physically, we will hurt them financially. Okay? No more bullets, no more bombs. We're gonna do dollar bills and interest rates. Unfortunately, that is the more civilized version of warfare. And now with BRICS, Russia and China and India, they're starting to pull away from it. And they, by extension, were victims of this debt because they were lucky and unlucky enough to not get leveled and have their borders redrawn over the span of a couple of years and a few million dead, right? But they weren't too privy to the new currency, the new economic systems. So, if you think that somehow, some way, a movie theater chain and a video game retailer are allowed to destroy the very system that has redrawn every single border on every single continent of every single hemisphere for the past century, right? We're not gonna bomb you. We're not gonna shoot you. We might play like chicken with naval cruisers in the Pacific, but that's it. Unless you're in Yemen and you want to start taking shots at us. God. Okay? We're not going to do that. We are going to assert our economic prowess against you through tariffs, interest rates. We will incentivize other nations that you rely on to no longer do business with you. Yeah, I'm sure it's all related to having the US dollar being the controlling currency. Yeah, the petrodollar. Look how that turned out. Hey, Daves, what up, dude? Good to see you back. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, meddling with oil. Yeah. Okay. And you think you're justified in saying that the share prices of these things can go that high. You're crazy. So, where does that leave us? Are you saying Trump spending $8 trillion was a problem and Biden trying to catch him up? No, I have no idea what you're trying to imply with that. So that's part one. Okay. If these stocks were such an this is like 20 minutes later. I'm getting really good at getting back to my points. If these stocks were truly such economic risks that could destabilize the world superpower's economy, Why would one of these hedge funds that's going to blow up, right, with trillions of dollars in liabilities because of this thing going up in share price, why wouldn't they just take, what's this thing worth? Huh? What's AMC worth? Why wouldn't they just pony up $1.28 billion, right? Maybe call it 1.5 just to add some premium, make sure the deal goes through, and just buy them out privately. Why go through all of the effort and stress and anxiety of putting the world economy at risk? There's like $20 trillion of assets under management across all of the major funds. Any like money market funds, hedge funds, mutual funds. Trillions, okay? There's 1,000 thousands in a million, 1,000 millions in a billion, and 1,000 trillions, or 1,000 billions in a trillion. This is pennies. Why not just write them a letter and say, hey, we'll buy you out for $2 billion. We will pay you a premium of 75%. Take them private, delist them, sell off the assets, and that's it. That's literally it. And then by extension, why wouldn't the government instruct them to do so? Or why wouldn't the government just do it? Our GDP is like $6 trillion annually. We have $32 trillion in debt, $34 trillion in debt. So why not just take like 0.1%? No, 0.1% of our GDP. 0.001% of our GDP. Spend that on this, and that means that all of that GDP, those trillions of dollars, are no longer at risk. America's spent 50 years fighting the USSR just to become a gay retarded. That's exactly it. That is exactly it. So, chat, what did we learn? I'll help you with the first one. Sign up on OnlyFlows, right? Link in the description. I'm going to put it in the chat. All right. Sign up for OnlyFlows. That protects you from the fluoride in the water. Makes your dong longer and your sack blacker, right? The US dollar isn't backed by anything number related. It is backed by a thing that we have coined as democracy and the proliferation of it. Camera, hello? Holy fuck, it's raining outside. It has not rained in my part of the state in like 2 months. What was good, brother? Thank you. Wait, are you... No, that's a greeting. Never mind. Oh, we're just going over a history lesson. I can't wait to clip this motherfucker up. Isn't that why they took the buy button away? It was pretty quick and easy way to... Yeah, exactly. I talked about this in my last video if you want to go look at it, and I explained it concisely and without getting too carried away. The only 2 times naked short selling ever occurred, in my opinion, was in January of 21 on GameStop, and then July of 23, like post-Ape, once Ape was tradable on AMC. Okay? And the one I'm highlighting is GameStop, because that was confirmed by the exchanges to have greater than a 100% short interest. When they sold all of those naked shorts, how do you close out? If you sold something to open, how do you close that? Right? If you buy to open on a stock, right, then you get to sell to close. So if you sell to open on something, you buy to close. So let's take a step back. GameStop was going through the roof. It was becoming a problem. they didn't just stop trading, right? They didn't say everyone no longer gets to trade this. What they did do is they said, this can still trade, it can still be bought, and it can still be sold, but if you're retail, you can't buy. So what is your option there? You can only sell. Okay? Well, in every transaction, there is a buyer and a seller. Yeah, see? Baptistas gets it. What they did is they solved the naked short problem by buying back everything retail only had the choice of selling. That's what happened. And the fucked part is I have said this for years. Now, I don't know enough about like the swaps thing that Richard Newton. I don't know anything or enough about that. I've watched a lot of his stuff, but I don't know enough to speak to it or on it, so I will refrain from doing so. In general, though, in theory, that all becomes null and void if things were closed out when the buy button was turned off. If retail cannot really move a stock, then why turn off the buy button at all? Well, because they needed to buy back what they sold as a naked short. And the only way to make that happen is to get people to stop buying. And the moment that you make them realize that they can only sell now, it creates panic. That was a convenient byproduct of the situation. And because now people can only sell, it's a one-way valve. It can only go one direction now. So if you decide to hold on to something that now can only be sold, you're an idiot. And that means that the only people who can buy are institutions. The same people who sold you those things that shouldn't have been sold to begin with. Question is, what prevents them from turning it off again? Nothing. Literally nothing. 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 It's the same thing. Like, they violate a rule, they whatever, and get a fine and a fancy hearing with the one who is it? She's the old black lady. She did the GameStop hearing, and then she did there was another big one that she did. Forgive me, I can't remember her name. But you'll have one of those to satisfy the public and give you Maxine Waters. Thank you. You'll have the hearing with Maxine Waters, and you'll get the questioning where 90% of the people who are doing the questioning don't even know what like a web browser is. So they're going to be asking questions that their lobbyists have requested them to pay, or have requested them to ask, right? So they can spin their narratives. And ultimately, the only questions that are going to be, it's just like an earnings call. They're only going to take the questions from people who have given their company buy ratings. Yeah. Janet Yellen. Yeah. Transitory, by the way. So, slap on the wrist. You get your media cycle. A new precedent that'll be cited 2 decades from now over, some new trading brokerage account thing for some new hologram shit token NFT, lien on your metaverse house. It doesn't matter. This system is designed so that supply and demand ultimately don't matter because we live in a time of technology. Markets prioritize liquidity because when liquidity no longer exists, bad things happen, and bad is, of course, relative. Normality to the spider is chaos to the fly. Okay, in 2008, the general public were the fly. In 2021, retail was the spider. it just doesn't. The markets are designed to be efficient, and the markets are designed so that you don't have to be in a liquidity crisis, because liquidity crises are what happened in the dot-com bubble. Go all the way back. That was the crash of 1929, 1932 was another one, I think. I think 1951 was another one. 71, 87, 2000, 2001, a little bit in 2006, 2007, 8. The taper tantrum in 2018. COVID. You know, we're now in a weird form of capitalism as far as our capital markets go, where there is no such thing as crashing. Everything now is vested into the dollar, because the dollar is what keeps the war machine moving. And right now, oh my God, way over in Europe, someone wants to draw new lines on maps. And then over in the Pacific, in Asia, there's another person who wants to draw new lines on maps. And the last person to draw lines on the map was us, and the time before that was us, and the time before that. Like, we're not giving that up. And the only way that happens is dollar bill. If the US dollar seizes, then the next world order transitions. And I'm not talking about like a United States government regime change. I'm talking about learn Mandarin now and get your Matryoshka dolls and all that. Because this fucking country is not fit to fight a war. God. Oh boy. No point of cat system because you'll still see some byproduct of that. So the US dollar ain't going nowhere, which means markets go burr, right? There is no understating how critical a positive economic outlook is right now. The United States cannot afford, and in the United States view, the world cannot afford for our economic prowess to decay. Somebody get me the figure just so I stop like spitballing from what I think is my recollection of the price. How much does a Tomahawk cruise missile cost to fire? Forget the fire part. Just how much does it cost? Like, AMC is worth 40 Tomahawk cruise missiles, assuming that my number is right, of $25 million. Do you understand that? You think 40 Tomahawk cruise missiles... It's $2 million? My apologies. There's no way. Fuck me, damn, we're getting pretty good. Markets are becoming more efficient. What's the really expensive one? Fuck. Is it the Patriot missile? Patriot interceptors, $4 million per missile, and we're sending those to Ukraine and Israel. Right? Like, that's what we do. Like, we are the protector in the world. Which means we get to make $4 million missiles around the clock. Holy fuck, that's ridiculous. $2 million from... Yeah, I mean, this is normal. Our military spending budget is like $2 trillion. Excuse me, $820 billion in the national defense budget as of 2023. Okay? That's like 700 AMCs. That is 1/3 of an Apple and 1/4 of a Microsoft. And if you notice where all of those like well-performing countries or well-performing companies are located, it's here. The Trident missile, I think that's the one. Isn't that widely used, widely deployed? Moab, yeah. Moabs are interesting, but we don't use those very often. Hey, Tyrese, thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, the cost of servicing our debt will outpace our military spending budget, yeah. Just interest payments alone will outpace our military spending budget this year. I saw the first 3 words of that, and I'm like, I know this. I know where this is going. Oh yeah, nuclear submarines, thank you. Yeah, the Trident system, air, land, and sea, yeah. Yeah. Just absurd stuff. Oh, it's in 10 years, my bad. What about the trillions of dollars that go? Yeah, like the Pentagon and then 9/11. Yeah, I know. I get it. That's like it's when you steal the 20 from your mom's purse. That's what that is. Like you think naked shorts and like rehypothecation are a problem. Wait until you look at how governments manage their own funds. Yeah. My FBI agent is having a heyday. Congratulations, you're all on the cool kids watch list. 6 of them. Yeah, 2 million can buy a lot of tacos. You know, it's like people have lost so much perspective with this whole meme stock thing and like Dogecoin. Like people are like, I'm gonna be a billionaire from Dogecoin and Shiba Inu shitcoin and come fart diggly dong coin. And it's like, dude, if you need diddly dong squat coin to go to 10 cents, a coin, right? Yeah, dude, it's so easy. Like Apple's, $180 a share, and like Cardano. Do I sound like Buffett? I feel like I sound like Buffett when I talk like that. So why can't diddly dong shitcoin go to 10 cents? It's it's like 1/100 of a penny. Oh, it's like, dude, do you know what market cap is? Nah, I'm in it for the white paper. The market cap's not relevant. Like, it's like every day there's a new level of density that some people, yeah, it's called safe mode. It's a token. it's got safe in the name. It's has less risk than a T-bill. It's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? There's only 260 trillion in supply. Do you know how many shares are outstanding at Apple? This is fucking ridiculous, dude. There's so much fucking stupid shit, and people like have convinced themselves that the possibilities of these things are even worth considering. Let alone worth considering. I mean, like worth putting money into, because that's what they do. Like, it pains me. It pains me. I actually had a text from a mate that read, "My cum rocket has fucking exploded overnight." Dude, there was a meta of Solana coin that was just utterly fucking racist. Oh, is it like 3 months ago? Oh my god, it was so fucked up. That was the strangest meta of crypto I have ever fucking seen. Like first it was like Joe Biden and like Donald Trump coin, like the really poor Microsoft Paint portraits. And then out of nowhere there's goddamn, there's like, God, I shouldn't say it. I'm not gonna say it. You fill in the blanks. Just some of the most obscene shit I've ever seen, and it's got a market cap almost as much as AMC. Did I buy it? Fuck no. I ain't touching any of that shit. Fuck Solana. Fuck Ethereum. You guys go make your money. I'm an idiot, but I'm not that level of like degenerate. I love my options. I love options. Crypto's not worth it to me. It's just not. It's too much shit, too much shit to worry about. Like, oh, you hate that the buy button was turned off in 21. Yeah, imagine that the liquidity pool just like dumps, and it's like, hey guys, we forgot that we had a developer who was from India, and he was still in the group chat. He was only supposed to make our logo. And anyways, he got the tokens. We leaked the phrase. We promise this isn't how it was supposed to be. We love our community and we intend to distribute chocolate covered pretzels and raisins in the near future. I can't, dude. I can't. This is so fucking stupid. Oh, you thought it was fucked when that fucking Voldemort fucking Harry Potter looking character Vlad Tenev just had to turn off the buy button for 8 hours. Yeah, well, this is like the wild fucking west. And I don't care for it. It's fun to watch, but I don't want to touch it. It's like the red light district of finance. Sounds like Planet Fitness, yeah. He was in hiding? Who? Oh, Vlad? You know, like, dude, 100 years ago. Fuck that. 50 years ago. No, that would fuck, dude. 50 years ago was the 70s. In 6 years, if you say it's been 50 years ago, you're talking about the 80s. Do I drive a Subi? No, I actually have a 370. I love you. I'm gonna marry that woman. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to reply to your comment, but I was in the middle of like going live. I was like, I'll do it after this. But yeah, you're close. You're very close. I washer modded. I washer modded my fucking car. And people call me a grifter. Can you imagine? I sold myself out to Melvin Capital and Citadel just so I could washer mod my 2015 370Z. I can't, dude. There's so much stupid shit nowadays. It's ridiculous. Yeah, the especially from in the cabin, those 370s and the Subis, they sound very similar. My brother used to have a WRX, and I think it was the STI. No, wait, I have that wrong. No, it was an STI, not a WRX. It had an STI, and it was whatever like the souped up package was of it, but it has a really nice exhaust, and it sounded very similar. Like his sounds more authentic and like has more range, or had more range. Whereas mine, like I only did like one washer because I didn't want it to be absurd, and I knew I was going to lose some engine compression. So I was like, yeah, I'll just do one. It was just enough space that it became audible, but so little that it didn't become douchey and ricey. Just like a nice little purr. But the like up to like 500 revs maybe. It sounds pretty good. Maybe up to 1,000. And then from like 1,000 to 2,500, it's just like this monotone sound. It's like if you took the standard like non what do you call it? Like the stock sound of like a stock exhaust. It just sounded like that in the cabin, just louder. Like duh, that's that's what the point of a muffler is and all that. But that's the like audio profile you get in that range. And then anything past like 2,500 just kind of sounds like shitty. SOS Customs? Sounds good, thank you. It turned out better than I thought it did, and so did my brother. He was like, because he's the car guy of the family. And I did it without consulting him because I knew he was going to be like, "What the fuck are you doing? Don't you dare do that!" And so I was like, "Hey Bob, can you come get in my car with me?" And he just gave me this strange look, like, "What the fuck? This is the first time you've ever asked me to do this." Because he originally had a Z back in the day. That's why I got it. And I turned on the car, and he's like, "What the fuck is that?" And I didn't tell him until we got out of the car. Halfway through the ride, he's like, "This sounds pretty good. Just like an HK? Is this a I forget what the other go-to one was." And I'm like, no. And he was starting to get pissed because he's the car guy. He knows he can. You could give him like a tenth of a second of a sound bite of an exhaust, and he can tell you what car, what exhaust. Hell, he might even be able to tell you the year. Then we get out of the car, and he's like, "So what is it?" And I just got into the car with him and then pointed at the Y pipe. I'm like, "You see that little gap?" And that was it. What do you got, Doge Pound? Mason, I don't know if you're in the chat, but I just saw what you sent me. Oh, I think Ty sent me the nutrition facts on the fucking pretzels. Premium gourmet chocolate candies. They have to be real at that point. Yo, Cajun, what up, my guy? I love you fuckers. Hold on. This was the like funniest thing all day. This fucking idiot. He followed me and unfollowed me apparently. This fucking okay, tell me why. Okay, help me here. So my older brother, same car guy. He's about 7 years older than me. I've always looked up to him, but he was too much older than me that I couldn't like share classes with him. Right? By the time I got into middle school, he was going to college, right? That's just how the cookie crumbles. But I still love him to death. I still look up to him. But I'd always try to emulate him because he's my older brother. his generation was like the ska emo shit, and like my Bullet for My Valentine and Taking Back Sunday and kind of like the edgy stuff, you know. But this was around the time where like Obey. I still don't know what the cultural significance was, but that was like the go-to like cool thing was Obey. At one point, I think it was like 2007 to like 2011. Obey for some reason was a thing. Still don't know what the fuck it meant. I just know that it was cool. And then I'd see it in gamer tags on Xbox Live. Still don't know why. Okay? This fucking Darwinian spectacle here had the audacity to try to talk some shit. Okay? I'm just gonna read the tweet. Instead of plagiarizing myself, I'm just gonna read the tweet. Okay? Because I tweeted something. I've been tweeting all day about SPY going up. I barely missed the bottom. I called the bottom early by like 10 minutes. With a tool that I fucking made. And then this tool has the fucking audacity. Okay? Replies with a clown emoji. Okay? I said SPY rebound time. Okay? This was at 10:57. Okay, 10:57. Which would have been here. Okay? So yeah, this was a little early. We did get a bounce, but it continued down, another 0.25%. He replies with this 10 minutes after the fact. So he waited. He waited for here. He saw this and was like, okay, it's going down. He fucked up, though. Stupid fucking camera. Okay, so he persisted. Obey was a clown called also big. Okay. Alright. Did not know that. Okay. Interesting. He's just jealous a little. You're about. I appreciate that. No, it's fun to bust chops. I was kind of waiting. I was hoping somebody would say something because it's fun. It doesn't get under my skin. I love doing this. I feed off of people doubting me. It's just built different. So I tweet this. I'm trying to process the embarrassment one would feel for having brandished a do not serve wristband given to you at the door, whilst the quality of this photo indicates it was taken with a smartphone made after the year 2010. So the Obey t-shirt means you dressed up as a time traveler from the early 2000s to this Halloween party, or you're just actually fucking retarded. All this juxtaposed by having made this your profile picture on a public forum for thousands of people to see, I can only assume you top and bottom tick every chart your brokerage account touches, and you blame your nuked portfolios on market makers. He did not take kindly. And all day he kept talking shit, and some of you rascals, some of you fought for your king, and you've been noted and you shall be anointed. Shortly after, I realized this was in his bio. The man, the myth, the motherfucking weatherman legend. Thank you, crazy. For 24 fucking months. Holy shit. Has it been that long? Has it really been that fucking long? Fuck me, it has been. Dude, thank you so much. It's not even the money. It's never been about the money. And I know you know that. 20, dude, there were Twitch channels. Come here, fucking fucker. I hate this camera. Hello? Fucking jazz hands? I don't fucking know at this point. Just gonna fucking... Maybe I need to spit on it like the old days. Holy fucking shit. Please. I can't fucking stand this thing, dude. What the fuck? Why would you write fucking face recognition just to have it recognize your face and track with it? What the fuck? I don't. Keep going. Sick. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, it's never been about the money, but there were Twitch streamers back in the day. I was barely making shit money wise, but it meant the world that I got to like subscribe to them on Twitch for $5 a month, and that like that streak of like, hey, like I've done this for 3 months in a row, 6 months in a row. There's a sentimental value to that, and I don't know you. I've never met you. I hope one day to, but it really, really means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. This has been a wild ride. This has been a wild fucking ride. Yeah, so all day I was calling this motherfucking thing out, where it's like, hey, GME's gonna go up, SPY's gonna go up, and you motherfuckers, you were like the SS. Fuck, I probably shouldn't continue that. You were my private little militia of World War I veterans in Eastern Europe. To this poor soul, this poor Polish individual. Fucking A. Like, dude, I was on calls. I was on business calls. And, like, every 15 minutes, this fucking retard would, like, tweet me again. Like, oh, what happened now? You haven't replied. Let's see if I can find him, actually. I hope he hasn't deleted them yet. 2 hours ago, I was right, you were wrong. Here's a gift for you to show you the exact kind of person you are. Get a life and stop master. Wait, I don't have this one muted. Why is it? That's not supposed to be muted. I did not mute you. Both. I don't know if he was talking shit about GameStop or not. SPY closed green today. How were those puts? Wait. I'm gonna quote tweet this fucking idiot. Like, tell me, like, I'm like the Tom Cruise of the stock market. Okay, hear me out. The isotope of titanium that resides in my testicles, okay, my balls of steel, to say SPY will rebound when it was down almost 0.75% on a Friday. Look at this. Look at I'm exhausted, okay? I've been building this shit nonstop. My life is markets. All right? I will buy AMC before I retire. That's how much fucking money I'm going to make from me, my friends and family, and all of my loved ones. All right? Like, this is like aviation grade fucking material that these huevos are composed of. To call for a SPY rebound on a Friday with a tool I just made, okay? This fucking retard had every single odd in his favor, and he pushed it. He really tried. And you can look at the timestamps because he would wait. He would wait for the candle to close red and like go down more before he'd talk shit, because he would do it conveniently right after that candle would close. All day just talking shit. I'm already out of my puts that were up 600%. How can you make 600% on your puts when the fucking thing opened red? Like, it opened red. It was down 0.4%. Okay. You're telling me you made 600%. At that point, it can only be 0 days. Okay. I almost want to write a script out of spite to see if any contract in that chain today increased by 600%. I think you'd be more like Robert Downey. 80% of my beer and weed money went to GME calls. Luckily, my man. That's how it be. That's how it be. Okay, so this fucking idiot says his puts went 600%. Like, I don't think 600% moves come from like that early in the day. Don't really exist like that. That's when gamma, like when your deltas are low and gamma's really high, which is only happening towards the last third or quarter of the day, and they're out of the money. Okay, anyway. And been scalped spike calls. No thanks to your guy calling out BS a whole hour early. And whoever this is, you have great logic. I admire that about you. Your put gains are irrelevant. No one mentioned them, but you. You called a bounce ahead of dark project and played on the bounce. Relevant is that to you? It's signal to prepare for an exit, but choose logical fallacy. Social media warrior. God, this is really good. Yeah, 0-day SPX, but because it opened down already, the drift is how the modern version of the Black-Scholes formula denotes this, right? I hate over-explaining things and trying to use big words. And I'm really not trying to do that here, so forgive me. What makes an option spike like that is when the market hasn't priced it in yet, which is normally when you have these binary flips. Calls would have made 600% today, like that. That early in the day, because the deltas are too high. And there's too much extrinsic value to these things that the curve you have for pricing is too flat because the risk is adjusted over a wider area of price, right? Because there's a lot of possibilities left when you have more time. Whereas towards the end of the day, when you only have an hour left, that curve compresses more narrowly to where spot is. Like, it's always compressed towards spot, but because there's less time, you still, in theory, have the same amount of risk. I'm saying that loosely. But the range is a lot less because there's less time. And I am an SPX fucking gladiator. Was. So, albeit I'm going off experience and anecdote, so I don't have any numbers to back what I'm saying. I really want to write a little Python script out of spite just to go through every single chain for today and see if anything went 600%, because I guarantee you it did not. Not until like noon or 1 o'clock, and the thing was going up by then. Like, it only went down until 12:30. So, like, for things to be eligible for a 600% gain like that, would be after this. This is such like, I wanted to trade 0-day calls today and I didn't. Anywho, like up until 1 o'clock, there's too much time in the day, so therefore your premiums become really smooth. Hey, Team Eyes Box, what up, dude? If you're reading my responses, I think both sides. Thanks for asking. No thanks to you. Oh, I really have something really creative. Really creative, but I'm not going to do it. I love Twitter. I'm gonna go piss real quick. I'm so fucking tired. Looks like he's throwing a coffee at the wall. That or he can. No, this is currently under renovation. Does GME rip or dip after earnings? God damn it. Am I still alive? Did it recover? My shit just disconnected. Please, just do the fucking thing. Piece of shit fucking camera. Okay, we're good, right? 527 calls from Monday. We're down. Yeah, no, I'm thinking like 0 days today. Pretty sure he said they were 0 days. And like and share the stream, please. On my journey to overtaking Matt Kors once again. fuck? This is so fucking annoying. How do I add a friend on Discord? Are you fucking serious? Can I not like add a friend while I'm live? Or while I'm in like streamer mode? You only see half of Asher because he's half the man he used to be. He has a woman now. Personally, I like the way Kuwait backs its currency. It's backed by a basket of the world's strongest currencies and commodities. Huh. So they're just like a 4x ETF. That's interesting. Can't think of a better way to spend my Friday than listening to the ramblings of a madman. Outstanding. Thank you. New paint option from Home Depot. The brown apple splatters. But fuck it, he knows stock. So yeah, that's what the wifey is for. Yeah, today's been good, man. I've only gotten better at this shit. I was a little afraid that I would be rusty. That is entirely not the case. I try to watch him every once in a while, and I have to turn him off once he starts claiming he's both a degenerate gambler and also a master bot trader in a span of 5 minutes. What? How are your 0DT SPX adventures recently? I got cooked on one of my smaller accounts like 2 weeks ago. I've gotten really good at them, and I've made a lot of money, and I've lost a lot of money with them. Something that really helped me though was just withdrawing. Like just take money out of the account. Anytime there's a green day, take half or more of it out. Just like secure it. Because if you leave it in the casino, it's gonna go to a machine. This is just how it is. So that helped me a lot, which helped me kind of reduce the anxiety of like needing to revenge trade in case I lost, like on a trade. Because I knew I was still I had capital that I've made. Because if it's sitting in your brokerage account, it comes off more as like a token to play than it is like a dollar to spend. And that's very dangerous. So that helped a lot. And then I've made a lot of stuff on OnlyFlows to help me out. And I've always been a pretty good tape reader. And that's progressed as well. What's always bit me though is trading on Fridays, trading on anything near a holiday, And what will really get me is revenge trading / chasing. Because if I'll put $5,000 into a position, like a 0 day, and if it loses 50%, I'm gonna throw another $5,000 at it. Like 7 times out of 10, 3 out of 5 times. That's what I do. If the setup is warranted, that's what I'm gonna do. And to me, it's not that I'm down 50%. It's that I have a 25% discount. So it sounds ridiculous, but there have been some very incredible times that I've been able to generate with that. Only problem is it's not consistent. I'm lucky that most of the time the consistency is made up for in magnitude. But as of recent, that's what burned me. So I've been taking a break from all that and just focusing on developing only flows. The thing that really got me to understand what it is that I need to be trading, it's obviously it's the chart. You trade the chart. But what changed my perspective is not worrying about the directionality as a binary thing. Like if I'm buying puts, obviously I want it to go down. But instead of getting like caught off guard if it goes up, I'll just draw it out. I'll try to keep this point simple. All right. Fuck. Okay. So this is SPX. Okay, so if I see SPX trading here, and none of this is to scale, so don't worry about the pricings. I had an epiphany chatting with my buddy Josh, Lucid Trades, if you're at all familiar with him. And I was telling him my strategy one day. I had a really good day, and he and I were chatting about it. And I was explaining to him how I trade, and he was like, "Dude, you're fucking crazy." And I said, "What do you mean?" "Sam, you don't have any price targets that you go by to enter or exit." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" So he pulls up a chart and he says, "Okay, you're saying I should have got into this with you." And I'm like, "Yeah." He says, "Okay, what price? Like, what price would I enter calls?" And I'm like, "I don't know." And he was just dumbfounded for a second, and so was I, because that's when I realized I don't trade by price targets. I trade by directions, and I have regions that I see as my buying opportunities. Now, hopefully, I don't get a ton of buying opportunities, because if I have a ton of buying opportunities, that means I'm losing a lot. Because I don't add into winners. I always trim from winners and I add to losers. It's like if I'm trying to go short, these are my regions. At the open, I'm not going to do it right away, unless it's gapped up, and I have reason to think that the market's going to go down. But regardless of that, I look at regions. So if I go bust in here, then I look up here as my next opportunity. But hopefully no higher than this. Otherwise, I'm really fucked, and the option's just going to get priced out of any movement, especially as the day progresses. And then hopefully I get it right. I would probably add here one more time, because this is confirmation to me. And then on the way down, you know, I'm going to be trimming at these levels. So I scale in, I scale out. Like after that big drop, I'll close like half the position. And then the rest of that are riders. Damn, pushing 3.5 hour stream today. Dude, I'm so tired. I've been up all night. Been working on OnlyFlows and trying to fix my sleep schedule, and it's brutal right now. The amount of water you consumes makes me wonder how fucked on coke are you right now? You think that's water? Wow, that's fascinating. So where I get burned is what I thought was like a dip buying opportunity. Actually turns into that. Because I'm trying to go short. So if there are enough iterations of me trying to essentially dollar cost average, you know, I'll be adding the same amount normally, like $5,000 down here at first. Let's say it's 20 contracts. Another $5,000 up here is like 60 contracts. Another $5,000 would be like 200. And then by the time we're up here, like they're worth nothing. Like there is no bid. So I'm just fucked. But, and there have been a handful of times that this happens, I don't rely on it. And it still kind of makes me feel sick when it happens because it's not. This is gambling. What can happen is I'll take another couple grand. If it's been like a good week, I'll take 10 grand maybe. And I will say fuck everything and fuck everyone. I'm just going to buy at the top. I'm going to get these literally as cheap as they can get. Sometimes you'll have like a cataclysmic dip. And this, like I've had near 6-figure days because of this. And not just like by being in the green 6 figures. I mean, I was down 40 grand and this went into like a $70,000 position in the green. So net is 100,000. 15 minutes left in trading day. Dump? Yeah, exactly. Dude, I got really good at playing those market on close orders. That was another thing. There was like this little regime that I think showed up during the last couple months of last year where the market on close would always create some volatility. Like normally what happens is you'll have the S&P will pin with futures. Those option sellers will convert to fixed vol. And by doing that, they can pin the index's option or index's underlying while hedging with futures because they start to gradient that as the day progresses. They'll open the day, unwind or hedge, right? And then as you go over into like noon, they'll divvy up, if they're hedging long or short with futures. And then by like the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock mark, they're primarily trading futures and then trading options or trading trading the underlying as a byproduct. So the volatility in the actual index decays because they're moving that volatility into the options because they can't hedge the index overnight. You can only do that with futures. So if you catch them off guard going into that market on close, and they can no longer either do that fixed vol, or they can no longer contain the pin because of volatility actually taking place, and it has to show up on the index's chart, it's insane. I mean, you can literally take 1 or 2 strikes away from the money for a penny or 5 cents each. Those can skyrocket to, $3, $5, $7. Massive fucking disgusting moves. And I wish I had the time. I wanted to write a custom algorithm that took dark pool data, option data, ETF data, second and third order Greeks, and basically take whatever the itch that I got when I saw an opportunity, what even was the opportunity and why did I see it as one, convert that into code and then automate it and then see if I could make it a consistent thing that you get these 300, 400, 500%, 2000% moves. Because if you can get 1 out of 6 times correct for a 500% gain, you'll be just above break even. So then it's a really small amount that you need to get over to make that profitable. If you really dissolve things down to it, if you trade the same amount of capital every trade, and you always close at a certain loss and you always close at a certain gain, you only need to win 50.0001% of your trades. Over enough iterations, you become profitable. So that's a really interesting, law to interact with. That goddamn SPX move today was crazy. That was a 2.5%, no, almost 2.5% move. How big was that move? That was almost 2% move. That's insane. I need milk money. Yeah, options are crazy, man. It's a lot to learn, and you will drive yourself insane. What can we use on OnlyFlows for this? I do this with the last few minutes. Day and C contracts do 40 cents to... Yeah. So what I like to do, and this is the new version, the executives and I decided to pause memberships, new signups, until this version is released, which is going to be June 9th. So we have a wait list that is actually about to launch tonight that you can sign up on. If you go to onlyflows.app and register, I'm going to be sending out an email that sends you the waitlist link. Or better yet, I'll probably just convert you into a waitlist member, and then you'll get all your updates and stuff. There'll be a discount code with it. I think the link is in the description. In case it's not, let me post it here. Today they went 40 cents to Jesus, dude. Yeah, that's my fucking poison right there. That's my heroin. What do you think about IEP stock? Like and share the stream, please. Icon Enterprises. Yeah, like and share, por favor. It means a lot. And subscribe if you haven't already. This looks fucking disgusting, my man. I'm not gonna lie. This looks real bad. Oil refining. What the fuck is going on here? What happened to this thing? Is this a short play or something? FFIE? Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, you can't purchase right now. I need to fix it so it doesn't just shit the bed on you. I apologize for that. 10,000 plus. Yeah, no doubt there were like some 5-figure like percentage uh, plays without a doubt. Yeah, Eric, I'm gonna be doing that right after I hop off. Maybe I'll code it on stream. Like I won't be able to show you guys the code, but I'll be here coding and chit chatting. Um, but if you sign up, then you'll get the email that says the wait list is open. And then I think I can just add you. Yeah, I know I can add you to the wait list automatically. Yeah, IEP looks really fucking disgusting, dude. I'm not gonna lie. This looks bad. A lot of action on the $20 call. This is so this is the current version of OnlyFlows. Yeah, $16 put, $16 put. Well, I guess okay. So your saving grace. This doesn't look like there's much volume. It's got 9% short interest, and then so this right here is our institutional levels, and I can't give too much away about how this works, but essentially whatever is in the pink bar is where institutions are jumping in at the most. And the rule of thumb that I use, and what I found gives me the best results, this by default is set to the 7-day, I think. So this is the past 7 days of all of the dark pool orders. This is where the most volume has shown up price-wise. And this is in order of price. If the current price is above the pink bar, so the pink bar says 16.25. If it's above the pink bar, that typically means purchasing. So IEP is trading at 16.5. Pink bar is at 16.25. So to me, this looks like buying. Greg Harrington, go fuck yourself. Appreciate you. And what I like to do is I like to do a walk down on each time frame. So I click the 7-day. JK, we're already on the 7-day. So today, 16.45. So we're above today's levels. We're above the 7-day levels. What's the 30-day? The 30-day is all the way at 18.40. So someone's been dumping at 18.40. The 90-day, 16.94. So we're still below that. The 6 months, 17.77. So a lot of selling. And then like the largest orders, 17.60, 17.48, 17.36. Nothing over the past 7 days for anything that is below the current price. And today, the biggest was at 16.56, 16.55, 53, 16.48. Most of these look like sells. And then somebody sold some calls, but it wasn't that much. Volume or premium. And then finally, splash trades, which again, without giving too much away, we can identify significant trades that seem to be convenient in retrospect. GameStop had a lot of these. Before GameStop ran, there were so many splash trades. So many splash trades. These are dark pool trades. It's like on April 16th, they go back to like April 2nd, I think. We just pull 50 at a time and show them to you. So the most recent 50 on April 16th, level at 1037. April 16th, 1037. April 16th, 1037. Like all these for the same amount of shares. Like somebody was iceberging these things and buying this motherfucker up way before it took off. Just dozens of these. Like we're not even into May yet. And there's like 250,000 shares, 1/3 shares, 1/3 shares, 500,000 shares. Just ridiculous, right? On IEP, all of those were taking place in the 17s, a little bit in the 15s back on December 15th, but other than that, it's not much. So I'm not really a fan. I don't know. Maybe you know something I don't. FFIE, Jesus, yeah, the dark pool is literally breaking our charts. I'll do this for you. I'll break out I'll break out the new tool I'm working on. Okay, so this does effectively the same thing, but calculating a little differently. So this is FFIE. Yeah, this thing's been taking a fucking beating. A lot of dark pool activity down here. So it looks like a lot of the buying today took place down here. This is a good sign because it bounced off of this. This is a great sign. And you can see this huge volume. This purple volume bar is for dark volume. That popping up here at the bottom of the range and then it recovering off of that is a great sign. I need to add the custom date range. That's something I'll be doing here in a little bit. But this is from today. This is the 1 minute chart. Oh, and Eric, join the OnlyFlows Discord as well. We have some customer support reps there, and if you have any questions, just let us know. My pleasure, Namac. And that's the frustrating thing about dark pools. And today, I think, really proved the efficacy of this thing called dark flux that I made. Because we called out GME recovering and going on a heyday, and SPY. And today was set up to be like a huge sell day, is what everybody thought. It either would have been pinned or it just would have gone down. And we called it out big time. I'm in their dog posted a couple times before it last week. Okay. Did no one get back to you? Yeah, and IEP's just barely traded too. It just doesn't. There's not much. There's like maybe a couple $1 million being traded in it every day. I've been helped along with a few other people about price discrepancy and other. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your patience on that. AMC, good for a run. If GameStop moves, yes. But today, give it a second. Yeah, the dark pool looks good on AMC today. Again, like this is where the majority of the dark pool activity took place, was the bottom of the range. And you saw it recover off of that. And I guess to illustrate like why this is so important is I can zoom in on the beginning here. It's going to kick me out because it's refreshing. And as I zoom out, you can kind of see where like dark and lit volume kicks in. And all throughout this range, you can see that the dark pool volume was just being absorbed here. And then as it pushed up, as it pushed up, you see these bars start to pop in right here as price goes up. So that normally means buying. And then you can see that especially going into close. Huge buying right here. Seems like you've got a good support team in there doing God's. Yeah, it's been one hell of an undertaking. I really can't wait to release this version. This is the creme de la creme. This is gonna blow everybody out of the water. This is, if you guys have learned anything from me, or if you've gotten any tricks or tips, like this is the full merging of everything I've learned that I could possibly know, along with some other really brilliant minds, put into one tool for a stupidly affordable price. I built this thing with my own hands, like back end and front end, and database and DevOps and design, and then design was a shortcoming. I wish I did better on that. But then, was able to run into two angels, my girlfriend, who I met shortly before I met my investor, and that was that. And then I got to hire my team, and we've built something really magical. So the team just redesigned it. I've done all of the back end and stuff. So this is built by a trader and by a true degenerate. And at the same time, like each feature on here was built because I lost money by not having it. No other platform can say that. Every feature on OnlyFlows exists because I lost money by not having it. It's incredible. I've been building this since November of 2022. Can't wait to hit big on a day like today. Yeah, dude. It's don't expect that out of yourself, because no matter how good you are, you will just frustrate yourself and revenge trade and self-sabotage. Or at least that's what I do when I think I can consistently do that, because then I start forcing stuff. Maybe you're different. Maybe you have a better control of that. But that is totally achievable. Totally achievable with the right data. Gonna go get it. It's we're on a wait list right now. You can sign up for an account, but you're not able to purchase anything because we're putting a pause on that until the new version is released. So we have a wait list. If you there'll be a referral system for the wait list. So if you join the wait list, you get a discount, and there's also some perks and benefits, and potentially like some raw dollar holla referral rewards. If somebody you refer purchases a membership. So tell your friends, tell your mother, tell your auntie, grandpa, get them in. There's also some really awesome stuff that has nothing to do with market data, but has everything to do with you. This is changing everything, man. This is gonna flip everything on its head. When V3 drops, will there be an update on the new features and how to use it? Yes. Yeah. And just to be clear, because I've been building this thing for so long, and I've been doing software development for so long, I forget what it's like to be a user. V3 does not price you out of your current membership. So if you bought the standard version that exists today, it's not like you have to go and buy V3 again. Right? No, you're good, man. No. I'm always happy to talk about this stuff. And all updates are free. If you purchase a subscription, updates, upgrades, all of that comes with your subscription. You want to know something funny? This used to cost $5 a month. When I first released this thing, which was March of last year, it was so dog water. It works just enough that you could actually like get the data to make the right trade, but it was so slow, it was so buggy, it was inconsistent, it would crash, and I needed revenue so I could keep my servers online, so I said $5 a month. If you get in now, you get grandfathered in for the rest of the product's lifetime. So many people canceled. And like, part of me doesn't blame them, but then it's like, fuck, dude, like this thing's gonna be pretty expensive compared to $5 a month. That's cheaper than a Netflix subscription. This is the one thing that wasn't affected by inflation. In fact, this was like reverse inflation. They grow up so fast, dude. It's been wild. Like the past, to be completely like authentic, truthful, the past like year and a half, I barely remember. I've written like 400,000 lines of code, which means I've pressed the enter key at a minimum 400,000 times. And I'd say each line of code is probably on average like 35 to 50 characters long. Assuming that I typed every character without a mistake, without going back for a rewrite, without changing variable names, that's like 400 billion. What is that? Fuck, 400,000 times. Round it to 40 for easy numbers. 40 characters per line. That's like 16 million. 16 million keystrokes. If I had no typos, didn't have to change anything. Um, you know, can you say? Uh, come on. Oh, this. Yeah. Sure. It's nostalgic. Yo, in the air. What up, dude? To be fair, that initial $5 membership is probably viewed more like a supportive gesture rather than purchasing a full functional product. People had to have known what kind of value. Yeah, I mean that's how the description of it was. And anytime I talked about it or had like any point that you would have heard about it or gone and actually fulfilled it, um, like it was very clear that this is in like a massive beta. Not beta. Beta was an overstatement. It was like an alpha, pre-alpha. You know. Um, and as far as like brand wise, maybe damage some things because now people maybe have a bad taste in their mouth. But I don't think you can ever beat a good comeback story. My ears? I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I forgot I don't have the the limiter on my microphone. I'm so sorry. If the market was ripping right now and there were a bunch of people in the Discord, I would have no apologies for you, but we're in after hours now. Right, there shouldn't have been any minutes. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. And like the yearly is now basically going to be the monthly price. And some people used either like prepaid cards or they did something so they could just do that, cancel, and then try to keep their membership. Stuff like that. People got really creative. Just insane. Is GME a good stock to invest in? I cannot tell. I have no prerogative to give you an answer about if it's a good stock to invest in or not. For me, I think it's at a good price range that I think I might see some rapid appreciation on my investments. But my risk tolerance is different than yours, and my financial circumstances are different than yours, so I'm not at liberty to give you any recommendations or advice. Signed up. If I don't sit anyone else, it wasn't that useful for me, so I did cancel. I wanted to support you. I appreciate that, man, and that's all good. Like I don't. There was somebody. I can't even remember the days now. So either yesterday or the day before, I was streaming, and they said they don't know too much about options, and they were wondering if it would help them learn. And I was like, here, I own the thing. I own this business. I built this business. I built the product. I sell the product. I would ask that you don't buy it. Don't. Not until you're ready. Otherwise, you're just spending money every month that you don't need to be spending. The data's great. Could it help you learn? Absolutely. But I would rather you learn things correctly, paper trade, work up that glossary in your head of, what things mean, how things work. And then, when you're ready, pull the trigger. That way, you don't convince yourself into like a false sense of security when you don't know enough about the thing you're trading. And then before you know it, you end up losing way more than you ever meant to. Now not that you can't afford it, you have no reason to afford it, the membership. You got a sour taste in your mouth for the whole thing. And then it's like, fuck. Could have just waited and learned a little bit. So all you though, that's your thing. I appreciate the gesture. That it really means a lot, especially back then. Those were some really trying times. some really trying times, and I don't know how I made it out of that. This has been the biggest endeavor of my entire life. I was wondering if that could help. Wait, OnlyFans sounds interesting. Wait, fuck. Have you seen the new video on 5149 with James Lachana? Some guys trying to show that markets are manipulating big players. Send signals using price action with variables to 3-6. No, that's just too. Correlation does not mean causation, and there are more efficient, less traceable ways of communicating what to do with price. I don't doubt that there's manipulation. I doubt that's how they do it. It's an interesting concept, but just impractical. OnlyFlow sounds interesting. Will it be integrated with brokers, or is it just for TA? No, we have full brokerage integrations, so you can. I think we support Robinhood, Webull, Schwab / TD Ameritrade, IBKR, Questrade, Alpaca. What's the other big one? There's one more. I can't remember. And European brokerages. You can make a living from stocks in multiple ways, yeah. Taking a break from trading right now. There's a video you can go back and look at. I made like 80 grand in one day trading with OnlyFlows. That's not something to expect all the time. That's not, those are not, what's the word they use for that? Those are not expected results, or those are not typical. Those are not typical results. I know a lot about this stuff. I spend all my time on this stuff, so I have a huge advantage by putting all of my time into that. And I had been planning that play for months. So, but you can go through and I explain, what I was looking at, how I did it, what I was looking for, on the charts and on OnlyFlows, stuff like that. I think I posted that video in November of last year. I was wondering if that could help with your program. I wish it could. It's just, let's assume that that was how it was. Writing the infrastructure to analyze something like that, that becomes a very big problem very quickly. I appreciate the idea, though. I really appreciate the idea. But I want some fat gains. All cap. Do you trade or hold? I trade. There is an account I guess I sort of hold on, but it's not mine. I think cybersecurity is a very undervalued sector at the moment, especially the ETFs. I think hard drive companies are extremely undervalued right now because AI is just exponentiating the amount of data that has to be stored. All sorts of stuff. Yeah, I can't give too much of it away. Tasty trade? That's a good question. I'll have to ask the team. There's a good chance. So we have almost every integration you can think of. I think I'm 50-50. I have to ask the team. If you're in the Discord, drop a message in there under support. I'll have somebody reach out to you. Only asking as I'm in the UK. Yeah, it's a 50-50. If not, I'll make some time to write one for you. That's another thing, is if you have ideas, or if you have like things you wish you had, especially like the servers, like we have a Discord bot that'll be launching momentarily, and if there's a feature you want, just pop in the live stream and ask, or shoot me a Discord message. Everybody else, I hate this fucking wireless adapter. Is the stream still live? Yes? Okay. The USB card I have for my Wi-Fi is doing anaphylactic, whatever the anaphylactic, is that the word? Anaphylactic shock. It's just shitting the bed. It randomly disconnects. I can't figure out what the pattern is, what does it, why it does it, just does it. And it comes right back. Yeah, so what really sets us apart from everyone else, and I'm not going to name names, we listen to everything that you have to say, good, bad, ugly, indifferent. If there's something you want, if there's something you don't like that you want removed, whatever it is, like, we'll happily do it. If it makes you a better trader, if it makes your product experience better, if it makes your product experience less of a headache, you don't have to, fire an email to support@yourflow.com, whatever it is, and pray for a response within 2 weeks. It's like, stop by the live stream, shoot me a message, hang out in the Discord, hit up one of our developers, hit up one of our customer reps, and you will get a human with a human response. Dang, you just shot us with the pause for a second. Yeah, thank you for not leaving. I hate this shit. I don't know why it does it. I need to just get a fucking Cat 5 cable. You're back again, and we only see your forehead. Well, that's what counts. What's the GPU on the ground behind you? This is... I've got a couple. I actually don't know what this one is. This was my little brother's, and he upgraded a year or two ago. Maybe you know what it is. It's probably like a AMD something. MSI. When I was 13, I still have these. Yep. This is an AMD Radeon 270X. I had to remove the back plates. I convinced my dad, this goes way back. Back in 2012, I convinced my dad to buy the first Bitcoin ASIC miner. It was $6,000, somewhere in like Sweden, I think, is where it came from. They didn't accept PayPal, they didn't accept credit card, they only accepted Western Union. Explaining Bitcoin to my dad was impossible. And things were so chaotic at the time that he just couldn't. It was too much for him to even really like digest, and it still was that way even when things simmered. So he was just kind of like, okay, Sammy, so why not just use PayPal? Oh, it's anonymous? Why would I want my purchases to be anonymous? Oh, it's the financial revolution. Huh. $6,000? And the phone would ring. And then he was like, okay, here, just send me the link and I'll get it. So we waited like a month and a half just to get like a confirmation email. And then a month after that, the thing came in. And it was the day before my dad had to fly out of the country to go do more work. And I got the power supply. It was like a 1,400 watt power supply. Just something insane. It was this big metal aluminum box, like the size of, I don't know, like probably like as wide as a door, like half of a door in size, and then maybe like 3/4 of a foot deep. Swedish people have high IQ. They're definitely a smart folk. That Nordic blood definitely has something cooking in it. So anywho, we got the thing. We mined a bunch of Bitcoin. I spent a lot of it on pizza and drugs. And then we got to sell the miner for twice as much. Crazy. Anywho, that segues to this. About a year later, Litecoin was becoming a big deal. The difficulty on Bitcoin was becoming too high, the mining difficulty. And we had already sold the thing at that point. So I told my dad, I said, hey, if we get a bunch of graphics cards, we can mine a bunch of Litecoin, and we're gonna need a bunch of power supplies. I think by the end of it, it probably cost another $4 or $5 grand. And what he really cared about was seeing me learn and like shape my future. No, they're not. I was married to one for 8 years. And I love my dad so much, and my mom. All of my family. But my dad just wanted to see me find something I was passionate about, and then just go chase it. Because I didn't do well in school. I didn't do well with extracurriculars. I could barely wake up to go to school, and I'd conveniently find ways to miss the bus to school. I came up with every trick in the book. Same here. Yeah, it sucked. Is my dad Swedish? No. That's just where the company of the miner came from. So my dad and my mom, but my mom was the first to be like, okay, Sammy, we got to get it together here. You made it to the first quarter of the year, but now we're getting into the second, and this is where things get hard. So you got to, keep going to school and keep doing your homework. She wanted me to succeed in that sense. I mean, she wanted me to succeed no matter what, but with school especially, like she wanted that to be a thing for me. My dad also wanted it, and he was a bit more aggressive about seeing me and my attendance and my homework early in the year. But then as winter came along, that's just naturally when the cycle of our business would ramp up. So there was less time to think and stress about that. He just wanted me to learn, and he wanted me to find my passion. And at first, it started as me playing video games all night. And of course, that wasn't very, conducive to what the overall objective was. And quickly over time, I was getting up for school. In fact, I was getting up before I had to, at like 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. And I'd go program. I'd literally wake up before school just so I could program, because that was the only time I had. Because like 6 a.m. till 4 p.m. is just, get on the bus, go to school. Get on the bus, go home. That's just blocked off. That's 10 hours. I had no choice. 5 days a week. And then I'd be exhausted. Or I'd want to play video games. So like that 2 or 3 hour window of me getting up early was just so peaceful. So peaceful. I'd make like this little chai latte thing in the Keurig. I'd never drank coffee before. I was watching a Steve Jobs video, and he was drinking coffee. I was like, oh, I love Steve. I want to be like Steve. I want to go to the Keurig. Barely knew how to fucking work the thing. I even took the seal on the top of the Keurig shot thing. I took it off. Just fucking stupid. I was so fucking stupid. I cannot tell you how fucking stupid I was. If it wasn't for programming, I'd be in the army. You like Steve? Yeah, Steve is like, if I wish Steve was still around, and I also sometimes am glad that he's not, because so many people, like everybody hates billionaires now. And rightfully so. On one hand, I think Steve would have been the one billionaire, aside from maybe Elon Musk, he kind of teeters, that wasn't... He was an asshole, don't get me wrong, but he had principles. He had principles. And he made up for it. He did some pretty obscene shit. Like the iPod, for example. It needed to be smaller. And this team had been working so hard so long, like they just made the deadline. They showed up to Steve's office, and they're like, we did it. We did it. Like shaking, giving him the fucking thing. But he threw it into a fucking aquarium. He throws the first iPod ever into an aquarium. This is like within a couple years of us transitioning from like megabytes as a like unit of measurement for hard drives to gigabytes. Okay? This was like when Intel stepped away from ARM. Okay? And the fucking team is like, what the fuck did you just do? Have you lost your fucking mind? He's Steve Jobs. Of course he's already lost his mind. That's some perspective. Yeah, I just came up with that on the spot. I wasn't even like lucid. I don't think I was even born for that time. And Steve points and he says, "You see that?" And they're still in shock. They don't know what the fuck. Like they can't even process words. And he's like, "Do you see those bubbles? That means there's air in it. That means there's room to make it smaller." And that doesn't even mention like back in his college days, he'd work Atari without showering and he wouldn't wear shoes. You know, he'd stink and he'd get into arguments that he didn't have to, and he'd fucking bully and harass the engineers because they weren't doing something fast enough or they weren't doing it the right way. All sorts of shit, you know. Anywho, I'd wake up early and do this. Did you have a mentor? Um, Off and on. There were people that I really aspired to, and probably one or two of them actually saw, I guess, what was in me. Because I was really young. I use Adderall when I trade. I mean, I've had an Adderall prescription since I was in high school, like junior year. I took a break like senior year. Like every other 6 months, I'll take a little break and just get away from it. Um, Adderall can help, but you can also easily hyperfixate on stuff, and sometimes stuff also includes bad trade ideas. And you try to come up with reasons that it has to work, and the market doesn't care why you think it has to be a certain way. So you got to be careful with it. Ask what your bank is right now. Is it too rude? No, it's not. I'm not ready to disclose that right now, unfortunately. Yeah, go back in the lab and make it smaller. Exactly. Make it fit your bias. Yeah, it's very easy to convince yourself of things when you're not aware of it. All right, I'm out. Gonna touch grass and get the blood flowing. Good stream. Yo, Eric, appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate you. Have a good night, man. There was one guy named Razor, and he was from Germany. He again, I was super young, and I loved talking over voice, whereas most people like to just text chatting over Skype, and I'd call people all the time. So I was a loner. I didn't have friends in real life, anyways. Uh, so Razor was this German guy, like in his mid-20s, super like elusive, very kind of cryptic. And he programmed some stuff that I won't disclose. Super smart. And the best part is he would just sit there in his apartment. He'd chain smoke cigarettes all day and just program. Lights off, blackout curtains, coffee. And he'd just sit there and program. And he knew so much stuff. Like, anytime I had a question, I could go to him. And, like, I'm so grateful for him. And I really hope he's doing well. And I hope I get to find him again one day. I met him on a forum. Hey, Trevor, welcome back, dude. I met him on a forum, and I'm not going to delve into what kind of forum it was, but it was tech related and not ethical. And he just knew everything about everything. And he took the time to like hear me out on stuff because he'd sell software. Um, but he had no marketing. And he had this really thick German accent. And one of the things that was like the meta at the time to sell stuff on this forum was to have like videos. And a lot of these guys were from like Europe. They were all over the place. If you had coding experience and you didn't have an accent, you were probably working at an actual like tech company. But this was back before tech companies hired you because of your fucking hair color and your sexual orientation. This was like Fang was respectable. You know, this was like 2012, 2013, 2014. You know, back when it was about innovating technology and not how fucking uh, about how cushy and progressive you can make your company campuses across the fucking country be. Seem like a really nice guy. I like you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I've been doing some growing up over the past couple of years. Anywho, so Razor, he took a call with me, and I was a super lispy kid, high-pitched, prepubescent voice. I had just entered into like puberty as far as my voice went. I didn't sound like a girl anymore, but I sounded like a girl transitioning. Um, and he was the first guy that wasn't like weirded out. I guess to put it frank. I told him I do video editing, and if he could give me a trial of one of his products, that I could make a little like advertisement out of it, and that's what I did. And because he had no video editing skills, he didn't even know how to record his screen. He knew how to screen share over Skype because it was a button, but he didn't know how to record his screen and then drag it into a video editor and convert the file so it can be used in Sony Vegas and get rid of the black bars because he's got a 4x3 monitor and he needs the video to be 16:9 because that's how everybody else does it. And then he doesn't know how to change the bit rate. And I was like, wow, that was a big lesson. Like, to me, he was God, but because I somehow knew something he didn't, like, we were equals. He needed something and I needed something. So that was a big learning moment. But he always took the time to answer my questions. And eventually he's like, wow, you asked this question, I gave you the answer, and you've come back not only with the thing that I told you how to fix it with, but you took it a step further and came up with an extension to that. Which even nowadays is really rare. And so he took the time to start teaching me. And then eventually I started helping him out with stuff. He would give me little tasks and whatnot, and that was like my first real mentor that I got to know, and he taught me a lot of stuff. Like that jump from Visual Basic, like VB.net, to C# was like, what the fuck? Because Visual Basic was too basic for the stuff we were trying to do, and C# was like the real frontier to interact with how the operating system worked. So to me, like, the syntax scared the fuck out of me. And I'd watch him for hours just coding in C#. And I'd beg him to go back to Visual Basic. I'm like, please, like, I want to learn how to do this. And he's like, nope. No, you can do C#. He pushed me. And that was something I didn't get. I didn't get that. If anything, the closest thing was teachers, and it wasn't really like pushing for encouragement. It was like shoving with a finger and or else. So that was the first time that somebody like kind of took me under their wing and gave me a chance. And I'll never forget him for that. Actually, the person before that is a guy named Tristan. I can't believe I overlooked this. Tristan was the one that got me into programming. In fact, Tristan was the one that made me build my first computer, because I was on a Mac at the time, because I originally wanted to build iPhone apps, and you couldn't build iPhone apps unless you had a Mac, and my family was all like PC. And I was doing horribly in school, and my brain decided if I can make an iPhone app, then I have to be better than all these people who are getting straight A's. So that was my like mental escape route. So I convinced my dad to buy me a Mac, and I started making these really basic like calculator apps and stuff. I was just copying and pasting from Stack Overflow. I figured out that there was a friend of mine named Tristan that I met through a friend named Dan. I guess Dan technically was also the first one to get me into programming. He was from the Netherlands. Um, he eventually went on to like primary school, I think is what they call it over there. He got really busy. I got really busy. Um, and we met Tristan. Tristan was a friend of Dan. And Tristan and I connected really quickly. He was 16, I think, and I was like 13. So he was kind of like, in a way, the older brother I didn't have because of the age gap. It was just right that he was older than me, but still not so old that we couldn't relate. And he had been playing Call of Duty on PC, and I saw his like field of view all different and whatnot. And I was like, "How do you do that?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm on PC." I'm like, "Okay. Well, I'm on a Mac, so how do I play with you?" Well, you need Windows. Okay, so I'm fucked. I figured out you can install Windows on a Mac, and so I did that. And then I'd play PC games with him, and he would turn on cheats. And I had never seen this before. He was like flying around and aimbotting and wall hacking. And to make a long story long, I wanted to know how to do that, but he would never tell me. Because I think that if he did, I would have abused it, and then Infinity Ward would have found out, and they would have patched it. And I also would have been extremely nefarious and, you know, ridiculous with it. So the programming side of that kind of went on pause, and then I wanted to play Battlefield with him, but my computer sucked at running Battlefield because it's a Mac. So I go to my dad and I ask if I can get another computer. Absolutely not. So I tell Tristan, I'm like, my dad is telling me no, I really want to play this game with you, but I literally can't run it. And I was getting really sad because Tristan was like one of my only friends. And Tristan was like, well, tell your dad you'll build one. I was like, tell him I'm going to build one. How do you build a computer? He says, oh, I'll show you. It's easy. And that was just a fucking mind-blowing moment. I didn't even know you could do that. And so he took his webcam, his 720p Logitech webcam, and he's showing me the inside of his computer. It's like, here's the RAM, here's the motherboard, here's the CPU, here's the CPU cooler, here's the graphics card, here's the power supply, here's the hard drive, the solid state drive, the PCIe cable, the NVMe cable, and like all this stuff. I still didn't know what any of it meant. So I tell my dad, I'm like, hey, I really want this computer because Tristan's my only friend and he's playing a game and I can't play it and I really want to play it. And he kind of budges a little bit. He says, I'll think about it. And so Tristan the following night helps me put together a build on PC Part Picker, which was like the go-to website for putting together a PC build that was all compatible. It would do the filtering for you so you didn't take the wrong CPU and try to put it on a motherboard that didn't support it. And it came out to like $3,000. And I show it to my dad, and I'm like, hey, like, Tristan helped me put this build together. And he says, if you build it, I'll get you the parts. And that was that. And Tristan helped me over Skype. I still vividly remember so well my black IKEA table. It had my Logitech 1080p webcam, the C920, and it had the little rubber grips. And I was able to angle it down off the edge of the table, point it into the case, and he would tell me where to put the standoff screws. He's like, this is a standard ATX motherboard, so this is where they go. So I take my little standoff, put it in, and he's like, okay, so you did that. Now make sure you're grounded. And so he explained to me how electrical grounding works. What I'm learning from this stream is that you've convinced your dad into a lot of shit. Yeah. took a while for it to pay off, but yeah. Yeah, he always supported me. He's always been the number one fan. Um, so I get the motherboard in, and then he's telling me about thermal paste, and I'm like, why would I need that? Dad's a champ, the champion of champs. Um, and so over the course of like 6 hours, he, without physically being there, taught me how to build a computer. And he was right. It was easy. It was just nerve-wracking. So did that, and then I was good. I had like the best build that you could have. Like, it was fucked because my build was like a decade ahead of his. It was crazy. Um, and then that's when the programming took off, because now like that game had a different type of cheat. So he and I would work on stuff like that together, and yeah, Razor came in about a year after that, and he saw the potential in me, and he had some tests along the way to make sure I wasn't jerking his chain, and I just wanted to learn. And that is the one thing I've found. Very few things that you can't fake, and things that never get past you. And one of those things is a genuine yearning to learn. There's no way to fake that. There's no way. I think everybody has an innate sense for picking up on that. So he took his chance with me. Other than that, all self-taught, like Indian YouTubers and like super old Stack Overflow posts. The New Boston was another big channel that helped me a lot. Traversing Media. Yeah. Have to make good money with your new update. Excited about? Yeah, it is lights out, man. It changes everything from the data to how we socialize about markets. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Yeah, Bucky. Yeah. That was his name. Yep, his Java videos. I self-built my own PC too in about 2010, and I couldn't understand why it kept shutting down. Oh, do you not have the CMOS thing plugged in? Or the CPU fan? Yeah, I did the same fucking thing, actually. I intentionally cut off reading the rest of that message, because I had the Corsair H100. It was the all-in-one liquid CPU cooler, and the radiator pump goes onto the CPU fan headers. I did not know this, and Tristan was like ready to go the fuck to bed. So I'm so excited. Like, I get to load up StarCraft now, and I can play it in max settings. I got my GTX 670 in there, 16 gigs of RAM. Got an i7 3930K hexa-core CPU. Just the shit, man. Yeah, the CPU got hot as fuck. That's right. It would hit that 107 Celsius mark, and then everything would slow down. I remember. Yep. So I went probably a month without understanding why my CPU would shut down. StarCraft was it was mostly intense on the graphics card, so the CPU wasn't, maybe 1 out of 10 times would actually prompt a forced shutdown. But if I tried to play Battlefield or Crisis, it would happen every time. So I went like a month without knowing why. Then I found out it was the CPU, because Tristan helped me install a CPU temperature monitor. And so we plugged the fucking thing in, And I'm so excited, like I got to play Crisis 3 at max settings, and it does it again. Turns out even if I did get it right, I'd still be fucked because the radiator pump did not work. So I put the stock fan on temporarily and got another Corsair H100. Eventually, I did computer builds for YouTubers. That was the other thing, now that I think about it. There was a big YouTuber back in the day. I can't say his name because it's considered offensive nowadays, but really funny black guy. He did Call of Duty videos. He was the modern war something. Some of you might know who he is. I was 13. I didn't think anything of his name. I thought that word was just Spanish for the color black. Come here, buddy. Chris Smoove? No, but I think he actually might have done videos with Chris. Oh, he goes by the Black Hokage nowadays. His name before that, though. Yes, Modern War African American, a Modern War brother. He used the what I thought was just the word black in Spanish, the Modern War black word in Spanish. One day I'll muster up the courage and be able to grit my teeth enough that I could pull up the videos, because I'd send him videos of me working on it and I'd upload them to my channel because I was doing all sorts of random shit at the time. I have videos of me going back to 2011. Eventually I'll show them on stream, maybe for like 100,000 subscriber celebration or some shit. Like I can't even stomach going and looking at them. So I'd make these videos. Like I think I'm like Linus Tech Tips. Like I'm talking about like this new CPU. Like he got the best of the best. And this dude had like 90,000 followers on Twitter at the time. And he was complaining one day on Twitter like my CPU or my computer keeps crashing. Every time I go to render in Sony Vegas, it'll get like halfway done and then it just freezes and crashes, and I'm so sick of this I can't do my videos. So I replied back saying, hey, can I build you a computer? And he doesn't know who the fuck I am. We hop on a Skype call and I'm still prepubescent, squeaky, transitioning voice. And he gave me a shot. And so he put together a little agreement. I gotta see if I can find the copy of that. Any idea when new software release? June 9th. And maybe Apple app release, that'll be probably early July. I've been told that'll be a quick thing to do with our current tech stack. I'm rich? What do you mean? Your name is rich, or you're saying that you're financially rich? Anywho, yeah, he gave me a shot. And so I'd make these videos where like he put together this agreement, and my dad went over it with me, so that was like another big like pivotal moment where I'm understanding how these things work now. And it was just a basic like I think he gave me an NDA. I still don't know why. I think maybe that was just like you're a kid, so I'm gonna show you this just so you know. No harm in it. And then another one that like said like if the parts go missing or something that I'm liable, and like usual stuff. Like you're paying with your money, sending it to my place. Yeah. He even talked with my dad. That was a cool thing. He was on the phone with my dad. And so I put it all together, and I'd make videos of status updates, and I'd be using the full fucking username of him. Like, hey there, guys, another update here from Astro. I'm building this computer for my good friend, Modern War brother. It's coming along really well. I just put in the i7 3930K hexa-core turbo gigaboost, the hexa-core 1333 megahertz CPU RAM, and like just totally oblivious. I was innocent back then. Racism wasn't a thing. Or prejudice, I suppose. And he paid me a couple $100 for it. He paid me like I think he paid me like $300, and it only took me a couple hours to do. He paid me way more than he had to. Um, Definitely another big moment right there. That was a huge moment. Astro, I hope you do the skits you did when it ripped in 21, especially the reference. It was so much fun. First subs, you held up your Marshall lamp because my last name is Marshall. Aw, dude. No shit. Can you shoot me a DM on Twitter? I remember what you're talking about. I remember exactly what you're talking about. That's super, super sweet. That's crazy. Cajun just had his 24-month sub. 2 fucking years. Hell yeah, I'm stoked. Will there be Discord trading days? Yeah, 100%. And all I'm gonna say is team trading and trading competitions. That's all I'm gonna say. I and my company, this company, and this community are going to change trading forever. Brother, good to see. You're the best. No, you're the best. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you guys. Yeah, somebody asked me if there was a mentor. I gave you a bit more than what you asked for, but I'm sure that more than answers your question. I'm probably gonna jump off here in a second. Let's get to this wealth. You're goddamn right, baby. I've been subbed and only flow member for a long time. Shoot me if you're in the Discord. No, I guess shoot me a DM on Twitter with your email. I'll give you I'll credit you like a month or two as a thank you. If everything's coming along, thank you, man. That means a lot. It's been such a bumpy fucking ride. Like it's been just wild. Building this thing, marketing this thing, uh, the the company itself. Like, you know, I employ just over a dozen heads now. You know, I get to provide for people now. Um, you know, I've hired my friends. I've hired uh, you know, previous colleagues, and you know, have a wonderful executive uh, set of executives. Um, you know, the marketing department. You know, we got just a lot of great people, and we all want it. We're all hungry. You know, we just want to build cool stuff and make some money on it. And that sounds a little tacky, but I can't accept money. I can't accept favors. I can't accept anything if I don't feel like I deserve it. And my girlfriend tells me that's a blessing and a curse to some extent. But when I say to make money, it's because this is a product that deserves that as a means of value. And that I 110% believe this is worth every single penny that you put into it. Um, you know, I just want to build cool stuff, and I want it to help people, and I want people to learn from it, and I want people to grow from it. You know, there's nothing better than a truly great invention or piece of craftsmanship, especially something that's built for people just like the person who built it. You know, it's rare that you get to have someone who designs and builds a race car and also drives them. That's been the most difficult thing for me, is learning how to switch between those headspaces of I'm building this as a trader, but I also need to build it as someone who doesn't know much about trading. And then I'm building this as a user, but I also need to remember what it's like uh, as a programmer. you know? The drama and all, bro. Still, yeah. That was a crazy time too. That was ridiculous, and I have no bad blood for anybody from that, and I've reached out numerous times to try and reconcile and make whatever was thought to be made right correct. And funny enough, they didn't get back to me, you know. And the whole time, they certain people were trying to defame and destroy the company, which blew me away because I guess it's really easy to do when you didn't do anything. And the most frustrating part for me was having to keep my mouth shut because there was so much stuff, so many lies, misinformation, like so much was said without saying anything. It was all just, I mean, nothing was tangibly provided. It was just as many syllables as possible to defame me and my company. And there was attempts of sabotage and defamation, and it took a lot for me to just hunker down and push forward without opening my mouth, because ultimately that's what speaks the loudest. Um, so it took longer for my words to travel, but that's the price you pay when you don't use your mouth to express them. And because I didn't use my mouth, they mean more, because actions speak louder than words. You know, um, some people have reached back out to me and apologized, and uh, that meant a lot. Um, a lot of people have come around and said, I think I overreacted. I wish I stuck around. I wish I didn't jump the gun. I wish I didn't act on what I was being told without, talking to you first. And, I had to let my name be dragged through the mud and manure and maggots and despair. That was tough. But I'll be damned if I didn't earn all of this. This has been more than just that. Even this has been a long time. I miss 2020 and 2021, getting coked up and drunk, watching you stream all night, waiting for the market to open. Cool days. It's for good times, but also some crazy times. But yeah, those were nostalgic. When you spoke to Josh about not having price targets, have you kind of implemented them now? No, no. It's very hard for me to constrict executive decision to singular things. Like a price target is an exact number. And for me to only act if something touches that is too rigid for me, because the market doesn't play by exact pennies normally. Especially like the amount of opportunities you'll miss if you're off by a penny, right? And that's kind of extreme. Let's just say you're off by 0.5%. The market doesn't have to go exactly to where you want. And also doesn't have to stop exactly where you expect it to. But the moment that you tie yourself to one price target, that's an issue for me. And then somebody might say, well, I'll add another. I'll have a range. Well, that right there is exactly what I do. I just have more than two points. There are regions that I take executive action on. Yeah, it's just not a. It creates too much constriction. It's a great question, though. Thinking of that, I remember that would be on a shitload of Adderall up at 4 a.m. waiting for the market to open and the streams would be here until the end of the day. I took way too much Adderall, man. I'm lucky that I'm okay and healthy, and I still take Adderall, but I'm not nothing like that. I was really depressed at the time too. I had a really massive heartbreak. I was cheated on, and uh, I was in a band, and that turned into a whole clusterfuck. And a lot of my friends that I thought were my friends were not. Uh, just all sorts of stuff, and I was really depressed, and I didn't know it. And I was using Adderall without realizing it to contrive dopamine in a way. And to an extent, it worked, but really, it just offset that time for scabbing and then scarring and finally healing. Uh, Ironically, it was a very sobering time, despite the the amount of craziness I was participating in. He took control of the ship and kept on moving. Respect. At the end of that. Thank you. If you can add your YouTube name as well, just so I can remember the association. Yeah, that was like everything that I thought it meant to be an entrepreneur, and I hate using that word nowadays because everybody thinks they're an entrepreneur. The dude with 3 felonies at 22 years old who for some reason can't stop talking to high school freshmen and sells vapes to middle schoolers, and like he'll call himself an entrepreneur. Discord trading server signaler bullshit people who make wrong calls and then delete them, call themselves entrepreneurs. I learned so much more than ever that people who always talk about how entrepreneurial they are, or how nice they are, or how loving they are, or how nice they are to people that don't deserve, like all these traits, the more people have to tell you how much they are at something, the redder of a flag it becomes that they're not that thing and they're the opposite of that. It's always the nicest people. It's always the nicest people who end up, always being betrayed by their friends. Or it's always the most honest people who always, get cut off from their family because they were just being honest. It's like, how many... If everywhere you walk smells like shit, maybe you should stop pointing fingers and check your own shoes. Right? And, if Michael Jordan had to tell everybody he was Michael Jordan to get the recognition, like, what the fuck? It's like having to explain the joke for people to laugh. If it was funny, they would have laughed. Right? And if you were honest, probably wouldn't have a new conniption every other 2 weeks. Or another heartbreak, or another betrayal, or another friend group. So that was a big lesson. And I always knew that, but I just didn't, it's not automatic like it is now. That's how everything else was. Like every other kind of axiom that I lived by, or every lesson that I've learned, like it's like all of those things were put into high definition, like from high definition to 4K. Yeah, the meme stock thing was the whole way of coping when I was divorcing that bloody Swede. Yeah. Yeah, COVID did some really fucked up stuff to everybody without anyone realizing. Digital K, what up, man? Oh, you had your 24-month sub too. Cajun just had his. Fucking crazy. How did you learn so much about computers? I sucked at school, And the way that I compensated for that and made my self-esteem was convincing myself if I learned how to program that by default I was smarter than everybody else and didn't have to um, play by the rules of school. Started off a little toxic, but I quickly fell in love. And then I really wanted to be Steve Jobs. And I realized that if I was useful to people, that they typically treated me better. And I suffered from bullying and stuff a lot. There was actually one day that I fixed a screen for somebody who had bullied me the year previously. And it was the strangest thing because it was fresh off summer break. And I was expecting, like, he walked up to me and I thought he was, like, we were going back into this. And he was the nicest guy I ever met. He said, "Hey, like, I heard you can fix tech and, like, my phone's being, weird. Could you help me?" So I went off on a limb and I said, "Yeah." And I dabbled with some stuff and got it back to working. And from then on, no one messed with me. Because he would always step in. He would protect me. And that also was a huge lesson. It was a very big lesson. So everything after that was purely like passion and joy. It was really cool to see all this stuff worked. And when you realize that you don't need construction equipment and like bulldozers and cranes and backhoes and grunts on the field and uh, licenses and uh, inspections. Like if you really want to build something physically, it's really hard to do that. Whether it's of scale, like where you need bulldozers and cranes, or if it's something small, like some invention of some sort. Like it gets very there's a lot of scope creep with things just to get things moving. Whereas with software, you just need a screen, a keyboard, and that's it. People would program before mice even existed. Some people programmed before screens existed. Believe it or not, punch cards. Um, so that warm up time from idea to building, like that much, and that really fascinated me. And I was young and I was old enough. I was born in a weird time. I was born in the year 1999. I was young enough that growing up, if you wanted to hang out with your friends, you didn't open a group chat on your iPad mini. It was you wake up, go outside, get on your bike, and go around the neighborhood and see which front yard has all the bikes in it. Right? But I was old enough that my brain had developed enough that I could observe what was happening after the first iPhone came out. So I was able to see that transition of before things were fucked to like I'm finally like developing my own identity, like in the terms of psychology. Um, and I was in a generation where that curve of old school to tech was very smooth, but I got just the top of the curve where I could observe it the best. And when I started to program, I was seeing where everything was going. Not like crystal ball, like bigger screens and more screen. Like that was kind of a gimme, but like um, I didn't know everything, but I could see that things were definitely headed towards screens. Um, and anyone who was resisting that was an idiot. Um, the problem wasn't about if, it was about how. And I think the biggest fear would have been transitioning to screens too fast. And unfortunately, that's what happened. Um, The same way that like the kids on the football team would get some passes from the teachers for like homework and stuff. I got that because I would help them with computer stuff. Sorry to hear about that, Astro. My dog passed away that year. I remember absolutely slamming Adderall afterwards for dopamine chase. Hope you're doing better, brother. Post-COVID. Yeah, thank you, man. And I'm sorry you had to go through that because it's dangerous. It it lets you convince yourself that up is down and down is up. Um, and you always have to. There's just like the markets. There's no way uh, to create free energy or free emotion or like anything without paying a price. That's the beauty of the universe is that it's fair to everyone because it's unfair to everyone. The universe is fair because it is equally unfair. Um, Ironically, though, that conservation of like purity of how things work, you can't just you can't just contrive, you can't just spawn new energy into a system, right? And I firmly believe that in everything, like in music, you know, if the whole song is loud, then it's not worth listening to. But if the song's too quiet all the time, it's not worth listening to. But if you make most of the song quiet, but then you make the end of it really loud, that'll make a man cry, right? And vice versa. So it's actually intertwining that transfer of energy uh, and reducing the homogeny to it. And unfortunately, that's what everything in life is becoming, is just one giant homogeneous, gray, identityless, smooth, easy, all-in-one glob. And it sucks. People really not even undervalue. They straight up do not appreciate how valuable randomness is to the soul. Like if I hear a Guns N' Roses song come on in public, everything feels okay. I feel like life is going in the right direction for me. Like I'm actually I was meant to be here. And currently there's no algorithm that can do that. There's no device that can make it so I only hear that public radio. You know what I mean? And Guns N' Roses is a big deal to me. So whenever I hear a Guns N' Roses song, it's like, oh, I belong here. I'm on time. Like when I saw The Big Short, I started to cry because I was new to the market, and I thought I heard the opening like melody, but it was on strings. It was on a violin. Like I could parse the notes, but it wasn't an electric guitar. It wasn't a Les Paul through a Marshall. And for that like 5 seconds where it's going from Steve Ballmer's, or not Steve Ballmer, going from Mark Ballmer's face back to the Asian guys, the CDS manager, back to Mark Ballmer, and then he's like realizing how fucked everything is, and then it slowly pans in, and I sobbed because I wanted to do markets. I was still stuck in software, and when I heard that song come on, I'm like, this is meant to be. This is meant to be. That is all random. It's all random. And ironically enough, that album came out in 1987, and I'm pretty sure that's why they used that song, because it was iconic at the time, of course, but the crash of 87. And even funnier than that, I think the quality of music increases after economic distress. And I think that's why Guns N' Roses finally got some attention. Was all the free money, easy to borrow money was no longer a thing. Things got tough. So real music and raw music was finally being appreciated. Because it took that album a year to get any recognition. Yo, Dogepound, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Shit, well, I'm old as fuck now. I'm born in 71. Time's fucked up, man. That's going too fast. If you game, you should stream it. You got a great personality, brother. You can stream anything and be entertaining. You just got that. Thank you, man. Thank you. I'm probably gonna do some Twitch streams here soon. This fucking headset. Yo, JR, what up, my guy? Good to see you. Being born in 98 to 04 is like the goal. Yeah, 100%. What about AMC? What do you mean? Do you do all of your coding in Python? Best sources of knowledge for learning Python and incorporating it into finance? DoD Linux engineer. Department of Defense? Is that what you mean? Linux engineer? Born in 53, music is life and all good. But yeah, I had this epiphany that, and you're lucky because you got to, well, musically you're lucky. Unfortunately, those times are pretty chaotic as far as the world stage goes. Because you got to see, I guess, the tail end of like, I guess what would have been like new school blues, like your BB King's coming to light, Albert King, but then like I forget when Muddy Waters passed away. Charles Johnson, no, he was way before that. But like jazz, like like music was finally starting to loosen up because jazz was a really strict kind of thing, and then people were able to simplify it a bit, and then that's when you had your Kings come along, and then Chuck Berry, um, the Stones, the Beatles, like they were starting to find themselves, and then you had, it wasn't Steve Huey, fuck, who was that? Oh, Elmore James, right? Wasn't Elmore James like 50s? Jazz was actually there. I thought, or swing, maybe that's what I might have that wrong. Don't worry, I'm also just trying to make some money so I can jeez. Work from home trading. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so the DoD that I thought, that's insane. Can you shoot me a message on Twitter? I'd love to chat more with you in private because I don't want to make you spell anything over public internet or in a chat room. What I would recommend, the best thing that helped me was the concept of making charts a malleable thing. Like being creative with how charts work programmatically was such a fucking mental fucking Rubik's Cube for me. I knew what a chart was, just an X and Y. Constant down here, time is a good, thing for that. And then your Y is some variable. But when it came to like moving averages, just conceptually those things didn't quite make sense to me from a programmatic standpoint. I knew what a moving average was, but to calculate it with a chart just didn't quite add up. Because I was like, okay, do we use an array? Like a two-dimensional array? So timestamp and then price? Well, if it's a candlestick, then open, high, low, close is 4 elements, so a 5-dimensional array? And that was kind of foreign to me at the time. That sounded really inefficient. And then I realized, why don't I just take multiple arrays and just have them share the same X value? And then I can start to manipulate things independently of each other. So that started to click a little bit. PineScript did a really good job though, because it kind of enforced you into that, where the way that PineScript executes is sequential to the candlestick. So your x-axis is already taken care of, which shifting that context programmatically helped me a lot. So if you can make like basic even just going and writing 3 lines to do a moving average, like if you just experiment with that and like the lengths, and maybe do like an SMA 50 minus an EMA 10, right? And then plot that as a separate series. Well, it turns out that's what a MACD is. A MACD just takes the distance between a long signal and a short signal. And then you can chart the momentum of that difference, and that's how you get your signal line. So that was a big epiphany for me. And then just familiarizing with I think it's a little calculus-y, but like if I remember correctly, I never really did calculus, but I love the idea of it. To integrate an existing integral, or to integrate something into an existing function, you have to have that common thread that like type matches. The same way you can't subtract from a string with code. So for me, the big steps were figuring out like, I have a data source that has like new sentiment. So how do I chart that against like candlesticks? Well, the new sentiment only has, daily reports, so it's just a date. It's not a timestamp. Well, why don't I just take take the daily candlesticks, and now I have that common thread. What is PineScript? It's TradingView's programming language. TradingView is amazing. If you do go this route, download the actual client. And they make it really easy to start writing your own scripts. So these I made right here. You can't really see them, but I'll show you in a second. Like this right here was a cool little thing back when the VIX wasn't really doing much. Like the VIX would go up and the market wouldn't react, but the dollar index would. So this is back here. So I wrote this little script that would take the current value of the dollar index. So this is the interface for this. And then the time frame, the second argument is what's the time frame. So you can take the current time frame of the user's chart on this. So I'm referencing that. And then I want the closing value. So this is the security, time frame, what value am I wanting? And then I would just calculate an RSI, which is really easy. Use the TA namespace .rsi, and then plug in the value you're calculating the relative strength index for, and then a length. So I can change this to 6, and it'll be more of a gradient. And the color of the background, so BG color, is equal to our benchmark color, which is just this input, set to color red. And then the transparency of it is equal to this function called RSI color. If it's 100, then it's completely transparent, so no red. If it's 0, then it's full red. So what I did is I just took 150 minus the RSI, because RSI is between 0 and 100. It was a cheap, clever little hack. And when you run it, this is what you get. So in this period of like 2023, 2022, whenever the dollar index would kick up, it would typically send markets down. So this was my way of doing it. I love my fucking team. I love OnlyFlows. Yeah, so this is just a cheap little hack, and it's cool because it's effective. I mean, even today a little bit, because the value of the dollar is today's closely tied to inflation. So if the dollar is going up, that typically means inflation is going down. If inflation is going down, that means asset prices come down with it.
Trader RW donated £9.99 through Super Chat. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Really appreciate everybody hanging out and chilling out with me while I just spew my fucking brain droppings. This is fascinating. So thank you. Is there a way to make API calls to your own PineScript on TradingView? And this has been the bane of every PineScript developer's existence. So TradingView offers I hate this fucking... I just need to get the fucking cat pod cable. So your comments, no video feed yet. You're back. Okay, yeah. God, I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired. Nice forehead again. Thank you. My inevitably to be father-in-law agrees. I've got quite the forehead. If I could make API calls to the Wyckoff sniper, pretty sure I would never have to work again. Right. There is a way you can do it. It's kind of a trick I came up with, so shoot me a message on Twitter and I'll try to help you out as much as I can. So you can make external calls as post requests, I think, but with a very tight leash. And I think there's a limit to it. The day that they allow you to import external data sets via API calls, that will be just crazy. That's what it's missing. Message you about that because I'm very interested. Yeah, man, hit me up. Oh, man. Are there any packages out there like PineScript off trading?
X-Ray Chiliox donated $6.90 through Super Chat. Winking face, big forehead, big brain.
Thank you. Let's do a proper tutorial on that sniper. I had such trouble trying to follow the last ones. Yeah, that's why you don't have the engineer try to sell the product or explain the product. You hire people to do that. I've learned a lot since then. What I do, this is what works best for me. The best thing you can do is have at least 3 or more versions of the sniper loaded. Just these are the only requirements. You mess around with it how you please. Have 3 instances. I do 4, all with different lengths. So you see how There's the 11, 31, 51, 200. This right here. Just have these be some semi-fixed distance from each other. Right? I have this last one at 200 just because 200 MAs always have some value to them. That's a very widely recognized, probably the most recognized moving average length, or like sampling length. The 11, 31, 51 are equidistant. If I really wanted to be clever with this, I would do 11, 31. Let's see, that's about 3 times that. So I would do probably like 6, 18, 54, 150, then 200. So now I'm getting like these slices that are slightly bigger that account for each other. Like it's a ratio. As long as you do that, you'll get a really good picture of things. And that's where you get these semi-predictable levels that pop up. Yeah, GME is a good one. I think we hit GME to the penny on a lot of stuff. Like this right here. This is the 11, I think. Yeah, this is the 11. Like it's wicking off this. Like it's just barely being held under it. And that presses over. And then we actually opened at where this value was. And then like when we started falling through it, that was when it kind of came over. It was spelled out for that time anyways. So as long as you do that, I mean, you can just copy the 11, 31, 51, 200. What the cloud sensitivity does is determines how far to look out from where these levels could be to make the line go up or down. Because price acts like a magnet in that if the price is below the blue line, not if it's below. If so these blue lines have this little range. I forgot that I literally made a feature to have this on. So I only have one of these enabled now. I'm going to do a different one actually. Was it the 50? Yeah. So these are like the buy zones, and these are the sell zones. Now, if it goes below the buy zone, it's really going to go down. If it goes above the sell zone, it's really going to go up. But the lines themselves, not the regions, but the lines, those are like the level. These ranges act as like a black hole in a way, so that if it goes there, there's a reason it's there. If the price goes above the cloud, it will push that respective line up. If it goes below the cloud, like on the blue side, it will pull the line down. So if you increase the width of these clouds, you'll see the line become more responsive. And that's where you can get like this effect where like almost to the penny 5 times this rejected. And each stock is a little different. Talk to it's a great friend of mine. His name's Kazi. He's got the Joker as his profile picture. He's in the Discord server and he's on Twitter, Kazi212. Reach out to him because he has this thing figured out so much. Like he's regimented this indicator into everything he does, and he's so fucking brilliant. He's such a brilliant mind, and I'm honored that this is a medium for him to express his talent. Now, if you reduce the whatchamacallit, the sensitivity, things become more rigid. So you'll get more precision, but less more precision, but less responsiveness. So if I change all these to 0.05, right, I'm keeping the same lengths, but I'm going to change these to be a tenth as reactive. This is going to look a little crazy, but bear with me. Now you see how prices tend to act as regions and not just as levels. Now I'll take it a step further. Where is it? I'm just going to hide the candles completely. And you can see that the accumulation line is bouncing off of the distribution cloud. Here, here, here. Tries to here, but breaks down. And then you even have like distribution rejecting off of distribution. And now you can start to see price as like a moving fluid thing that moves in ranges. So it's like people trying to forecast the weather. It's like trying to forecast the weather by the city of a state instead of looking at the whole state and seeing that as a potential. That's the most intuitive way that I can think of it. So this is the whole state. So yes, there's like more noise to it. It's going to be harder to say exactly if it's going to be raining in the city. But if it's going to be raining northwest, east, and south of the city, there's a pretty good chance it's going to be raining in the city. For some reason, they don't want it above 26. I think that's just where the options are at the moment. And towards the end of the week, market makers are they don't participate as much in price discovery, so they'll kind of pin stuff as a result, just because options are expiring. And things get really trippy when you go to like the 1 hour. Like once you start going on smaller time frames, like you can see exactly how everything bundled up right here before the first big pop. Like everything was so compressed. And then the only thing it could do was go up. And the 1 minute gets crazy. Hmm? Oh, you know what really shows? What, baby? Okay. You're welcome, honey. Bitcoin. With this config. Hmm? So Bitcoin maps with this insanely well. Maybe their break even is 26. I think it's just an equilibrium point. You know, if it's trading down to 10, let's get rid of indicators. If you just kind of look at this as just like an active force, you know, like physics. This is kind of like the midpoint for everything that has happened. Like you had this. Here's one for you. This is called a regression trend. And this basically is like your center of mass. So from January to this bottom in April, this is your trend line, and it has a 0.79. We're going to round this up to 0.8, a 0.8 R squared value. This is just how accurate the trend is to what the price does. So it has an 80% correlation coefficient. And you can see that it follows this channel pretty well, especially this midline. Like price always seems to be hovering right around. It's like monkey bars to this thing. Comes up, then goes down, swings back up, rejects, comes back down, go back up. Doesn't quite get there, goes back up, tries to recover, comes down, bounces and bounces, and then you get the point. So it's actually been moving towards the top of this range now. It's naturally drifted into there. And then if you take the regression for what has happened thus far, since the move up, you get a 0.7. And look at where that midpoint intersects. So this is sort of like a tangent line to it. So this is kind of the midpoint that the stock feels like it's at, which looks pretty good to me. Like after everything, all these ups and downs, like yeah, this feels pretty good. This feels like a really happy place to settle for a little bit. You know, so it's you know, markets tend to price themselves pretty well. I might have answered this already. I don't remember, but I'm going to again in case I didn't. Are there any packages out there like PineScript off TradingView, like a Python package or a C++ header? Python, the best thing like free-wise is to use Yahoo Finance or Y Finance, I think is the actual package name. And then like Pandas, Matplotlib is a good one. For like charting, it's going to be Matplotlib. Actually, no, I think somebody ported over TradingView as a Python package. If you look up TradingView charts Python, like pip, I bet you somebody has done that. Somebody asked me about the graphics card. To finish that story, my dad helped me buy like 12 of these because that's all the Best Buy that was near us had, and I built a whole entire like GPU mining rig, all managed with like SSH and all that. Thoughts on Pfizer chart? I've always thought Pfizer has looked really good, but they just keep fucking going down. Like this is such a good value point. This is a huge low. Like the monthly chart is fucking crazy. But it's like every time you think it's found its low, it just goes lower. Like here's the quarterly chart. Like there was so much selling volume these past 2 quarters. And the volume so far, I think it's on track that if this continued going into the close of the quarter, that this volume candle would go higher than these two, which would be a great signal for a bottom. But I don't know if it's done selling off yet. It's not a bad place to start dollar cost averaging. And look at that on the sniper. That's pretty crazy. Plotly's a good one. Depends on what you're trying to get out of it. Like customization wise, I think Matplotlib is probably the best. Plotly is good for like just getting up and going with little like bootstrap time. And then Matplotlib is kind of like the happy medium. I know. Oh yeah, CentDex. Yeah. It's a tutorial on plotting BTC with Matplotlib, but we'll check it out. Yeah. Charting, once you get familiar with just setting up time series data, right? Time series is just any data that instead of having an ID, it's normalized by a timestamp. Once you get familiar with interacting with that kind of stuff and then like making time series data on the fly, the real struggle after that is just styling. It's two things: styling and then creativity. Because you can take like something really simple is just taking like option data, right? I'll show this quickly. Packages that can handle the data structures from. Oh. I mean, yeah, Pandas is probably the best thing because that does data framing. I use PHP primarily. Python is the go-to for most like fintech stuff until you get into like really custom systems and whatnot. Python is always like a great place to start with and sometimes end with because it's just really fast and there's a huge ecosystem. I guess, can you elaborate on what you mean by interacting with the data structures or handling? What do you mean by handle? Do you mean like interacting with it? I gotta restart the OnlyFlows database real quick, so if any of y'all are using it, it's gonna go down for 30 seconds. I guess it just means in terms of creating trading strategies using market data and then back. Yeah. So TradingView is great about back testing as well. You can so you can create indicators and you can create strategies. If you create an indicator, you get whatever you want to put on the chart. A strategy is an indicator, but with the extension of being able to automate strategies. So this indicator slash strategy was built by a great friend of mine named Jimmy, who's super Asian, and I love him to death. He's a sweetheart, and he's so fucking smart, man. Um, well, I don't want to leak this. Okay. So, an indicator, a strategy can be also an indicator, but an indicator cannot be a strategy. I'm highlighting that because both of those feature indicators, but only one of them features the tools to backtest. So you can do standard backtesting and you can do deep backtesting. And inside of the code, you can set buy and sell conditions, and then that all correlates to this. It's really, really cool. Only flows is really, really, really complicated and has a lot of code in it. And I think like 3 months into the thing, I wrote my own little backtesting engine, and it's really simple. You just define like what your entry point is and what your exit point is, and then you just write a little function that fetches the price for whatever the timestamp is as a function. So then you just take the timestamp of where you entered and where you exited, and then write a little sub-process that looks at the difference. And then you can write another one that puts together a time series of the profitability. So it gives you a lot of really cool data points. So basic stuff like your profitability, how many trades, how often it's profitable, but it'll go into some really detailed stuff like Sharpe ratios and value at risk and list of trades and just all sorts of cool stuff. It's really, really helpful. I actually like to stage some of my only flows ideas as little mock-ups in PineScript strategies, just because that, like, to see if the idea is even like valid is quicker sometimes to write in PineScript, and then if it shows some promise, take it into only flows. Am I slurring my speech? Do I sound like I'm slurring? I'm so tired and I honestly can't tell if I am or not. I'm fine. Okay. I'm so fucking tired. I can't wait to snuggle up with wifey and chow down on some fucking food and pass the fuck out. But I'm having a good time here too. Yeah. I guess I just mean in terms of yeah. So the strategies, like, that's where things get really abstract. That was like the next big. That was the next big frontier for me to understand, was like I wrapped my head around plotting. It wasn't like the X and Y thing that got me. It was like, how do I make this a practical thing with data that has nothing to do with candlesticks or time series stuff. It's like, I know how to play the keys on the piano, but how do I make something that sounds nice? Because when you're just doing moving averages and you're just doing RSI, it's like, these are things that already exist. Like, these are not unique. This is not special. It's no different than me just walking up scales and walking down scales. Like, how do I make something that pulls a little bit from here and a little bit from that, but then has this little pause, and it, like, how do I make it unique? How do I make it something that I can dance with? That's what took me a long time to figure out. And the only thing I can suggest on that is conceptually just messing with stuff and having ideas and formulas. Not crazy formulas, but just like, one of the things I like to do is I'll use VWAP. So if I'm using like a measurement to see if something is bullish or bearish, I'll use VWAP as like a multiplier. So if the trade is above VWAP, I'll weight it a little bit more if it's considered a buy. If the system says it's a sell, then I'll weight it a little bit more if it's below VWAP as a metric. Tangibly for coding, like, stuff for handling that is just knowing how to write functions that are efficient, because you might have, let me see if I can get this to load. It's not so much like a tooling or a package thing. It's just how well do you know a raise and how many tricks with a raise do you know. It's been really interesting. Basically, TradingView and PineScript is all I need. Yeah, and then once you get to a point where you feel when you feel like things are getting repetitive or redundant, then look into using like matplotlib, because especially if you're invoking like external data sets. Because if you're just using like Yahoo Finance, Yahoo Finance has your open, high, low, close, and your volume, options volume. Like PineScript does not have options yet. I think TradingView actually just introduced options, but it's only for the S&P E-minis. So in that case, you would need to use matplotlib. And there's also last thing, unless you want more. TradingView is I love TradingView so much for this. They have a wonderful community section. So there are like open source scripts that you can go to. There's wizards, which are like the best like PineScript guys. The top indicators, they have editors picks, like trending scripts, like really, really cool stuff. A lot of them are open source, so you can just copy and paste and play around with them. Yeah, Lux Algo is insane too. They do such great work. Like when I first got into all this stuff, this is crazy. I'm pretty sure this is open source too. This is fucking crazy. Is this open source? It's open source. This is crazy. People have even like they've converted the Black-Scholes formula into PineScript. That's fucking dope. This is so fucking cool. What the fuck? That's crazy, dude. What the fuck? I want to get to a point where I can start using some of these indicators backtested using PineScript and implement them into Python. There are libraries, I think, that let you tap into. Like log into your TradingView account and pull the TradingView script values. You just can't sample it very fast. Like you have to wait like 30 seconds between each pull, I think. I know it exists. I know that exists. This is just pretty. Like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Seems optimistic, but I have all the machine learning and DL skills. What's DL? Data language? Actually, I don't really have that much ML or AI knowledge. I have some, but conceptually I don't have much of it in practice. Yeah, GameStop's gonna go fucking crazy, man. This is such a pretty indicator. Oh, you know what's even cooler? Is they have this little feature called Tokyo Light. So it adds this like this astigmatism overlay. But it's really pretty. It makes me want to take mushrooms and stare at the overnight repo market. Deep learning. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. I would love to pick your brain sometime because I do not know much about that. I know what it is. I just don't know. I'm in the same boat you are with charting. I don't really know where to start with things. This is so, dude. Every week, every day, they have some new shit that somebody's put out. The fuck? Oh, they let you do this now? Wow. I don't even know how the fuck to work this, but that's crazy. What do you think of user of intellect? Oh, don't get me started. Come on, I was getting sleepy. Why'd you have to do that? Okay. I'm gonna tell you a story. Once upon a time, in a dark pool far, far away, everybody wanted a trade count for retail ownership of AMC. And there have been many attempts. Google Sheets, uh, manual like picture verification, all sorts of stuff, all sorts of ideas. None of them worked. Then the people who genuinely were trying to help move things forward in the community would be called shills and be ostracized. It's just ridiculous, okay? So I realize this is an opportunity because the problem is, how do you detect falsified data? Well, what if there was a way to automate not only the gathering of ownership, but also automate the validity? So I proposed something called log the float. Originally, it was called float logger, but you can probably tell why that wasn't picked as the name. And I can't remember if I started it or if someone else started it, but I still have the GitHub repo. I started making this thing. This was the prelude to OnlyFlows, believe it or not. This is what got me realizing I could actually build stuff of magnitude that people can use. And at some point, I can't remember how this came to be. I think Jackson Hunter was a part of it, and then somehow user of intellect came into the picture. But of all the programmers, user of intellect was the only person that I knew that claimed to be able to program. What ended up happening was, yeah, Footlog, yeah. What ended up happening was this fucking idiot who was clearly trying to convince everyone he was a chick. He had the female photo. He would intentionally, like, use effeminate, like, verbiage and description of oneself. Like, he knew how to work that angle, and he'd get favors and shit. Anywho, that's off topic, and I can't. That doesn't pertain to the situation. Let me take all that back. What I will stick with is working with him was a fucking nightmare. He was extremely incompetent, and it seemed like every time we were starting to make progress, he'd have another reason to pull things back. And I can't remember what the line crossing was for me. I think he just tried to take it over. I think that's what it was. He oversold himself. He didn't actually know all the things he claimed to. And then, fuck, I feel like an idiot right now. I deserve to be an idiot. Let me dial this back again. I can't remember why I got pissed off at him, but I still am to this day, and he deserves to be pissed off at. Is that a kitty?
Yes.
Hi, baby.
Waiting for you. They're both coming.
Oh.
You gotta show them the.
Yeah. Hi, baby. You can leave the door open if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, there was like some gross negligence and incompetence of this person. Because they tried making the website and it was dog shit. And I was like, hey, if you can let me build it, the back end, you can do the front end. And it was like yeah, sure. And then complete disconnect from what is being said and agreed upon and what is happening. And they just utterly fucked it up. I can't remember. It was him and someone else. Anywho, I was done with that. I moved forward. He was very charlatan-y. Very charlatan-y. People do this thing when they're trying to convince you that they know shit, when they use really big words, when they absolutely don't have to. It's so unnecessary. Okay? Now, this frustrates me even more because I've always taken pride in my vocabulary. I told you my background in programming, it all kind of started because I felt like nothing. I had no self-esteem because it all came from school, and I sucked at school. Okay? So the same way that I got really good at programming as a way to like leapfrog everybody, I also did that with my vocabulary. And there was a phase. See, everybody's having this phase now where they realize the internet is more than just like dumb shit. Like you can learn stuff. TikTok made it really easy. But now everybody's having this phase of like the edgy atheist, right? I had that freshman year of high school. The minimum of 4 syllables or more for anything except for predicates and what the other fucking one? Presuppositions, I think. Any nouns or verbs have to have at least 4 syllables, right? And instead of just saying something really simply and clear, and then letting the other person respond, no more. Nope. We are going to explain the same thing 6 different ways, 12 different times, for 24 hours straight. And then just ultimately say nothing. Because we've used so many words that don't need to be used. He does that a lot, or he did a lot. I haven't seen his stuff recently, so maybe he's grown out of it. He uses big words for no reason, is stereotypical of people in academia. See, that's the thing too. I don't even think he has that background. It's very charlatan-y, but you're right. Yes, you're right. But people in academia normally have like justification for that. This is meme stocks. Okay? Until you're getting into market mechanics and you're like learning about stuff beyond short interest, volume, like super trend and all that, like unless you're getting into uncharted territory, full pun intended, and this is I'm speaking way too absolute in terms. You have no like real reason to be using such big words. And you have no reason to be explaining something with 5 tweets that can be said in 5 words. And that's my first shit test. If you fail that litmus test, I instantly mentally dismiss you. I don't care. You're doing that thing, and I know what that thing is. And it's slimy, it's snaky, and it's charlatan-y. If it's something complex like analytical psychology, a complex language is required. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Meme stocks. Yeah, you make a great point, actually. I'm going to finish it for you. Meme stocks is about with kindergarten language. Yeah, see, like everybody goes on Reddit and they have this fucking tone. I fucking hate it. Hey there, fellow crayon eaters. How we doing? Banana is ETF and fruit basket is banana and apple and strawberry. But when they get defensive, they have to use all these big words and concepts and go into circular reasonings and get bigger and bigger words every lap. No. And in fact, it was Einstein who said that true intelligence is being able to take a complex idea and express it in a simple way. I'm butchering it, but that's as best as I can get it. I think all of you user event links, Pine scripts are behind a paywall. I'm getting to that, and this is what really disgusts me, and this is why I'm so vehement about what I'm saying. I had a phase when I was in high school where I would use big words deliberately to fluff my ego. One of my favorites was myopic. Okay? Then I would watch. I love language. I love anything relating to language. I wanted to be a linguist out of high school. I loved epistemology. Words are so fascinating to me because there's two ways you can express yourself in this world. Physically or verbally. Those are the only two ways you can bridge the gap between how you feel and what you think with someone else. So the quality of your understanding from other people is entirely dependent on your ability to express it. So, a vast but applicable vocabulary in a given context. Don't go overkill, but don't oversimplify that you insult the thing or the person or the idea that you're trying to interact with. Language is not supposed to be so complicated in practice. Language is inherently complicated, but the point of language is to simplify, right? To communicate. I can't put you in my head and you can't put me inside of yours, but we do have this common thread where we use our mouths to make fancy sounds out of syllables. And we've gotten really, really good. Language is so fascinating. We've taken these patterns of sound and made them something that we fluidly interact with, that you don't even have to think about. You just do it like an instrument. So, when people use big words without having to, when the context does not provide for it, when the thing you're describing is asymmetric to the amount of characters required to explain it, all sorts of alarms start going off up here. And the best part is people think that they got you, or me in this case, in a loop. Like, oh, they'll throw out like an irregardless. I love that one. Irregardless of the facts. God, I love that one. I love it. You know, they'll try to throw those words out. And they'll think that they'll have like a lead on me. Like I don't know what some of these things mean. There's a trick to the English language. And I imagine it's for all the other languages, but I never really dug into those too much. What's cool about English is it's primarily composed of Latin and Greek. Excuse me, Latin. So if you know all of the prefixes and suffixes, you can actually invent words that actually exist without having to know that they exist. All right? Now you need to know the bases, of course. Physically and orally, my former boss worked as an editor and attorney for a city. Wow. Being able to articulate accurately and genuinely is something we can detect when you're misusing language to try to sound smart and claim an intellectual position you haven't earned. You can tell. Exactly. But because we're in a landscape where nobody really knows where that barometer naturally sits, because there's so much you can know or cannot know about the market, and especially when your target audience is used as like, hey there, Todd, we are going to use Quan today to describe stock market. Like you're at that point, you're just like deliberately being predatory. You're taking advantage of the people you claim to want to care and teach, right? Anywho, The cool thing about English is that if you can learn the suffixes and the prefixes and some of the bases for words, you can make words up. For example, chroma has to do with color, right? So if you have like a prefix like tri, T-R-I, means 3. So trichroma means 3 colors. If you append IC at the end, that is a description modifier. I forget what the actual term is for that, but trichromatic. By adding that TIC at the end, you're converting it into an adjective. So now it's like, okay, I know the base is color, so I can put any prefix in front of that, and that's a valid word. Just about for everything. It's monochromatic, dichromatic. If like verbs, if inappropriate and unintelligible, both are binary changes. I can't think of how to explain this easily. To be intelligible is to be able to be understood. Appropriate is to be appropriate. If you append, if you want to say the opposite of being intelligible, you would apply un. Un is like in undo. It's signaling the opposite, right? But the thing is that if that was the case, then unintelligible should mean that the opposite of appropriate is unappropriate. Well, that's not the case because un is used for adjectives, whereas in is used for verbs and adverbs. It's funny watching you try to describe what we avid readers writers do. Yeah. It's like trying to explain programming in a way. It's a word that describes you. Autodidact is self-taught. I'm taking a screenshot of that one. That's a great one. I really appreciate that. Thank you. You stand under that guy's authority. Yeah. Have you seen the Office when Kevin says, "Why use many words when few words do?" The spoken language with hundreds of 37 words content. Yeah. Dinah Kim, what up? This guy Jackie Letit's been talking trash after he even stole his live stream style on the same type of songs. Huh? What are you talking about? Is there a link? I'd love to see the attempt. Anywho, so it's really cool when you learn that system out. So to take us back out of a layer of this fucking onion, what I hate about User of Intellect is that he clearly gets off to this, just over-explaining stuff in such a tone-deaf way. It doesn't. It's just asymmetric to what's at hand, and we all have a little filter for that. But that filter is only as good as how much we understand of the context of what it's being used in. Now we get to the Pine script thing, because I can tell you, I've been programming since I was 12. I'm 25 now. Okay, the first couple of years I was just copying and pasting. I didn't have that neuroplasticity for this part of my brain yet. I was fucking stupid. Then around 14, 15, I started to get the hang of things, and I realized that functions can have their names changed and have variables like parameters change. So we'll call it 8 years, 9 years. Just look at his name, user event. Yeah. It's like oxymoronic at that point. You guys still here? My fucking stream keeps doing this. Okay, my apologies. I just need to get the Cat 5 cable already. Constitution. I was reading that when my internet cut. That's funny. Yeah, Constitution. CON is your. I guess that would be your base, right? Yeah, agree to pay the debt. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. Another thing that I always found, like, I love, there's that psychology effect where if you read a word enough times, it loses its meaning because now you're looking at it as just a series of syllables instead of this collective abstract thing that you recognize without having to think about how it's built. I do this a lot, but I learned that if there's like a layer after that, like interpretive numbness, where it steps into like the epistemological. Is that a word? It is now. I guess that's the thing I was just talking about. Where you start to realize kind of where things came from. And one of them that I had the epiphany for was the word news. Like back in the day, like, hey, what's new? They concatenated it, just turned it into news. Like new as a noun is just news. It's the news. It's plural of new. But there's this like wrapping paper that we kind of put on it as a society where it's kind of like its own thing. Like it just goes right under the radar. It's like, oh, that's just new with an S. And that's exactly how we use it. But we think of it as its own little like version. Um, a bunch of stuff like that. If I start moving my mind there, I'm gonna fall way too off topic. Thoughts on the cat system today? I gotta dig into that one. Ask me that again in like 20 minutes. Isn't it framing 101? Do you mean like psychological framing, like priming? Okay, so the scripts that he does, he made this post 4 or 5 months ago. It was when the S&P had its first like kind of big drop out of nowhere since the bull run that started in October of 23. And there was a news outlet that was claiming that it was options related. And they posted this, let's just say at 11 o'clock. So what user of intellect does is he makes this indicator that claims to have captured the market being manipulated by a sudden spike in puts being purchased. And this is hours after the original headline, which is like from Zero Hedge or something. Or like Bloomberg, like some massive outlet, right? And he comes out of the woodwork with this script that he claimed to have written, with the screenshot being all these puts coming in. He's writing it as if he discovered it. And he's like way overdoing it. Like at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, in parentheses, +5 GMT, closing parenthesis. It was observed by this financial measurement that I created, known as the blank indicator, detected an unusual anomaly inside of the options derivative chain. Approximately 16 seconds later, there was this spike in purchased puts. Don't know what a put is? Then 6 sentences about explaining puts and the difference between American and European options. Back on topic. Shortly after this was dispatched from our state-of-the-art system, it came to my attention and I immediately acted on it. I began documenting all forward events relating to the derivatives option chain and continued my analysis. And I can firmly come to the conclusion that I'm a fucking cuck virgin retard. I can't say that word. Sorry. I can firmly come to the conclusion that today's sudden drop in the S&P 500 Standard & Poor's Index was due to option market manipulation, probably by Citadel Securities. here's the kicker. If you go on TradingView's community section for scripts and you look up call versus put indicator, you will find the same exact screenshot, same exact indicator in that screenshot, just with changed colors. And the thing that gives this away when somebody's plagiarizing an open source indicator, copying and pasting it while changing the credits of the source code, and then setting it as closed source, look at the order of the user inputs, because they're too lazy and fucking stupid and retarded to go and like have that. If I'm gonna really steal something, I better make it original. Like that doesn't click, right? Then they go and sell it. They paywall it, and they'll have this absurd like output of indicators. And if you go and look at all the stuff that he has private, I think he has like 30 different indicators, all of which have like there's no thread of like thought. Like for me, when I'm building only flows, and I guess this is me, so maybe it's just me that does this. I'll work on options related stuff. So I'll make like something for like a chart, then I'll make like a page for certain option trades, and then maybe like a contract page, and I'll take a little break and kind of like reassess myself. And I'll be like, it'd be cool if we did some dark pool stuff. So I'll go and make like a dark pool chart, and then like a dark pool like page of trades, or like the top active dark pool trades. And I'll think to myself, it'd be really cool if maybe we cross some stuff over. So like if it's in the top 10 of dark pool activity, let's check the call and puts and see if they're unusual. Like if maybe more calls are acting on the tape, and you know the dark pool activity is bullish while it's in the top 10. See, what he's doing is like, hey guys, today here's a options script that tells you unusual activity of market manipulation, so you can take advantage of the current corrupt regimes inside of markets and government, and you too can secure yourself and your family's financial future for just $19.99 a month to my fucking wap.com account. And then the next one will be like RSI heat map for all S&P 500 components. And then the next one's going to be I don't know. Let's do a fundamental analysis of balance sheets. And like the verbiage isn't the same. Like when I make an indicator, the length of my moving averages all are described as scanning length, because that's how many like candles we're using to calculate something. I always use the term scanning length. And if there's multiple scanning lengths, I'll call mine the short scanning length or the long scanning length. Right? There's a certain nomenclature I use. I also am very particular about what letters I capitalize and don't capitalize. If you go through any of his stuff, some letters get capitalized at the beginning of a sentence, some don't. Some inputs are all caps at the beginning and then not. Sometimes it'll go like the what I colloquially call it scanning length. It'll start with a scanning length in one indicator, but then another one will have it at the very bottom. And there's no consistency. There's no consistency. He's just another narcissistic fuck making up for his depression. Yeah, I can't speculate into his personal life, and I don't have any prerogative to do that. I can definitely tell you that he tries really hard to oversell himself, and also tries really hard to make money off of what I can only believe is not his IP. And I really urge TradingView to start doing some basic scans for plagiarism of source code, because there's a lot of people who will take an open source script, copy and paste it. If they're not lazy, they'll change variable names around. But they'll close source it, change some colors, and then they'll ship it, and they'll find some service that they can sell it for a monthly cost. And it makes people like me who like to open source stuff really turned off to that, because now people are exploiting that. and they're doing it for a premium. So I feel like I'm adding to the problem, and I feel like I'm only adding more fuel to the proverbial fire. Question about OnlyFlow has been subscribed since pretty much day one at 4.99. Is that grandfather in the cover? Yes. Yep. Yeah, you're all good, man. Yeah, you're covered. Yeah, if you got in at 4.99, that's it for life. All updates, changes, new features, all that comes with your subscription. And thank you for supporting for so long. I really, really appreciate it. And that's what's cool about OnlyFlows is all of this is 100% original, including the fact this isn't fucking loading and I don't know why. Stand by. Didn't even realize that stealing open source scripts on TV was a side hustle. Dude, it's fucked up. It's really fucked up. It pisses me off so much because this is what happens. That tweet, by the way, that he made got like 2,000 retweets or something. Some ridiculous number. And over half of it was like FinTwit roasting him for being a self-indulgent, unintelligible fucking prick. Like showing up. It's like that. Do you remember that meme of like Kanye West scores 96 points to 0 against like team of special ed students? It was like a really old meme from back in the day. You know, it's like how self-indulging do you have to be that you like you seek people who just want to learn, who are so honest about what they don't know and that they want to learn. So you take advantage of that and place yourself, you insert yourself into the situation as a figure of authority, not by what you actually can do or what you actually know, but by how complex you make simple things so people feel like they're actually learning from you. That is such a fucking nasty, scummy, insulting thing to do. And how you take yourself seriously, I have no clue. And if I'm wrong, please, I hope he reaches out and says, Astro, you piece of shit. You don't know me. You don't get it. Here's my my Clockify. You know, like Clockify is a Visual Studio Code extension for tracking your hours of coding. You know, I've worked 16 hours a day for the past year and a half straight building this stuff, and here's all my change logs. Like, that's what I'd love to see. There's your check right there. If he's written all this shit, here's what you do. Here's what you do. I'm going to leak a little bit, but that's fine. This is worth it. Here's what you do. If you really want to find out if somebody has written their stuff as original, tell them to go to their script. Okay? So, like, this will be... Oh, fuck, let me actually refresh this. Because I have so many different versions of the file, let alone the version of the indicator. Okay, have them go to their script, right? So here's my Wyckoff sniper right here. Don't let them bullshit you and say, oh, I'm going to leak the code and then everybody's going to steal it. They're going to maybe show 20 lines max. If your indicator is less than 20 lines and you're afraid of it being stolen, you're a fucking idiot and you're a charlatan. Have them click this button right here, source code. Okay? Every time I have made a change to my file, this number right here increments. This is called version control. So I can actually go back in time to any version of this indicator I've ever written. It's really cool, right? So collectively, I have made 2,518 changes to this script. If I copied and pasted it, I will only have 1 to 10. Because there is no way... I'm actually going to try to prevent from leaking here. Okay, so I jumped to the bottom of the file. This is just under 1,000 lines of code. There is no way. There is zero way that I can have only changed this file 10 times with 1,000 lines of code without copying and pasting. And then, if you're still skeptical, have them take the first version ever, go to 1.0, and see what this says right here, the copyright, and have them walk all the way up, probably to like 5.0. And actually, while we're on this subject, I would really appreciate it if everybody clipped this. And if you're suspicious of someone plagiarizing indicators and selling them to people who don't know that the indicator already exists and it's open source and it's free, I would advise and truly humbly request that you send this to them and ask them to prove that they wrote their indicators. Because I guarantee you, a particular individual that I will not mention would fail every one of these tests. My girl has been acting like a giant bitch, so I think she's having a huge period. Should I sign her up for OnlyFlows? Seems to be a constant cycle. I think if she totally consents to her credit card being put on file and, for the best quality service, gets the maximum subscription, I think that would be a great idea. 100%. Hey, what up, King? Just tuned in? Who are you talking about? Chat, you can tell him. Good to see you. No, good to see you, man. Thank you. Johnny Utah, what up, man? Holy fuck. You made my days so much less hellish back when I was switching jobs to YouTube, man. I think you were like the first $100 dono I ever got. Chris, what up, dude? Good evening, Mr. Pitt. Sorry to make it about money right away, but you have no idea how much of a problem money was for me back then and how much you helped. Same thing with fucking Shiveries, dude. I haven't heard or seen from Shiveries in so long. God, I gotta piss. I'll be right back, chat. Y'all entertain yourselves. Don't fucking leave or I'll kill you. Subscribe, like, share, and fondle. I'll be right back. Long ass piss. It's in number 2. Sexy time number 3. If you like me, it takes 7 minutes just to uncoil my dick. You're goddamn right. They used to call me Genghis Dong back in my day. I missed you guys. ChatGPT responded, there is a AI that tracks all transactions on the blockchain, controls port access, and can track if any FTX GMEs for short involved in India. You know what's funny? I live streamed with, I think with Bigums, way back in 2021, where I came across those original prospectuses. Prospecti? Whatever the word is. From FTX that involved that German counterparty. Fuck it, I'm going balls deep on this one. I'm so fucking tired of people just not listening to me. Ever. And then they come across it one day after it's too fucking late. Yeah, right here. You all ready for this? Let's have a little movie time. Ready for this? Alright, so I reposted this on November 13th of 2022. This was originally streamed on July 2nd of 2021.
But guess where these are based? Germany. Look right here. This is the filing from CM Equity, Global Investment Solutions. Name of product. Tokenized stocks, AMC Entertainment Holdings Class A bilateral over-the-counter derivative. The tokenized stocks offered here are bilateral, two parties, over-the-counter, private, derivative.
Notice how I simplify things? I'm taking this really fucking unnecessarily, well, it's a prospectus or a key documentation thing. So it's not unnecessarily. Okay. But I'm taking these really complicated words and concepts, and I'm explaining them simply. God. I was such an asshole, right? I must have been really stupid for doing that.
Derivative contracts, bets, whose performances is linked to the shares of AMC Entertainment Holdings Class A, underlying, and tracking its price performance. Receivables in connection with issued tokenized stocks are settled exclusively in cash and not in kind. They are not buying and selling these shares. In fact, these shares are not the prices that you're seeing. It's not the prices that you're fucking seeing. Whatever the prices they're seeing, they have proportionalized to that of the share price. But the actual value of what's taking place here is not whatever the share price is. It's clever as fuck, by the way. The buying and selling prices are
Date of production of the KID. June 15th of 2021. I remember Richard Newton saying that there's like a 2-year expiration normally to these things. Or 3 years if it's a bullet. I can't remember.
Provided by CME itself. The buying and selling prices are provided by CME itself. The respective bid and ask prices of the home exchange of the underlying are used as reference prices. That is tying into whatever contract is going on here. There may be a reasonable difference between the buying and selling price, so-called spread. No fucking shit. The tokenized stocks are not freely transferable and can only be bought from CME and sold back to CME. Again, it's keeping it between two parties. You cannot go out and buy this, any of these. Yeah, right. There is no multilateral trading possible, meaning there is no more than a bilateral exchange going on here. Well, trilateral, including the market maker, but between the two parties.
I think I had that wrong. There was no market maker in this. Unless this was a product that they were using as a proxy of some sort.
To be those two parties. CME, right. There's no multilateral trading possible, so-called over-the-counter derivative. I don't know what that means.
See, notice how, when I don't know what something means, I just straight up say, I don't know what that means. I don't write a fucking essay of a tweet trying to finagle shit my way through clearly something I'm not qualified to speak about.
CME does not offer leverage on tokenized stocks because it's already fucking leveraged to God knows what amount.
But I was pretty damn good for only like looking into this stuff. If this was July, this would have been like 4 months, 5 months.
The tokenized stocks are perpetual and can be terminated at any time by either party. Perpetual, I don't have a clear guess as to what that means. I'm guessing that immutable and can be terminated at any time by either party. So whenever somebody throws up the flag because they either lost on a short or lost on their long.
And you notice how it said lost on their short or lost on their long? Acknowledging that there are two sides to this thing and that it's not just shorts.
There is no currency risk. Purchase and sale of tokenized stocks take place in USD. Wonder what that tells you. The share price of the underlying is also denominated in USD. The tokenized stocks are subject to German law. I find that very interesting. The aim of the product is to grant you a determinable claim that depends on the price development of the underlying. That depends on the price development of the underlying.
Minute off now, brother. It's past 2:30. Jesus. I think it's an interesting chat. Happy to message you on Twitter if you want to talk more about machine learning. You just told me what this fucking means. I know it. Hold on. I'm not going to look at chat. Deep learning. Yeah. And of course, Margaret, JR, it's been a pleasure, man. Thank you so much for stopping by, and thanks for the chatting. I'll definitely be picking your brain here shortly. Have a good rest of your night, brother.
Line. Again, this screams like it's a form of either a CDS or some other highly leveraged bet. This means that buyers of the tokenized stocks have neither a claim to delivery of the underlying nor shareholder rights of shareholders, such as profit participation or voting rights. The recommended holding period is 5 years. I don't understand.
You know, what could be put really simply with this, and I think this might be the Occam's razor. This is almost 3 years ago, man. I can't believe this was 3 fucking years ago. I think what happened is this token was underwritten because it went live on the 27th of 2021. So right before everything went down. I think what happened is somebody got really clever and realized that if they could underwrite this security and if it could make it onto a balance sheet, which I think FTX set the precedent for because they were already lending FTX token and that was considered collateral. I think what happened was whoever had massive dilemmas in being short were able to purchase these and then amend these to their filings. And this offset what the losses actually were. So they were able to go long something at a price that didn't actually exist for the rest of the market, but for this did. And because no one else could mess with this was like a stable fixed leg, quote unquote. Like they, almost as if they were able to buy in at zero, maybe. I'm still not completely sure on what the pricing of this was. I was talking about if it was proportional or not. I think what happened though is they were able to underwrite this just in time. They facilitated a counterparty, and whoever was short was able to buy these things up for an exceptionally cheap price before everything went haywire, and they were able to secure that pseudo long position that wasn't actually a long position. So if they did have a naked short, or if they did have this absurd short that they didn't want to risk the tail risk for, then this was a really clever and just clever thing to do. It's a tokenized stock. I think it classifies under an ATS. I'd be curious if this would have shown up on a balance sheet somewhere. If somebody could clip this real quick and post it somewhere, anywhere that you think maybe people would appreciate hearing it and maybe dig into it. Or send it to me on Twitter and I'll retweet it.
Again, I almost want to thank them for it, because by them doing this, whether it was just by force of hand, whatever the reason, I almost want to thank them, because this gives so much insight as to what's going on. You put it on a fucking blockchain, you fuck. They put data. They're putting this fucking data on a permanently immutable, worldwide fucking ledger. Forever! Because not only does this tell me, this doesn't just tell me the levels of desperation, but it's giving me and you and all of the other talented members in this community who are digging for this every fucking day. It puts it right in front of our eyes.
Yeah.
Svelte 5 is...
Do you know the guys at PP Show? No, I do not. What is that? 2K or 1860 if I remember to start. What do you mean? This is you, Astro. What do you mean? In the video? Yeah, that was me. That was me. I wonder if that token still shows up. What the fuck? Ape USD shorts. Oh, do you guys remember the whole Pyth thing? You remember this fucking shit? That's a tokenization of AMC via FTX. When you're saying this is you, do you mean like, are you saying that or are you asking that? Don't remember. I don't remember what that starting price was. I'm sure I have it in one of my stream VODs. Oh, what was it? Fuck. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if it's on here anymore. I remember they had these, there were like futures contracts as well. Yeah, I'd have to go on to a VOD to find it. But I know it was underwritten on the 27th. I've got screenshots all over the place. Yeah, I've got screenshots of all of it. I just have to find the hard drive. It's not smart. It's fucking stupid. It's just a scam that ignored by regulators that it paid off or lacked mental capacity. Uh, yeah, but at the same time, this has always been their arena. We are guests, and we chose to enter into their arena. Therefore, uh, you have to respect your adversary, especially in their home turf. And I especially talked about this early on. But still, at the same time, yeah, I see where you're coming from. From the public standpoint and from the layman, yes. But this is the nature of the beast. Yeah, you'd have to admit it's pretty clever. Because I mean, there weren't very many options, if at all, other than that, to underwrite a security like that just in the nick of time. Like that was like a real clutch moment. At least from my perspective. Maybe that was all part of the plan. Maybe that was a failsafe. Who knows? Thank you. 20 minutes later. What are your thoughts on the cat system that went live? Um, just wondering 1.2 balance on buy side. Um, I wish I had. If you have a if you have a link to either a sample report or a live report of cat system data, I can give you a much better opinion, and an opinion I think would be worth giving, because I don't remember all of the details of what cat does, other than like it's a consolidated auditing trail, but I don't know what that data encapsulates. If it has practical stuff like timestamps and like market participant identifiers, that's huge, and I'm gonna have a heyday with that. But if it's like just a bunch of stuff that doesn't really map to anything outside of itself, it's gonna be useless. Sam Bankman-Fried admitted to it in December 20. Admitted to what? Hey, thank you, Digital. It's a pleasure to read that. Thank you. It's all I've ever wanted. It's all I've ever wanted. Yo, mom, what up? Let me give Josh a call. Let me see if he'll hop on. Charlie might be hopping on too.
Hi, you've reached Josh Cazar.
Chill. I forgot that his voicemail like doxes him. I think I caught it just in time. Oh, let me see what Charlie's doing.
What's up, bro?
Hello, buddy.
What's going on?
I'm on live stream, my friend. Would you like to join?
I can't right this second. I got people over here moving shit out of that.
There's a no-go from Charles, but that's okay. Damn! Look at these look at these $30 calls for June 24th. 1.2 million premium. God damn. On GME. For shits and giggles, I'm gonna throw AMC into the stream title. Let's see how much my fucking metrics improve. That YouTube algo would be crazy. I'm so sick of this shit, man. It's an issue across everything in life nowadays. Is this fermentation of all of the shit, the sensationalist shit, gets thrown to the top. It's like whatever's the most provocative. That's what everybody gets, and it's all customized to them. Like all these algorithms know what provokes you. It's sad. And if I don't give into it as a creator, then I die. Zitty Titty Pelosi provokes me. If I'm get a 30 lecture vacation to certain. Yeah, it's all fucked, man. It's all fucked. All fuckered up. Head of Al from Boston? I forgot about him. He's actually a great guy. He's still around and might have a good take on the tokens. Did you watch the Dumb Money movie? I watched part of it. My girlfriend loved it. It didn't quite hold me. It's kind of fucked because like I know of all the people, I'm definitely in the top 1% as far as like knowing how everything happened and why it happened and how all of that worked together event-wise, which makes these types of movies almost frustrating. Like I was enjoying it, but I couldn't stop my brain from like fact-checking shit. Because everybody's so fucking defensive in this community. It was almost bittersweet seeing how they portrayed like Reddit and all the forums, but by actually being in it and what, at least for me, I know what it is, it was kind of sad. AMC bound to dilute more of these June box. They're gonna dilute no matter what, man. It's sad. I had, if you go back like 3 or 4 hours, I had the most legendary rant. My rants have only gotten better. But I went in. I cannot wait to clip it. I'm gonna edit it up and post it. Been a lot of good little segments tonight. Shit, I missed it. I was at my son's baseball game. Yeah, fuck yourself. No, I'm joking. You're all good. YouTube should let you click back and view it. Oh, we actually had some splash trades on AMC today. We had 3 of them. All at 433. That's kind of a concern. Can you summarize the rant? I feel like I'd be doing it a disservice if I summarized it. I was like, basically I went to the hills, the mountains, and I came back wiser. Okay, that's what this whole break has been. And I channeled all of that newfound knowledge and wisdom and sharpening of my skills and just channeled it into the most ferocious, most lethal thing that can be emitted over airwaves. Did you rant about how much you love Adam Aaron and all of his wonderful moves, such as ape? You bet I did. You know, I wonder if I can actually... I wanted to watch it. I was going to wait for off-stream, but let me see. I'm so tired. That I made? $5 a month. You know, you don't convince yourself into like a false... It still was that way even when things simmered. So he was just kind of like, But it really, really means a lot. Does anybody have a timestamp? Like when your deltas are low and gamma's really high, which is only happening real mentor. Because Tristan helped me install it. Use your mouth to express them. Automatically with such a fucking mental... Did no one get back to you? Knee-jerk reaction. Okay. So from inception, let's take something like diabetes. Find that out at 13%. Yo. Wait, this is where it starts. Anywho. Not broken? Slow chat? No, of course it's broken. No, it's broken for sure. Tell him, chat. Tell Jack Hugo how broken it is. Now! AMC up 7 cents. Yo! I'm sorry. Here, I'll humor the fucking situation for you. Moas. You see what I mean? Dude, okay. Another fucking rant. There's the burp. You have any idea how hard it is? You fucked up when you hear the burp. Just to fuck something up like this. Okay, the company in general has failed to produce a profit in like a decade. Okay, now I'm not totally up to date on the numbers. It's been a while since I dug into any balance sheets and fundamentals, so forgive me if I'm not completely accurate on this, but I can say with a certainty that their reliability for being profitable is near zero. And that is because they're over-levered in debt. So by the time they do, you see these numbers of like $1 billion in gross revenue. It's like, fuck, that's a lot. How much of it do you get to keep? Well, this is where I get into the buckets. Thanks for asking. None of it. In fact, we lose on it. we're down. How do you fuck that up, right? And that's not even what I'm talking about here. This is I should have made the fuck up plural. Okay. So they're over levered in debt. Okay. I'm going to use the monthly chart here, and I'm going to stay on linear. Maybe I'll switch to log. This thing before
Rowan Kitty was
COVID
back because of the reach, but I'm stoked Astro is back because of his perps.
was trading at about, call it $33, so just shy of 10x what it's trading at now. They had an $11.2 billion market cap.
Even diabetes, yeah. Oh, this is where it gets good.
We're now past COVID, okay? We're way past COVID, and fuck that thing. It wasn't even real.
This is where it
We
gets
got rejected. I say we. You got rejected. Okay? From those pre-COVID levels. This is the monthly chart, by the way. You clearly haven't read the balance sheet. I can tell you definitively this company does not produce a profit. Because if they did, they would be worth more than $1.2 billion.
And they wouldn't be a penny stock either.
I'm not sure what else to...
They did their split. Okay. Here's a little gotcha stock market Snapple fact cap for you. A penny stock, to be considered a penny stock, is not what you think it is. It's actually anything. Let's see if chat gets it. Please don't Google it. This is a little quiz. Chris got it. Under $5, correct. Okay. So they did their reverse split. Yeah, you all got it. Very nice. Very nice. Y'all have been studying while I've been gone. So, penny stock is anything less than $5. Right now, if the reverse split didn't happen, I'm a fucking penny stock. Nah, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. We were all fucking duped, and I tried to say something, but I didn't have enough backbone. So if they didn't split, they'd be trading for 54 cents right now, or 42 cents. Yeah, 42. Thank you. They did their 10-to-1, and would you guess what they're considered still? So now they're risking delisting.
To tell you. If you pull in $1 billion a quarter, okay? They're currently worth 1.25 of one of their quarters, okay? Now, this is assuming that they keep all of that as profit, and that's not where I'm going with this. Where I am going with this is that the cinema industry, the consumer discretionary, typically has a forward earnings multiplier or a forward valuation multiplier of 6. Okay? So they should be trading 6x. Okay, that just has a base multiplier. That's not factoring anything else. 6x their revenue. So let's say they kept a quarter of that. Let's say they kept $250 million times 6 is just about 1.29 bill. But they're not. And they pay a lot on their debt and their leases. They don't have any raw assets.
Oh, Ravenstown made a good point. It was trading at 1,000x pre-COVID. You haven't factored in the dilution.
They have leases on all of their properties. They don't own the property. They don't own any of the branding. They own their branding, but they don't own any of the fuck is the word for that? The IP. They don't have any IP. Why the fuck did they decide to?
It's sad to see that you're now bashing a company that helped you grift off your followers. The entitlement. Some fucking people have still. Yeah, it's their equipment, yeah. Like a bunch of IMAX fucking projectors mean anything. Dude. bashing a company that helped you grift off your followers. It's like, in this fucking retard's brain, I held all of you at gunpoint and said donate or else. And then whenever like an ad would come on, I was holding a gun to your child's brain, and I said click and watch the whole ad or else. Right? Like, you guys had no agency. You had no discretion to decide if you wanted to donate or if you wanted to watch an ad, you know? Like, literally all of the content is free. I've never charged a dime for any education, any content. Not a dime. Zero. It is completely free. You have... Sorry, I know most of you here know this. It's just nice to rant. There was no financial requirement. All right, the second part is very morally hazardous too, because to say that because this assumption that I've grifted you guys, that now I'm no longer allowed to be critical of a company that deserves criticism? Well, that, and you're allowed to have a change in opinion whenever the CEO fuck. Exactly. In what fucking world do you live in where you're not allowed to change your own opinion? Let alone in times where things that need criticism are trying to be criticized and you're being told you're not allowed to. And just imagine the precedent this sets. Like, the only time that something can be spoken upon to the masses, right? You're not allowed to take anything back. You're not allowed to change your opinion. You're not allowed to dig into new information, find out new things, and then shape your opinion moving forward based on what you now know and what you don't know. How do you even... What do you do? I hate that I'm even explaining this, because I know 99% of who's watching this and who will be watching it from a clip know this and don't need to hear it. But this mentality right here is exactly why the CEO has gotten away with it. He straight up got away with it. And he sold your voting rights for 66 cents a share. And not only that, it was a golden ticket to take profit on your short. Can we talk about OBV? You know what? I'm so glad you brought this up. Let me explain how OBV works. Let me explain this real quick. I've always wanted to talk about this, but I never... I had these epiphanies when I wasn't streaming or making videos. Y'all are going to love it, and you're probably going to hate me if you're an OBV copium addict. A little bit of background. I am a financial technology engineer. I founded a company in the fintech sector. Okay, I employ just over a dozen people. I have financial backing. We have nearly 1,000 customers. I've been programming since I was 12. I'm 25 years old. Okay? So what I'm about to say is not like ChatGPT, plagiarized ChatGPT responses where I had to craft the prompt 7 different ways to fit my confirmation bias. Okay? I've written these indicators as exercises. I know exactly how these things work, fundamentally. So there's my credentials. There's my authority to speak and say what I'm about to say. OBV is the most misunderstood indicator that exists. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm even going to open up the code for how OBV works. Now, to be clear, I didn't write this code. I've written copies of OBV before as an exercise. This is trading views on balance volume indicator. Now, what people do is they will take the on-balance volume, right? Well, first let's explain what it is. On-balance volume is just a rolling cumulative measurement of how much volume has been purchased or sold. Astro, I always got good vibes from you. Good to see. Thank you, man. Thank you. On-balance volume is just a cumulative, it's a rolling number of how much volume has been bought or sold. So if a candle closes up, the closing price is greater than where it opened, all of that volume will be added to this rolling value. If the candle closes lower than it opened, that means it was a red day. So that volume will be deducted from the rolling value. What happened is people have only been using like the daily or the weekly versions of OBV. And this creates a very distorted image because it's not what you think it is. What happens is anytime you're going by the day, you're taking all of that volume. You're not looking individually at the trades and saying this was a buy or this was a sell. You're saying if the whole day closed green, then we're going to add all of the day's volume to it. So let's say that the day barely closed up, right? Or like with all the January stuff, it was like it would gap and barely close up. It would take all of that volume and say this was all purchased. But if you zoom in on that day, it was all selling. So this created a very distorted sense of what this on-balance volume was. People have assumed that this massive spike was retail buying and holding. No, it's not. It has taken all of that volume by one day, regardless of if you had 99% sell orders and 1% of a buy order. If that day closed green, it's going to take all that volume and say all that was purchased. And that's why you had that huge thing up. And now everybody thinks that that was retail and nobody's selling. That's not what it was. So when you had like, what was it, billions of shares, or hundreds of millions, if not billions of shares that traded in a single session, those got counted as buys. And that's why you have this effect where now everything looks like it's being held. It looks like retail's holding, when in actuality, this wasn't supposed to happen. This right here, yeah, but let's go back. This right here is not supposed to be like this, because all these days resulted in it going down. And because of the absurd amount of volume that took place here, and this was considered a green day. Actually, wait, no, it's not. I will fix that. Color bars based on previous close, I think fixes. Okay, there we go. The coloring's right. So this day technically closed green, but it's trying to say that all this volume was purchased. And if we pull up the volume, it's saying all this volume was purchased. So everything moving forward looks like retail's holding, but they're not. Or that institutions were holding, but they're not. Because it was offset, it was disjointed upward from that absurd amount of volume. Are you saying retail is not holding? That is exactly what I'm saying. And neither are institutions. So now it becomes a real problem when you start using the weekly interval. Because look at this. Tell me how what happened over the past couple weeks between AMC and GameStop. Tell me how this entire week there was no selling of volume. But when you look at where we're at, there's clearly been lots of selling. And that's why things start to diverge. Like you'll have this monthly where it's like, oh, look at all that buying. But then you go to like the 4 hour and it's reading negative because the 4 hour has more detail to it. So if you go all the way down to like the 30-minute, you can zoom all the way out, and this is the more detailed, more correct version, because this is sampling smaller time frames. Instead of clumping an entire day where most of it was selling, but the daily candle closed green or the weekly candle closed green, and clumping all of that to say, yeah, that was all purchasing, that's not the case. And if anything, I know for a fact retail isn't holding because Intera Capital was given 80% of the post-reverse split float. Because that's how they got the shareholder vote to pass for the APE conversion, was because they gave exclusive voting rights to APE, and retail only had AMC. So next time somebody says OBV is bullish, it's really not. And it's the equivalent of a financial optical illusion. It's not what it looks to be. All of that volume was selling. And this can work the other way around. All of it can be buying and the stock might close down. Or up, I mean. And to further explain this for those who are curious, you can take on balance volume by having this rolling cumulative value, which is denoted here as cumvol. We're going to check if this bar, right, because we're iterating over each bar that the chart has. If it's the most recent and the volume is equal to 0, that means that there's no volume currently. So we don't want to do anything just yet. We're going to say that the thing we're looking at to determine if the price closes up or down is going to be our closing value. Now, we're going to say that our current OBV is equal to the cumulative value of this little formula right here, which is just taking the closing value, which is the close, times the volume. And then we're going to plot this as a cumulative function. And then if we'd like to have a moving average, we can add one. And if you'd like some smoothing, you can smoothen it. Finally, we're going to plot the smoothed line, which is equal to the OBV of the smoothing length. Very simple. So if the day closed above where it opened, that value is going to be our close. So if the close is greater than the open, we're going to take the volume on that day, add it to this little running total. If it's less than, then we subtract it. That's all this is. If you go to the quarterly, you would have also seen that everyone's been selling off, evidently, every quarter. And then that there must have been 3 billion naked shares, which actually was the case if you'd probably, if you'd listened to me back in July of 2023 when I was telling you that all of the AMC volume since APE was ever listed, 60 to 90% of it every day was actually failed to deliver. I was recording the data the entire time. And then I went back and did some historical analysis and aggregation. Turns out, the SEC was saying that the failure to deliver of the shares that day was anywhere from 60 to 90% of that total day's volume. But even then, I don't care. This is not in any way a valuable or insightful metric for if naked shares exist or if retail is holding, because it is clumping every order from every exchange by every quarter. And if the quarter closes red, then it says all of the volume in that quarter was sold. And this is the same thing for GameStop, by the way. Anything with a stock chart, any candlestick chart that uses OBV, that's what that is displaying. It's spec'd on the weekly, monthly, etc. as well. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? LOL, you don't have to explain yourself. Integrity is or isn't. Your principles are far sexier than your personality. That's why I'm here. Thank you. I still like to have that in case somebody wants to be a fucking buffoon and challenge me. It's a lot of fun. It always fascinated me how people would like cherry pick the interval too, because this data is the same as me going to the 1 hour, because it's still going all the way back. But instead of going by the day, it's going to go by the hour. You know, like here's the monthly. It's just, it's insane. Okay, back to the regularly scheduled rant.
You know, Adam Aaron is just like.
And it would mean a lot if you clip that and you share it, so people can finally get some truth. It's ridiculous. No one has ever checked anyone else on these claims, and before you know it, you go 3 years of believing something that's just not true. And everyone accepted the status quo. It's been years. Years. And as far as I know of, I'm the first person to ever fucking make this clear. And I wish I did it sooner.
Jerking off all over retail and is like, hey, like, we got chocolate candy. We're making chocolate candy. It's delicious. It's so good. So good. Okay, you want to see what the, you know, I'm gonna show you something. Ideally, when you run a business, you find something that you can produce or sell as a service cheaper than what you can sell it at. So if I can make lemonade for 25 cents and then sell it for $1, I'm making 4x what it costs. That's profitable, right? But if the cost for me making lemonade goes up, I don't know, 400%, I'm no longer profitable. So let's go see what this analogous
Cocoa.
lemonade price is. Somebody give me the fucking date when this fucking asshat said that they were producing these delectable milk chocolate fucking jerk off fucking diddly do squat fucking diabetes delights. This is the price of cocoa. This is the futures contract.
So what would you recommend for people like me to do? I've been holding AMC for 3 years, almost 25,000. I'm down 97. I can't recommend anything to you, man. Hypothetically, if I had a position like that, I would be writing covered calls. And this thing's already at an all-time low. There's two sides of me. One of them wants them to go into bankruptcy because they absolutely deserve it, but then that means that management would get off scot-free, and it's just another corporate, you know, Chapter 11. The other part of me wants everybody who was connived into this, myself included, to see some redemption and maybe get something back out of it. But as it stands, it's already at an all-time low and continues to find an all-time low. If I had the capital, I'd probably... I don't know. I really don't know. I'm more of a trader than an investor. So my gut would be to lever up and buy some calls. And that's basically what I've been doing. Yeah, same thing with GameStop. But honestly, there should be a class action suit filed against the board. And funny enough, they actually are trying to pass. They're trying to pass by the board a safe haven clause or a what's that word? Impunity? Like whatever it means to not suffer losses or to be able to be prosecuted for something.
involving what took place with Ape and everything thus far. Like, management has gone completely out of their way to protect themselves from such a thing. And if that passes, then yeah, retail is completely fucked. We're done. You're done. And they will take this thing into Chapter 11, and then it will be bought out by Apple or Amazon. And then you can watch your fucking gay, lesbian Hulk on an IMAX with gay Anakin Skywalker in the theater next to you. And you will love it, and you will consume it, and you will forever appreciate your overlords. I think it was like late 2023, I think. So let's just, I don't know, we'll figure it out. Because it doesn't even matter exactly when. I just know it was literally right as cocoa was squeezing. This is the price of cocoa. This is your lemonade cost. They have gold mines. Oh, really? I bet they asked for shareholder approval on that, right? And I'm sure they picked a really good location too, right? Like fighting with pigs for now, but eventually they'll get tired of getting muddy. That's a great axiom. That's a great saying. I agree with you, but I haven't been in the mud in a long time. I don't plan on staying here, but it's nice to get it off my conscience to know that I at least tried. You know? I've tried in the past to be the bearer, the messenger, but I didn't have the backbone. I didn't believe in myself enough to come out and say things the way I wanted to. Now I do. This is the price of fucking cocoa. This is your lemonade cost, okay? Cocoa. One of you please get me the goddamn fucking date that he said they were doing this.
Earthling69 donated $10 through Super Chat. You are out of your mind if you don't think the
No, GME talk has not happened. Fuck, you're right. You're so right. Fuck. That fucking down too. Bunch of fucking. Oh, and there's like the fucking Hollywood's full of pedophiles, right? Fuck me. Okay. So, anywho. Spy 527? I called it, dude. I'm telling you, I called it. I just tweeted fucking here. I'm gonna 2x this. Pretty fucking good, lads. I'm telling you. Look at this. Look at this. This was like nowadays it happens a lot. Anyhow, what happens in deflationary? It goes down. Sometime before this thing started to take off, but shortly after it was starting to fucking go up. Because what happens in inflationary environments, huh? Assets go up, real estate goes up, credit goes down, excuse me, yields go down. Commodities are supposed to go down. Nowadays they happen to go up. Anywho, what happens in deflationary? Well, deflation is the opposite of inflation, which is to say that inflation is the recognition of our currency that we use to value things has gone down in value. Therefore, the value, the price of things has to go up because the value of the thing hasn't changed, but the thing denominating it has, and that thing that has been denominating it has lost value. Therefore, the thing's price goes up. Now, what happens on the flip side? Well, we're recognizing that the value of our currency has gone up, which means that the value of our thing has not changed, but the thing valuing it has, and that thing valuing it has gone up. Therefore, the price of the thing has to come down. Okay? This is typically your protective cycles. This is where you start cycling into T-bills. You start getting into your value stuff if you still have the fucking huevos to touch the equities. Okay? Real estate typically will go sideways or down. Commodities go up. They go way up. Okay? Whoever their fucking economic advisor is over there at the fucking cinema theater is an absolute fucking buffoon. Because they decided to boost their revenue and try to prop up that balance sheet filled with fucking God knows how much debt. Holy fuck, it's like someone from the government came in and started doing their fucking financing for them.
said let's take let's take something like cocoa and make that something that we invest our revenue potential into. February 2023, I think he announced the diversity of threats. I love your verbiage. If you can confirm that to me, I will fucking lambast every single fucking thing here. February 23. So he chose the time. This is the daily chart. I'm going to swap to the weekly.
This is
just to
unbelievable,
condense things.
man.
Oh, Earthling, thank you for the $10, my man. Thank you. I heard the TTS and that got me immediately. Yeah, so Coco was clearly showing some signs upward, and anybody who runs any company worth a fuck that trades for less than 5 symbols on a public exchange, in other words, they're not over the counter, is probably not using technical analysis to decide on their macroeconomic decisions for how they're going to invest their company's capital. But I'm sure they have some counsel that probably factors in what's going on with like the Fed, geographic, economic tensions, where all that's trying to, go to. And yeah, in
This
January
links
of
that computer show. I
2023,
need a new one.
we were talking about rate cuts.
Yeah, it's a Eureka.
Excuse me, rate hikes.
Let's see if I can find it for you.
Right?
It's a little
And it was
pricey,
rumored
but
that
I mean, it's totally
May
worth
of
it.
24 would be when rate
It's
cuts
totally
start,
worth it.
right? TA is like astrology for men? Yes, it is. 110%.
This fucking thing got way
Um,
cheaper than when I bought it. Fuck me.
Yeah, so at this point in
A top
time, to give
tick
you
to
some
this bitch.
context, when the announcement
Fucking
came out,
A.
this is when it was clear that rate hikes were kind of nearing completion, but inflation wasn't coming down just yet, and it appeared to be getting sticky, right? Some people coined this as a stagflation.
The link is
Everybody
too
has
long,
different
so just
requirements
search
for
this
it,
on
but
Amazon.
That's the concept, is that whatever the Fed, whatever the central bank is trying to do to alter the currency of its value by experimenting with
Education is
interest rates
expensive,
and
I feel for
the
it. Dude,
tools
yeah.
that they have disposed to them. It's not working as fast as it
take on
needs to
crypto?
be, which
Remind me
means
in like
that
20 minutes
even if
after
it
this.
is working, they're not going to know
We'll have to
longer
go
than
about
they
it.
would expect to, which is just not fucking good. Even if it's working, it's not fucking good, and everybody assumes the worst. So this was a point in time where it was feared that inflation was actually going to be worse than expected. And because we've already started increasing interest rates, that it's becoming too far gone of a situation, that now everything is mispriced. Bonds are trading like there's, room for additional yields. Equities are trading like there's no such thing as an inversion taking place for the 1 year and the 2 month or whatever that fucking go-to recession indicator is. Real estate's trading like, everything's in a fucking heyday, like post-war. It's like commodities are trading like we are in a war. Just December 20th. Thank you, Ty. Thank you. Thank you. December 20th. December 20th of 2023. Oh god, it's even worse. It's even worse. Oh god, it's so bad. It was really this recent? Holy fuck. They picked like...
You just
Ty,
can't
can
make
you just
this up.
confirm to me that was not a typo?
You can't make it up.
Because this is bad. Like, this has to be a typo. TA is a different for someone to break out and come and handle. Yes, no, I use TA. I think TA is great. But when you're managing all those different types of business decisions and all the moving parts in that, you may still use TA, but it's a weighted thing. You're not using that as a definitive go-to. Like, you're not looking at like your how much in debt you've levered, right? You have like $600 million in debt, and you're looking at like a chart of TLT or some shit, and you're like, yeah, Mr. CEO, Mr. CFO, it appears to me that TLT is an inverse cock and ball. I think we got a good one here. The RSI just crossed 69. I think it's a little hot. I advise we go all in on making chocolates. See that cocoa chart? Yeah. That one right there, that's... You can check the MACD. Check the MACD. It's oversold on the RSI. It's coming down for sure. Yeah. Did you see the short interest? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Inverse cock and ball formation tends to bust. That is very true. You should have bought cocoa futures as a trade. Yeah, they should have done that and sold their fucking gold mine like a bunch of... Oh God, I can't believe that shit. It's like a meme. This feels like a fucking episode of Black Mirror. Yeah, so this is when they decided to invest into producing something they claimed was for the betterment of their balance sheet and their shareholder base that would increase their revenue and, you know, really make them shorts choke on that and pounce on assholes. And yeah, so if we go back to the lemonade thing, if it cost me 25 cents and I sell it at $1, then great. But if it costs me, $9,000, I can't think of the right, like, conversion math in my head. Oh God. Okay, we'll just make this simple for you. Okay. And this is such a good looking chart. This is a clear buy. Yeah. This is when it was announced. And I'm guessing this had maybe 1 or 2 quarters of some thought and consideration before allocating any resources. So this was your, like, you know, maybe back here. This is where you're like, hey, I think it would be a good idea if we looked into making some chocolate candies. And then maybe, like, here, you get the approval, right? When you get to this point, this is where you're evaluating what you think the returns on this would be. What's your cost? Do some sampling, do some focus groups. Figure out what the demand is. Is there even any demand? Who are you selling to? What are your demographics? What's your turnaround time? What's your value at risk? All sorts of metrics, right? So maybe it's gone up a little bit, right? Just a little bit since we pitched the idea. It's only up 21 fucking %, but that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We'll give it a little bit more time, and Mr. Aaron and Mr. fucking British dude who is like dyslexic or some shit, because you as a CFO, you don't know what you're doing. Forgive me. It's okay. It'll either go down or we'll find a different, you know, source for this. December 2020. Thank you, Ray Bud. Thank you. Okay, so December 20th of 2023 is confirmed. Okay. So this was like strike one. Okay. You have another 3 or 4 months pass a quarter, right? And now you have like your proposals, like some rough drafts of marketing, some projections. You know, maybe you start having some hedges, some plans in case things go wrong, and you start deploying to, you know, small A/B tests. At this point, from the previous, it is up 40%. Okay, this was just up 20%. So this is when the idea started. This is when you started proposing, right? 20%. From being up 20% now to 41%. This is going into like your beta testing, okay? You can still pull the plug on this thing. It's not too late. It's not too late. I mean, yeah, you put a couple months into some R&D or, you know, some numbers and stats, boring stuff, but you haven't actually committed anything at your bottom line, right? You could easily pull the plug. I mean, it's not like it's going to affect your profitability anyways.
Love the...
But no, this was strike two.
That's it.
Right
Love
here.
the long stream. Appreciate you.
Okay. Since the inception of the idea, cocoa is up 63%. Okay? You spend another 3 or 4 months, and this is where you actually commit to the idea. This is when you start actually purchasing out, the factories or the manufacturing lines to make this thing in mass. You're happy with the rough drafts? You hire a bunch of designers. They design it, then you go and get all the branding and marketing. And then on your earnings call, you tell everybody. Yeah, well, funny thing. Since the last point, right, this was up 20%. This was when the idea started. This is where you started entering into your discovery phase, R&D. This is where you started doing your beta, right, 35%. From being up 35%, it has now gone up an additional 30%. How much of chocolate? Okay, how much? You know what? I'm not even gonna go there, because I'm guessing wheat has gone up too, just as much, if not more.
I was actually wrong on that.
So even your
Wheat was
pretzels
going
are fucked,
sideways.
buddy. And you don't have enough holes in those pretzels to describe how fucked you are. Damn, Spy. Okay, so before I even draw strike 3, from the beginning of the idea to where you go all in, cocoa is up 100 fucking percent. Your cost has doubled. Even if the chocolate is only 30% of the actual thing, wheat has probably gone up just as much, if not more.
You can't make it up.
This was strike fucking 3. This is either blatant incompetence, deliberate malfeasance, or just outright fucking stupidity. I don't know. None of them are good. There's no other Occam's razor to this other than this is just pure incompetence. This is stupidity. This is negligence.
How you doing?
This is just utterly fucking unbelievable. And then they market it and they brag about it on their earnings call. And guess where cocoa goes from there? Do you see this? Companies price gouging general commodities people turn to for comfort. Well, yeah, I mean, that's you buy low, you sell high. So from inception, okay, cocoa futures were trading at just over 2,000. Then at your this is the shower thought that you propose to management. You're like, hey, maybe we could do this. It's up 18% now. From the shower thought to the R&D and rough draft phase, an additional 17%. From that phase to little focus groups and testing and sending it out to little places maybe just to do some A/B, right? 41%. And then from there to full-fledged we're doing this, it goes up another 43%. This was trading at about 2,000 at the idea. It's trading at about 4,000, okay, after full commitment. Since full commitment, right, they announced it over here. Since full commitment, it shoots up 200 fucking %.
Adam and Ron.
Yo, I just caught this.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
How the fuck do you fuck that up? What the fuck? What? What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, and by the way, the person who runs this company, right, who bankrupted Norwegian and what was it, the 46ers or something, right? Yeah, he already gifted $40 million worth of shares to his 2 sons, right? They sold the top of the move in September of 21. And he personally made $250 million selling into the highs that retail.
How much is Adam Aaron worth?
We're saving his company with. And then decides, after making this fucking fortune, by the way, It was like 6 or 7 months ago. He makes this
Over $45
announcement
million.
to Twitter saying that he rides with us and he cares about us and he only wins if the share value wins. And so he announces that he will decrease his fucking annual compensation by 40% after he just licked, sucked, and fucked every last bit of us as the apes, the saviors of AMC, the out of 49ers, maybe I went dyslexic there, who knows. After he licked, sucked, and fucked every fucking last bit and ounce of fucking dollar stimmy that retail had, and just 76ers that. I'm not really a sports guy. I like pool, I like snooker, I like about it. Cornhole's actually pretty cool. I like playing cornhole. But yeah, so he fucking used and abused old Joey Sixpack, and told everybody all along the way that he rides with us and this and that and that and that. And then he has to tell us again that he rides with us, and then he actually does something about the absurd compensation. You know what? Here's a little stat for you. This is where it gets good. This is where it gets really good. Okay, it gets exceptionally fucking good here. Be ready, all my clippers in chat. Get ready. All right. I can't wait to clip this up. This is. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I can't believe I've never made a video about this. Okay, somebody was trying to argue to me. He deleted the tweet since because this was actually a really clever thing that I did. Somebody tweeted that Adam Aaron was there was a I remember it now. There was a photo of the top paid executives across the entire stock market, right? And Adam Aaron was either number 1 or number 2. And I think it was John Hollowatch actually that tweeted it. And I quote tweeted it with something inflammatory, and by inflammatory I mean truthful, to say that it's absurd and that it's an absolute disgrace that he gets paid that much. And then some retail fucking idiot, and I say that lovingly, it's actually an insult to retail for me to call him a retail individual, came in and said that I'm a shill, that how dare I, that he saved a company and he's worth so much more than that, in fact, because they should be worth 0. And I was like, that's real funny. Let me put it to you this way then, you fucking idiot. Fuck, this is the wrong tweet. I think he analogized Adam Aaron to Tim Cook. I think is how that went. Anywho. As a point of reference, Apple is the equivalent of about 1,700 AMCs in terms of market cap. And this was at the time where they were trading for probably double. When was this? This was September 30th, 23. Yeah, they were trading at $12, so about 3 times what they're worth now. Okay, so now they'd be worth about 5,000 AMCs. AMC has a market cap of $1.6 billion. Adam Aaron received $23 million just that year. That $23 million is 1.5% of AMC's market cap. Apple has a market cap of $2.7 trillion. Tim Cook received approximately $98 million. That $98 million is equal to 0.004% of Apple's market cap. If Adam Aaron were paid at the same proportion of AMC's market cap as Tim Cook was in Apple's market cap, he would be paid $57,778. In other words, Adam Aaron is implied to equal about 400 Tim Cooks if they were compensated equally in percentages of their respective market caps of the companies they ran.
Jesus, that's right, Isaac. What is the middleman charge? Cocoa went up how much? Oh, thank you. Thank you for reeling me back in. So, goddamn, spy. So, anywho, Cocoa went up 200% from already being up 100%. In net, right, from the shower thought of the idea to about a quarter after going into full production, marketing, and telling about it on your earnings call, Cocoa is up 459 fucking percent. And the only point that matters is this line forward. They picked the fucking GameStop of commodities to proverbially go short on because they're using this to try to generate a profit. But their profit relies on the cost of this thing either going sideways or going down. Otherwise, their cost to produce goes up, which means their profit, I guess, it all makes sense. They don't know what it means to profit, so they wouldn't know how to use cost to figure. Yeah. Their margins go down, and I would imagine they've turned negative at this point, and they've tried to copium themselves out of it to say that this is for new customer discovery and loyal customer retention. Because our dedicated stubholders really like their chocolate and pretzel. They love their chocolate and pretzel so much, so we're gonna go bankrupt for them. This many 100%. That's how much we love our retail shareholders base. Fucking, I'm telling you, this is just. How did I fall for this? Do you think they're smart enough to buy futures to hedge their risk? You know, it's funny because that was what I contemplated that. Why wouldn't they have just done that with gold futures? Oh, you're worried about economic uncertainty and how that affects your bottom line and how you go about earning your revenue? Why don't you buy some gold or silver? That's a really stable thing. You know? Oh, wait. You don't have any fucking assets. They are so fucking cash poor, it doesn't even make sense. They lever themselves to the fucking eyeballs in debt, and then they go and buy a fucking gold mine. That is like the fucking Jeff Bezos version of a scratch-off. You are so fucking asinine for doing that. You took the billionaire's scratch-off ticket and paid for it with the people keeping you afloat. That's what that is. You bought a multi-billion-dollar fucking scratch-off. Because the safe thing, the right thing, and the honest thing would have been to take a couple $100 million, right? Maybe secure it at 7.5%, whatever it may be. You know you're going into a time of economic uncertainty and coming out of an inflationary period, so therefore commodities should go up, and it wouldn't be a surprise if gold were to see a little bull run during the interim. So, odds are a little dicey, but a lot better than buying a fucking gold mine. And they're probably so far in the red on this shit that it's not even worth buying the futures. It's too much bleeding. You're trying to fucking do a transfusion on somebody with an open fucking leg wound. Just blew the thing off like that scene from fucking Saving Private Ryan. Just fucking blood and gore and popcorn. Actually, satire aside, yes, I do think they're smart enough. I think they're deliberately choosing not to. And so you fell for it like everyone else. Yeah, no, that is, I told you, one of the few regrets I had about this whole entire thing so far is I got a little too confident in my abilities and understandings And that was in lieu of the Dunning-Kruger effect. I wish I had learned about that sooner. And the other thing is just trusting this company and ever saying anything positive about them before I understood how this stuff worked. Maybe their candy isn't made from real chocolate? Wasn't their whole pitch on the earnings call that it's like an authentic, delectable dessert made from the finest cocoa? Like, wasn't that their whole fucking shtick? Is that it was real cocoa, real chocolate? In fact, I don't even know if does synthetic chocolate exist? I thought that was like a huge like chemistry like $1 million question. Can somebody tell me? I mean, it has to be synthesized from cocoa at the very least. We can go and look up the ingredients on the internet. AMC Theaters, Nutrition, and Allergen Information. Let's see. Concessions. New nutrition info. Gonna look up pretzel. Fuck, that's not how you spell pretzel. Nope. Oh, motherfucker. Huh? What the fuck? Big chocolate is only for dogs? True. Fuck. Does this exist? AMC Dine-In? No. Theaters, AMC Classic. Don't think it's on here. No, it's not on there. Fuck. Chocolate covered raisins and dark chocolate drizzle. I forgot they went in on like a whole fucking product line centered around chocolate, so it's not just the fucking pretzels. Fuck. AMC Cinema Sweets. Yeah, premium chocolate covered. AMC Cinema Sweets. Nutrition, facts, ingredients. Let's see if I can tag word this thing correctly. Okay, sweets. Fuck. Where are the ingredients? Exterior milk chocolate shells is super thick and with added ingredients, tapioca, starch, sugar, and confectioner's glaze have a mild, good taste. Too much chocolate surrounding the almond. These candies have a faint smell of chocolate with an even lighter hint of the nut hiding inside. Oh, I'll tell you what that AMC nut inside is like.